who are outside, please get in.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me now take the opportunity to welcome Madam Lorna Abaki. Somebody to give her the mic, please, to open the meeting with a word of prayer. The mics at the very end there, the wireless ones. There's one there. It's okay. Let's be up and standing, please. It's good that way. Yes.
Father, we thank you, we give you glory, we give you honor, and we give you praise. We thank you for the gift of life that you've accorded to us. We thank you even for this seminar and the sessions, oh God. We pray, Father, that your presence may be evident. We pray even as we deliberate on matters of gender and equity on AI. We pray, Father, that you may open our eyes, you may give us wisdom, you may give us understanding, you may give us knowledge, that even as we live here, we may live with an action, oh God. We pray that we may have impact to the nations, we may have impact to Africa and even to the entire globe. Even as women, we pray that you empower us, and those who are also supporting this cause, we pray, Master, that you bless the work of their hands, oh God. We pray that your presence may be manifest, and we pray all this trusting and believing in your name. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. Let's now move to the next session where we introduce ourselves. And I will start from this side. We then go that way, all the way up to this front desk. This front desk, they will not introduce themselves because they will later speak to you and also say who they are. Let me start from this side. My name is Joel Ongoto. I am the Acting Deputy Secretary General at the Commission for UNESCO, Kenya's National Commission for UNESCO, and I coordinate matters that relate to research, partnerships, resource mobilization. But for many years, for those of you who have interacted with me, I'm also substantively the Program Director in charge of social and human sciences at Kenya's National Commission for UNESCO, where we also coordinate matters that relate to social justice, ethics of AI, issues of gender, many issues that relate to social sciences, human rights, social development, intercultural dialogue, history and memory, sports, and many issues. For this meeting, we are really very honored to get all this support from UNESCO, UN Women, DX5, and all the partners that we work with. So ladies and gentlemen, say who you are, which organization or institution that you come from, and really what brings you here. What do you expect to get from this meeting at the end of the day? Yes. Quick, so then we spend around 15 minutes at most.
My name is Dr. Martina Mulwa. I am from the University of Nairobi. I'm presenting a paper on deepfakes and the world of technology, facilitated gender-based violence.
Thank you, Dr. Mulwa.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Catherine Karoki. I'm the CEO and Head of Partnerships at Mtoto News. We have a session in the afternoon with these amazing girls on how we engaging the next generation in AI.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kayla Wayeta, and I am part of the foundation of Mtoto News. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karen Mukoma. I am a child rights activist and a climate rights activist, as well as the youngest member of the National Council on the Administration of Justice in Kenya for Children. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Julie Wangari. I am pleased to be here. I'm a part of Mtoto News organization, and I'm hoping to learn a lot today. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Francisca Naimasia. I am 15 years old. I am a SDG champion and child advocate, and I'm with Mtoto News. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Let me join the Mtoto News wagon also. My name is Jennifer Kaberi. I work with these young ladies at Mtoto News. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Angela Ngaba. I'm in Equity Bank, and I'm hoping to learn a lot on technology and AI. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Helen Nganga from Equity Bank and in risk management. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lona Abaki. I work with the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO in ICT. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Elvira Omondi. I work for KALA, QHALA, for those who might be wondering the spelling of that. I'm here to represent my CEO, Shiko Gitau, who's currently in Rwanda getting ready for the Global AI Summit happening next week. I'm here with 3 other colleagues. I hope they'll be able to come in the room. I know they're maybe somewhere out there. But for KALA, I work as head of programs. My background is in science, agriculture, coming into this program management. So really a very great area because I'm really keen on AI, program management, project management interface. But of course, I know AI is here, AI is really evolving. So everybody, if possible, will have been in this room by now. And I'm really glad that I've seen people from different areas in life. So really also looking forward to networking with most of you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Omboy Karori, and I'll be the rapporteur for the meeting.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Werimo Kemoho, an entrepreneur in the catering industry. I'm here to learn more on how to incorporate AI in my business.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Janet Waweru, Director of Jane Enterprises Limited. I'm here to learn more about AI and women. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Florence Bona. I work for Kenswitch, and I'm happy to be here today to learn more about the applicability of AI.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Anita Mugambi from National Bank. I'm also here to learn more about AI. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning. I'm Dina Osoro from National Bank. I'm also here to learn more and appreciate AI.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Milka Manali from National Bank. I'm also here to learn AI and women.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lona Macau. Glad to be seated with the NBK team from KCB. Just here to to mystify the buzzword around AI.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jackie Njeri. I am here with my team from National Bank of Kenya. I'm interested to understand how AI plays in the gender equity, especially empowering women. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Angela Omboi Jenga. I'm from the Monarch Insurance. I'm the software developer, and I'm here to learn more about AI and how I can incorporate it in my coding.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Cynthia Mutinda, a lecturer from Kenyatta University. I'm here to learn. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Flora Schulten-Nordholt. I work on the ethics of AI at UNESCO. Very much looking forward to hearing what's happening on gender and AI here in the region.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Atulo Joe. I work at Mtoto News, working with children around technology and, as at now, children and AI. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Deborah Wambui Mwiga. I am with the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO. I'm glad to be here and very much excited for the sermon.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My
morning.
name is Sarah Achieng Ochanya. I'm from Kenya National Commission for UNESCO. I'm here to learn more about the women in AI.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Monedi Juma, and I'm from Kenya National Commission for UNESCO, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Grace Wayego. I work at EABL in engineering. Looking forward to an engaging session.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name
Good
is
morning.
Ivana Wafula. I am here representing All Saints Cathedral, probably the only religious institution here being represented. But I can assure you, we also want to embrace AI and see the difference it can make in our space. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name
morning.
is Jacqueline Jero. I work with Dr. Ngoto in the Social and Human Sciences at the National Commission for UNESCO. We are delighted that you're here, and I look forward to all the discussions of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Muridi Gishuru. I am a data analyst from Technical University of Kenya. I am just interested in everything to do with technology and data science in particular, and happy to learn about women in AI. Thank you.
Welcome.
Morning, everyone. I'm Juchagi
morning.
Birwa from Kenya Airways, and happy to be here.
Welcome.
Hi, everyone. I'm Janet Muller from the Aga Khan University. I am a database administrator interested in everything to do with AI.
Wonderful. Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
Yes. Welcome.
My name is Agnes Chengo from Kenya Methodist University, Nairobi campus. I am an e-learning specialist working at the Directorate of Virtual and Blended Learning.
Welcome.
God is good, and all the time. I'm Philomena Njambi from the Ministry of ICT, but currently working in the Office of the Attorney General. I'm glad to be associated with AI.
Welcome, madam.
Good morning, all.
Good morning.
My name is Margaret Oiremo, serving at the Ministry of ICT, but posted to the National Treasury. I'm here to learn, and most importantly, I want to find myself as a woman and where I converge with artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Welcome. Your PS is slotted to speak. If it does not show up, one of you will definitely take the slot, or could be the rep is here. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nikki, and I'm the CEO at Moringa School. We focus on technology, data, and AI skilling, and we're very supportive of women in all of those fields. And this afternoon, we'll be moderating a panel on empowering the next generation.
Welcome, madam.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Edith Malemba from Stima Circle. I'm a SOC analyst and IT security. And I'd like mostly to know how AI and security will collaborate in the future. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning. I'm Vivian Kisaka from Chasing Mavericks. Chasing Mavericks focuses on powering blockchain innovation across Africa. So I'm looking forward to how we can intersect AI and blockchain. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Sheila Waswa from Chasing Mavericks. I think the same as Vivian, looking at how AI intersects with blockchain. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning. My name is Lynette Ngosi, representing Kenya YMCA. I'm ready to learn more about AI.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alinda Ogembo from Postal Corporation of Kenya. Under ICT projects, I want to see how this AI is going to help our organization go to a higher level.
Welcome.
Morning, everyone. My name is Jean Karienye. I look after the digital portfolio for Credit Bank. I'm here to learn more about AI and see what impactful solutions we can create for the women in the
Thank
industry.
you. Welcome.
Morning, everyone. My name is Crystal Lisanda. I'm a youth consultant with UNICEF Kenya and MasterCard Foundation, and I'm also the Kenya chapter for Women in AI Governance. And I'm really here to learn how young women can be meaningfully engaged when it comes to AI. Thank you.
Welcome, madam.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Masi Mutana. I'm a Pan-African champion at the One campaign, which champions end of poverty and preventable diseases. And at the World Economic Forum, we did a session with Google about AI for good. And so for me, because women tend to be vulnerable persons and also much of the development space, most women are workers. So I want to see how AI can accelerate. At that particular side event, we were able to see how some of the global reports, because 190 countries to monitor is not easy, especially we monitor finance, development and climate finance. And so to see that something that could take our organization 7 months was now taking 7 minutes, I want to see how we can accelerate impact in our continent, which has much growth to do.
Welcome, madam.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Mwende from Judiciary or Judicial Service Commission. I'm an ICT officer in cybersecurity and AI. I'm here to learn more, network with your people, and know how we can incorporate AI in justice, because I know you are waiting for judiciary to handle your matters well.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hi. My name is Bella Kijera. I am an entrepreneur in the business consulting space. I am here to learn all I can about AI and how we can incorporate and leverage it, but also just to meet women who are on the forefront of tech and understand how we can work together.
Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Mary Wagura. I'm a software engineer, more specifically a backend engineer at Spesalink. So I'm here, well, in tech we have a running question. Will AI take my job? So what I'm looking forward to is to answer that question in regards of, instead of working with AI from a place of fear, I want to work with AI to make me a better engineer.
Thank you, madam. Welcome.
Hi, good morning. My name is Pauline Ilungu. I'm a software developer at Equity Bank, and I'm glad to be here.
Welcome.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
To the ladies in the house, hoye.
Oh, yeah.
It seems you didn't have a good breakfast. Hoye.
Oh, yeah.
It's our month. We have to celebrate and be happy within it. My name is Winnie Sergon, Head of ICT and Innovations at Boresha Sacco. Also, I represent Sacco IT Professionals, which is a collaborative association of all Sacco IT professionals, where we look at how we can use AI to accelerate business for the Saccos. And I'm glad to be among the 45 most influential women in digital transformation 2024, 2023, 2024. So you can check my story on page number 21. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Which page is that? Okay. In the magazine?
Yes.
Oh, beautiful. DX5 magazine. I hope you picked a copy. Yes.
Good morning. I'm Alice Murioki from Ministry of ICT and Digital Economy.
Oh, welcome, madam. You're representing the peers, I hope.
Good morning.
Yes.
My name is Maureen Onsongo. I'm a project manager in the ERP spaces. And today I'm keen to learn about AI and ethics around AI.
Thank you. Welcome.
Morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Elizabeth Amicha. I'm a consultant in social protection and digital health. So here to learn more about how AI can connect with marginalized and underserved communities.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome, madam.
Good morning, Dr. Maina Korir, a research fellow at iLab Africa, Strathmore University, interested today in the ethical issues when we talk about AI. So for instance, when we hear about judiciary and AI, of course, a number of questions come to mind for me. So I'd like to hear more about that discussion as well.
Beautiful. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Najma Omar from Premier Bank Kenya. I look forward to hearing the lineup. The agenda looks quite well thought out. So hopefully we'll get out from here with a lot of new perspectives on how AI can assist us in the banking industry.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Last but not least, unless somebody else was just walked.
The other 2 or 3 who have entered, you could not, yeah, okay, welcome.
My name is Veronica Nderito. I work for KTDA, that's Kenya Tea Development Agency, which is private, by the way. I think people think we are a parastatal. We make the best quality tea in the world.
Oh.
Yes.
I hope you came with a few packs for us.
No, I can bring for you some tea, quality tea. So I work in systems IT, security to be specific, and I'm already using AI. So what I found out, I was talking to a developer, and we found out that I normally deal with compliance and privacy. So I discovered that you can feed in like the AI strategy that was announced yesterday. You feed it into AI, it gives you a podcast. So there's a man and a woman discussing the whole thing, so you don't have to read the entire thing. And I found that quite interesting.
Oh,
so I'm
beautiful.
hoping to learn more about, in terms of AI, compliance and the privacy part of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who else? David.
Good morning. I'm David Onyango. I work for UNESCO. I have no background in technology, but I look forward to the discussions.
Thank you. Who else? I think there's a lady at the back who has just come in. We are introducing ourselves. And that will be the end. Whoever comes after that will not have the opportunity. It's already 10 o'clock, the way I'd said. I gave ourselves 15 minutes for introductions. Yes, madam. Could be, you say your name, which organization, and what brings you here.
Hello, everyone. I'm Inga Hyttinen. I'm with UN Women, and I'm working with Women, Peace and Security, so I'm looking forward to the conversations on tech and sexual and gender-based violence.
Kindly come to the front. You are from the UN Women. Please, there's a seat here for you.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Kiambi Jacqueline. I also work with UN Women. I think I'm looking forward to understand the conversation of where we can integrate gender, especially in the AI, and how we can also address the ongoing manosphere trend that is happening currently. So thank you.
Thank you. As the MC and also the representative of Kenya National Commission for UNESCO, allow me straight to bring the meeting to context. The theme for this meeting, or one-day engagement or workshop, is AI for all, accelerating gender equality, women and AI. This theme was deliberately selected. You can see that you've been invited deliberately by all these partners. UNESCO, that is UNESCO Regional Office for Eastern Africa, the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO, DX5, who are great partners, and UN Women. We decided deliberately to have this one-day engagement to discuss this topic because it is very important for sustainable development. As I said, I work for the Kenya's National Commission for UNESCO, and many people think we are a UN agency, others think we are an NGO, others think we are in the private sector. Kenya's National Commission for UNESCO is a government agency. We are domiciled in the Ministry of Education, State Department for Basic Education. But as you know, UNESCO deals with virtually all sectors, from education, the natural sciences, the social sciences, culture, and communication and information. Those are UNESCO areas of competence. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya joined UNESCO in 1964 as member state number 73. Since 1964, and I don't think we have people in the room who were born in 1964, no, could be, majority could be have retired, so they are not in government anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, since 1964, Kenya has remained a member state of UNESCO, and UNESCO's main focus is more of promoting peace, sustainable development, promotion of intercultural dialogue, intellectual collaboration in those 5 areas of UNESCO competence. In the Constitution of UNESCO, which was adopted by UNESCO founding fathers in 1945 after the Second World War, they deliberately put in that constitution a clause that states that all member states of UNESCO shall be obligated to establish national commissions for UNESCO. So if you go to all the 194, 93 member states of UNESCO, you will find a national commission for UNESCO. What is the work of a commission for UNESCO? It's basically to link UNESCO, which is a UN agency, and it is represented in this room by my brother, Hugh Ngata, and the government of Kenya. So we work very closely with various government ministries, agencies, and departments to promote UNESCO work in member states. For this case, Kenya. For us, we are Kenya's National Commission for UNESCO, and our boss is right here, the regional office for UNESCO that is represented here by the program specialist in charge of social and human sciences. So ladies and gentlemen, so that I don't take too long to link what we do to women and gender and AI, we are also privileged to have Madame Nyakundi, who coordinated the RAM, readiness assessment, AI readiness assessment for Kenya, and she's also in the room. She did a study, went around, collected data, and presented this data to government. And I'm glad in the strategy that was launched by the Honorable Minister yesterday at KICC, the Kenya's AI strategy, there is a whole chapter dedicated to the AI readiness assessment for Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, in the UNESCO 41st General Conference, I was privileged to be the president of the social and human sciences, but I don't like blowing my own trumpet. I could have wished the MC to be a lady, because this is a women and AI thing. But all my life, I have always supported women. I said, although the whole topic is women and AI, I can see we have very few men in this room. I accepted that let me just coordinate as MC. But majority, it is you women who will take the lead. You are the ones who know where the shoe pinches. So for me, I'll only facilitate. Because for a long time, I have been the program director, social and human sciences, at the Kenya's National Commission for UNESCO, and that is why I was privileged to be president of the Social and Human Sciences Commission at UNESCO's 41st General Conference held in Paris, where we gave the world the first ever UNESCO recommendation on ethics of AI. And that document has really transformed the AI landscape. And it informs quite a number of global instruments in this tech space. We are always interested in the social and social and human science sector on issues of inclusion, fighting discrimination, promoting equality and equity, and issues that relate to human rights, and that is why we have this Women and AI. Ladies and gentlemen, I was just about to introduce my colleague, and she introduced herself at the very back there, Madam Jacqueline Injeru. She has gone out. She introduced herself. She is the one who put together this meeting, and kindly please clap for her. But working closely with the UNESCO Regional Office, UN Women, and DX5. Please let's appreciate all these institutions for what they have done, promote this meeting technically and financially. So ladies and gentlemen, so that I don't preempt, I'm only the MC, I'm only facilitating. You are the women who are going to take the lead. So ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the program, if the program was shared with you, I am supposed to introduce my colleagues and also read the remarks of our Secretary General, Dr. James Njogu, who could have really wished to be here, but is away in another UNESCO activity in Mount Elgon, where we are having a transboundary biosphere reserve that cuts between Uganda and Kenya. So that's why even the Director UNESCO Regional Office is not here, but is heavily represented by Mr. Hugh Ngata. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to read the remarks of our Secretary General. So then, as I go back, I can still have my job. Because if it's told that I didn't read his remarks, it will not be good. Am I allowed to read that? Am I allowed to read the remarks, ladies and gentlemen? Yes. So these are the remarks from Dr. Njogu. It is a great honor to welcome you all to this critical forum, AI for All, accelerating gender equity, where we gather to address one of the most pressing challenges of our time, ensuring that the benefits of AI are equitably shared, particularly among women in Africa. AI is reshaping our societies and economies, with projections estimating its contribution to the global GDP to reach $15.7 trillion by 2030. However, as we embrace these transformative technologies, we must confront the reality that AI systems, if not carefully designed, are implemented, can perpetuate and even exacerbate existing gender inequalities. This forum comes at a time when Africa is rapidly adopting AI-driven solutions across various sectors: education, healthcare, agriculture, finance, and governance, and many more. You could see from the introductions in the room. Yet women remain underrepresented in AI research, development, and leadership. Currently, at a global scale, women account for only 30% of professionals in the tech space. And globally, just 22% of AI professionals are women. That's why we have this engagement, one-day engagement. This gender gap is not just a matter of fairness, it is an economic, social, and technological imperative that we must urgently address. At the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO, which we always refer to as NATCOM, so then you don't get confused, we recognize that AI must be developed and deployed in an ethical manner. It has to be inclusive, and it has to be transparent. Ladies and gentlemen, the UNESCO recommendation on ethics of AI, passed by the UNESCO General Conference in 2022, underscores the need to integrate gender equality as a fundamental and foundational principle in AI governance. This means ensuring that AI systems are free from bias, that women and marginalized groups are empowered through AI education and entrepreneurship, and that ethical considerations guide AI research and implementation. Our discussions today are rooted in Africa's broader digital transformation agenda, the African Union Digital Transformation Strategy, which runs from 2020 to the year 2030, which envisions an inclusive digital future, but this vision cannot be realized without addressing the systematic barriers that limit women's participation in artificial intelligence. Key among these challenges is access to education, digital literacy, economic opportunities, and representation in leadership roles. Without gender disaggregated data and African-led research, AI systems will continue to reflect biases that exclude and disadvantage women. We must together act collectively, that is government, and the government is here, the academia, all the universities that were here, and researchers from all the public and private sector, the private sector, which is represented here, civil society organizations. We must work out together to dismantle these barriers. We must invest in policies that promote gender-responsive AI, support women-led AI, startups, and ensure that AI applications in Africa and in Kenya serve all communities equitably. This forum provides a platform for us to exchange knowledge, share best practices, and craft actionable strategies that will ensure that AI serves as a tool for empowerment rather than exclusion. As we engage in today's discussions, ladies and gentlemen, I encourage us all to be bold in our ideas, to be collaborative in our approach, and unwaveringly commit to building an AI ecosystem that truly leaves no one behind. That is why we have the theme AI for all. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of artificial intelligence in Africa and in Kenya is being shaped today, and it's up to us to ensure that it is one where women are not only included, but are leading the way. Thank you, and I wish you all fruitful deliberations. These are remarks from Dr. James Njogu. Let's appreciate him, please. Let me, thank you. Let me now take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome the representative of UN Women before I welcome Mr. Hugh Ngata to talk to you. UN Women, please. Representative UN Women. UN Women, welcome. The microphone, please. Mic, please. Yes, good. You can come up here if you don't mind.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? So, first of all, this is an ambush.
No. This is, you see, you're one of our partners.
Definitely, we are always friends with
Women,
UNESCO.
anything women, you have to speak.
Yeah.
Yes.
For sure. So this has been an ambush. I did not prepare anything, but first I would like to pass our appreciation to Kenatcom and especially UNESCO, the regional office. We have worked together in terms of women and technology. I think it's a space that we need to interrogate. Why do we need to interrogate this space? I think if you have been following the media, then you have seen the current trending issue on manosphere. Manosphere is where we are having number of our men and boys being driven by online trends on misogynist and sexism. That is something that is currently happening. And I think you have seen how it has affected our men and boys and how they're responding in terms of, it's fueling the gender-based violence. So I think it's a space that we need to interrogate and see how we can also make it safe for our women and girls. And as UN Women, we are willing to work and partner with other agencies such as UNESCO and have these partnerships with Kenatcom to see how can we come up with strategies that address some of these issues. So I think I don't have much to say, but I look forward to also learning. This has been also a new space for us. So we look forward to learning, and also I look forward to networking with most of you and seeing what is it that we can do to work together to make this space a safe place for women and girls. Thank you.
Introduce yourself again, please.
Oh, I did introduce myself.
And what you do at the UN Women.
Thank you. So I had introduced myself previously. My name is Kiambi Jacqueline. I work with UN Women, Kenya Country Office, in the Strategic Planning and Coordination Unit. Mostly this is to build partnership with both women rights organizations, UN agencies, donors. So it's all about building and managing partnership. That is my role in UN Women. Thank you.
Let's appreciate Madam, please. Thank you, Madam. Oh, let me take this opportunity now to welcome my brother, Hugh Ngata, from UNESCO Regional Office for Eastern Africa. For a long, long time. I knew him long time ago. You can see, I don't know whether the camera makes me look young. I'm really old. I knew him long time ago in Paris when he used to coordinate many, many things. Now he's currently the regional coordinator for the social and human sciences. I don't know if the laptop, you don't need any connection.
No.
Hugh Ngata, I know you may not want to say what he does. Allow me to, in a modest way, introduce him properly. In UNESCO, there are 5 programs. As I said, education, the social and human sciences, natural sciences, culture and communication, and information. Within Africa, we have regional bureaus. There is the Regional Bureau for Eastern Africa, which coordinates 13 countries for this region, right from Djibouti all the way down to Madagascar. He's the boss for social and human sciences. He's our boss. He coordinates the social and human sciences, issues that relate to women. We want to hear his ideas. But I knew him long before he came to Africa. But there is another regional bureau in Dakar that is for Western Africa. There is another one in Southern Africa and Central Africa. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome my boss, my colleague, Mr. Hugh Ngata.
Thank you so very much, for giving me the floor. I see you secure your job, and you want me to be fired because I'm here representing my director, and you are blowing my trumpets, and it's not good. Yeah. And I realized that Joel is running away from calling my full name because it's complicated, and because AI cannot assist him in doing that. There is no large language model on my mother tongue, so I will say my full name, Ngandu Ngata Hugh, and I'm standing here on behalf of my director, Mrs. Louise Axtausen. I would have loved to be a woman on this particular podium, and actually I really planned that she will be the one delivering this message, but he has explained where his boss is. Mine is at the same place. So that is why you will suffer to listen to me. And maybe if you close your eyes, you will have the feeling that you are listening to a woman. So we are still good. Yeah. So let me go straight to the speech from my boss. Ladies and gentlemen, our discussion sits at the intersection of responsible and ethical AI and technology advancement and gender equality. It speaks to UNESCO's commitment to advancing the ethics of AI while upholding values and principles for inclusion, empowerment, and advancement of women and girls in the digital age, echoing well with our theme for this conversation, Acceleration, Action, Her Story, the Future of Artificial Intelligence. Joel provided some statistics. Let me add more from some global figures from UNESCO, which reveals that women and girls are 25% less likely than men to know how to leverage digital technology for basic purposes. It could be education, it could be health, it could be a different engagement in the society. As many engagement as the variety of intervention during your introduction, and some of these statistics speaks to the fact that maybe there should be more improvement in terms of number of women engaging. But looking at the whole and the number of women present, it seems to be already a kind of shift. Maybe we should redo the statistic at some point. Yeah, and maybe giving also additional statistic. There are the statistic also indicate that they are 4 times less likely to know how to program computers and 30 times less likely to file for an ICT patent. They also reveal that 20% of employees in technical roles in major machine learning companies are women, and that 12% of AI researchers globally are women, and even lesser are professional software developer, and that is represent only 6%. With gender equality as one of its global priorities, UNESCO is ensuring that women and girls have access to and fully participate in technological development, including frontier technologies that are free of gender bias. By pioneering, and Joel highlighted that, but maybe rectifying the date because you said 2022, but pioneering the 2021 recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence, UNESCO upholds global standards for responsible and human-centered AI governance, ensuring that AI technologies are developed and deployed in ways that are transparent and aligned with universal human rights. The recommendation makes a strong case for gender equality, recognizing both in its core values, the element of diversity of inclusion, as well as in its core principle, the aspect of fairness and non-discrimination. Indeed, AI systems are inherently shaped by the data used to train them, and when biased, the technology will only reinforce the biases. Besides, the underrepresentation of women and girls in technology design, development, and decision-making leads to gender gaps in access and benefits. This is why a standalone policy area number 6 is upheld in the recommendation, calling on member states to ensuring that digital technologies and AI fully maximize gender equality and at any stage of the AI system life cycle. That funding, gender-responsive scheme, digital policies and action plans, capacity building opportunities such as in STEM, ICT, and other areas are placed and accessible for supporting girls and women to make sure they are not left out of the digital economy powered by AI, for securing preparedness, employability, equal career development, and professional growth. The Africa Union Continental Strategy on AI, developed with the support of UNESCO, is also consistent with identifying risk posed by AI to African societies and reflecting particularly on women, girls, and the continent's rich diversity of language and cultures, and emphasize the need for empowering African women through AI for effectively harnessing untapped potential that can drive sustainable development across the continent. Beyond the above frameworks, spaces such as the East Africa Sub-Regional Forum on AI that was held last year in June, here in Nairobi, and others to come are opportunities for updating knowledge and sharing good practices while renewing commitment, such as through the Nairobi Statement and on AI and emerging technology, which included a call to action on gender equality. Practical tools, and Joel also alluded to the readiness assessment methodology on AI that UNESCO leads as a subset of the implementation of the recommendation I just mentioned, deserve to be mentioned with more than 60 exercises engaged globally right now, with more than 25 in Africa. And as Joel indicated, there was one for Kenya, which has been completed and launched last June, and the finding of which have really informed and shaped the content of the National AI Strategy for Kenya, which was launched yesterday at Kenyatta International Convention Center. And we are really lucky, privileged, and honored to have Diana, who has led that process, which is with us. And I think she will say more about that at some point because she's due to intervene later today. Let me conclude with UNESCO's Women for Ethical AI, a platform that leverages the knowledge, contribution, and network of leading artificial intelligence experts to advance gender equality. And that platform was also presented during the forum I mentioned last year. And maybe this is a call to the many women experts in AI as to the opportunity to be part of that global community and contribute your little bit in really advancing the different aspect of gender equality when it comes to conversation on this important space. UNESCO welcomes this engagement and values the collaboration built with CRO Africa and by DX5, the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO, UN Women, in its preparation, and we look forward to really a fruitful conversation that I have no doubt will be a very interesting contribution, and I'm happy that Kiambi was able to allude to the trending issues when it comes to technology-facilitated gender-based violence. And we are speaking at a period where conversation towards Beijing plus 30 is also coming up boldly. So how do we ensure that the conversation related to Beijing plus 30 and follow-up thereof also capture very boldly the conversation on AI and the trending, the negative trending of gender-based violence facilitated by technology, including AI. So we really look forward to the engagement, to the discussion, to the conversation, so that we put our mind together, we identify existing gaps, we glorify the positive things that are happening. I really love when the first bench here introduced themselves. I was like, we are on track. And we need to see more of this. We need to see those conversations happening not just one day, but every day. How do we ensure that every single one is an ambassador for promoting inclusion of different category of people, including women, persons with disabilities, in this important conversation? Because if harnessed properly, AI really has the potential to reduce some existing gap and discrepancies that we are facing. And we are the architect of making it effective or contributing to increasing the gaps. So the responsibility is for each and every one of us. We may have the feeling that we are not tech at all, but we have a say, we have a contribution to bring to the table. And yeah, so with these very few words, I want to thank you for your attention, and we look forward to an engaging conference.
Thank you.
Asante sana.
Thank you, my brother Yug Ngata Gandu. Let's appreciate him, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we have lost almost 1 hour, but I know the next speaker has saved us. And I invited my brother from DXO, CIO Africa, Hariare. Oh, this day could have really been bad. And it is good Hariare did not come. He will be represented by Madame Carol. Karibu sana Carol Odero. She's the head of content Africa, CIO Africa, who will also break the monotony, now that this is a women and AI, to introduce our keynote speaker, Ambassador Thigo. She's going to do two. Represent Hare, and then later introduce our keynote speaker, Ambassador Dr. Thigo, who is within the room. Karibu sana, you have those two hats. So then we try to recover the time that we have lost.
Morning, everyone. Thank you for showing up. I think when we did the introductions around the room, you basically felt welcome to the event. So these are my welcome remarks. Welcome. So I'd like to introduce His Excellency Ambassador Philip Thigo, who I want to thank for showing up. It's really great to have you here. He has quite an impressive CV. I don't think we have enough time to read it. So, but it is not good to have him come here without much ceremony. So he is the renowned technology and public policy expert and the special envoy for technology for Kenya and the founding director for Africa for the Thunderbird School for Global Management at the Arizona University. He is quite accomplished, has been named the most influential leader several times over, and he is currently curating the World Economic Forum, the African Union, and the Women Economic Empowerment and Financial Inclusion for Africa. He serves in multiple boards and roles, and is a founding steering committee member of the Coalition for Digital Environmental Sustainability. Leads the Power of Data initiative by the Global Partnership on... Should I read all of this? Just go to his page. If you Google him, you'll find all this information. Welcome, Ambassador Thigo.
Thanks, Carl. Good morning. I'm being told my time is up. I'm like you. It's a day of brief speeches. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Women's Month. Just thank you. I thought I'd get flowers. As you said, I try to be an ambassador sometimes. I've been given, if I can have whatever is supposed to go up there, a task of talking about women leading in AI, potential policies and opportunity. I'll try to make this very simple. I think, yeah, I have to check sometimes so that we know we're talking about the same thing. How many people know about AI? hata ile ingine ni sawa. Artificial insemination is okay, you know. Intelligence. Niliambiwa juzi na June hata ile ya Waire ni sawa. Hey hi, if you know the song. I think basically, as we know, AI is simply a machine simulating human functions, whether it's thinking, learning, and making decisions. I'll frame my presentation in kind of three parts. So there's the challenges, trends, challenges, and opportunities. And I think we know now, for example, that, and I'm sure I've heard from UNESCO, that technology is changing how we live, learn, work, communicate. It's also reshaping basically everything. In fact, every aspect of our lives. If you didn't know AI, I'll be shocked. It's been there for the last 67 years. Only that this kind of version or iteration of artificial intelligence is a little bit different because, as you've seen, it continues to accelerate and change very quickly. You can see even in 2011, we started seeing some accelerations to AlphaGo. From 2017, we stopped counting because it's just too many. And so, if AI is not new, what is the new part around artificial intelligence? And we know whatever is new is generative artificial intelligence. November 2022, with the advent of ChatGPT, is when now AI basically went global, as you said. The only difference of this type of artificial intelligence is because this is now a little bit machines able to regenerate new content, but also multiple contents, whether it's images, voice, videos, and so on and so forth. So for those of you who are familiar with ChatGPT and a lot of those things, this is basically kind of an iteration of that. But I think with this acceleration, we are seeing many changes, right? So we've seen a lot of uncertainties, and I think many of us are wondering whether a machine will replace us at some point. When I say machine, it's not Terminator, stop watching movies. It's very much around functions are being automated at a very fast pace. And so it means the mundane functions that you and I do will basically be outsourced to machines. And potentially we can focus on what requires other human capabilities and kind of our higher functions. But also we're seeing new risks, whether it's data privacy and security. But also I think for women, we're seeing a lot of problems around online safety, abuse, potentially because we're seeing also increased misinformation, disinformation, and depending on your context. In peace times, we're seeing a lot of bullying. During elections, kind of escalates. During conflicts, even goes even higher and worse. And so I think potentially we need to think about, yes, both the risks, but also the opportunity that this type of technology, generative AI, creates for women. We're also seeing exponential companies where we have few workers, but also, interesting enough, in this particular part of the world, if you didn't know this fact, is the only region in the world where we have more women entrepreneurs than men. How many entrepreneurs are in the room? I'm to define Ethiopia. How many people own businesses? You cannot be shy. If this was a men conference, hey, hata wangesimama, you know, be confident, do you own a business? Put your hand now. This is how you miss funding, eh? Because the men are very quick. Hata mimi, it's still a concept, but he has a business. Hata register, ukienda CR12, it doesn't exist. So that's how guys are, right? So, but again, I think to the last point, right? So part of the challenge with this technology is that we are seeing a lot of exclusion, and I think UNESCO has doubled down on ethics, but also issues around responsibility. And there lies in the issue around inequalities. So as much as moving very quickly, people are getting excited. For my unicorn, I like to see zebras and gazelles also, you know, but to the extent that as much as there's a lot of progress, there's also a lot of inequality. So it's sort of a weird sense. And then a widening gap, right? And so we need to think about how that looks at in data. So if you don't know sign language, I'm trying to look for the women and the men, right? So if you look at statistics, right, in terms of demography, this is just last month on Population Essentials. So the world right now, interesting enough, is that women are less than men. It's changed. What is happening? Women used to be more than men. Femicide, yes. Sasa unaona. Wanaume kwa room, hebu mujiangalie vizuri. But basically something is changing. In terms of population dynamics, women are becoming less than men. In terms of Kenya specific, in terms of connectivity, this is who we are right now. I think about 57 million, right? But when you come huku chini, kuna data year on change. We are seeing quite some activity online in terms of data. But in terms of use, right? As much as women are less, men still use internet more than you do. Sijui wanafanyia nini, but there's a 5%. But there's a 5%. There's a 5%. Men's conference, ebu tuonane nyuma ya tent. You tell us what you're doing online. But you clearly are using the internet more than women. But maybe this is what is happening, right? So Kenya, wanaume, nyinyi ndio mnapush your percentage. Kenyans are the most, do I need to explain it? Kenyans spend more time online than anybody else in the world. Yes. 4 hours and? 4 hours and what? 4 hours and? Hiyo number mweke kwa kichwa. 4 hours and what? The next one ni nani? Chile, hata ongei kizungu. You know, and they're still at 3 hours and 36. So in the continent, South Africa is 3 hours and 36 minutes. So you guys have 1 hour advantage over anybody else ndio kwa sababu mnatuangana online. Anyway, so the men now, I know you're the ones who are spending more time online. But it's important to note these figures, right? Na mnafanya nini huko online? Si nimewastaki sasa. Keeping in touch with who? Keep in touch with who? Feeling spare time. Muko na spare time. You know, so basically there's a, yeah. I'll leave the slides, don't worry. But it's for your reflection. Na tubadilishe hii tabia. Because we only start being serious at finding inspiration. What am I quote? I will leave it there. Let me go to the challenges, right? So those are the trends. Sorry, I mislabeled the slides. I think now we know why we need women in leadership around technology. Maybe we can flip the script a bit to ensure that we use technology in a way that makes sense. Because my understanding, when women go online, is absolute necessity. That you use technology more meaningfully in the way that either you drive business or how you create opportunity. Men, sisi ni tuko ma memes na ma hiyo story ingine. But I think, and you see it, right? Women lead technology better serves. When women lead technology better serves society. That's a fact. And so it means even if we go specifically at artificial intelligence, then we need women in technology more, because how you build it more nuanced in a way that it's functional and that it lacks bias but delivers and unlocks opportunity. But then before you do that, there's these 4 key areas, right? In terms of statistics, I think you need to keep in mind. One, there's serious underrepresentation of women in technology, especially emerging technologies, because only 30% of women are in the technology workforce. So the 70% wanaume tutaongea kando, and only 20%, right, of women are in AI-related studies. Of course, there's a leadership gap. Women are only 15% are women are in executive roles, in the African tech, and only 8% of them are CEOs, right? So of all the CEOs you have in the tech industry, only 8% are women. And total, only 15% of women form the executive roles, which is a problem. So we need to have a discussion around women in boards and women in organizations, because that's how you shape technology, how technology is built and informed. And it's important because things like generative artificial intelligence is built based on people's biases. There's nobody in Silicon Valley who does not understand where Kawangware is, who will build a model that has Kawangware. They don't know about it. And so if you do not necessarily get into this space, especially into the leadership, and also on the skills and capacity, then we'll have a problem. There's also a funding disparity, also because men hold a lot of the purse. We are seeing out of the total ventures, women only have access to about 5%. So the 95% are men. All the ventures you hear. So when you hear $386 million of venture that came into the region, you only got 5% of that as women. And there's a cost to that, right? Because if you bridge the gap, the continent's GDP goes up, for a fact. Which tells you, I don't know what we do with our money as men, but when women access this capital, it has a direct correlation with how countries do better economically. Feel free to stop me, I'm one of those guys. And so it's important, as I said, to be very clear around being not just as a user of these technologies, but part of the design and creation of it, because bias is a real issue in artificial intelligence, right? So, and we call it algorithmic, but it's basically just to say that the coding, how people build these technologies, are based on their thinking, their experience, and what inspires them. And so if we don't have women there, then it definitely will have a bias. I grade this because it's interesting that on facial recognition, right, it was found to be significantly less accurate for dark-skinned women, not even men. So it's that bias. So even in the bias, there's a bias. Do you understand my point? Yes. Even when you have bias against a race that is darker, women face an extra bias with algorithms, which tells you even at some point, maybe there are black men who are part of designing artificial intelligence, which means we need more women in that. And therefore, without women's input, these systems can unintentionally perpetuate discrimination. I'm making a case for you to get into AI and, and designing AI. But I think the opportunity also is to, even if it's a challenge, I also see it's an opportunity, is that the rules that were built for the previous industrial revolution doesn't matter. We have an opportunity for a reset. Because right now things are very non-linear. You think non-linear, men think linear. That's why you can multitask and some of us can't even task. And so, we need to figure out how to have an inclusive and collaborative mindset. I think the prospects for this are unending. And again, aptly said by a woman, Nobel Peace Laureate, that artificial intelligence is neither what? Turudie tena? Is neither artificial nor intelligent. So hiyo vitisho mnaambiwa hapa, don't be scared. At the end of the day, it is derivative of humans, human thinking, data produced by humans. And so you can intervene very quickly in this. It also means that out of these jobs that are going to be affected, you can quickly start to get into this space. Because we are going into a new dispensation, it means there's a window where women can start to get into these spaces and reduce the 5% that I mentioned, increase that venture into maybe a higher percentage, and get women more into these roles. So for me, I look at it as an opportunity, and how can women take that role? These are the core skills. I will not waste my time in this. I will share the slide. But to get into this space, we need to start finding ourselves in this, right? If you see yourself in this, please raise your hand. If you're doing it now. 20%, 20%, 80%. The 20, muko upande gani? Where are you? Muko hapa? Muko hapa, si ndio? Atoko social media? That's violence. Please don't be on this side. Tutavuka sakafu. Don't be on this side. Don't be a, don't be a postal service clerk. Bank tellers. Do you have a bank teller here? Don't be shy. Data entry, printing, admin, accounting. Lazima kuna accountant hapa. Kuna accountant, unaona. Utavuka. You can cross. Speak to Karo. Karo takusort. Basically, we need more of those guys. I'll leave the slide so you can have an idea of how you need to transition. We also need to empower women through policy. So you saw yesterday we launched the AI strategy for Kenya. it's one of the thinking, so we need to sort of figure out, and it's one of my jobs to figure out inclusive tech policies. We need to ensure that we fund and incentivize women entrepreneurs. We need to deliberately bridge the digital divide. Women start already at a disadvantage, just how patriarchy is. We may be here, so we never race equally. Men always have a head start, right? So we need to bridge that gap so that the race can be even. And then we need to figure out how we build educational and skilling programs from an early age. It shouldn't be you now trying to transition from accounting now to technology. It needs to be something that is ingrained and is there. I really focus on principles because I think we need to build common ground. And the ground has to be common. It cannot be uneven. And principles for me ensure that everything that we do creates an even space for everybody. And for me, the principles are basically around 5, and I'll explain them later. So part of the policy environment that already exists, as you said, Kenya yesterday just launched the AI strategy. We really mimicked or picked a lot of what we did at the Kenya AI strategy from the AU continental strategy. So I know some people work at the Pan-Africa level. And so at least on the continent, we are very, very clear around how we need to have inclusivity, which includes women, but also persons with disabilities. As part of the global ecosystem, Kenya was really very much at the center of the Global Digital Compact. And a lot of the inclusivity you see in this language very much came from us as a group that negotiated on behalf of the developing world. And the idea was that if you, at the UN level or the global level, ensure that there's a normative framework that has inclusivity, openness, and sustainability in its DNA, then it can cascade to the local level. The principles, as I said, and I'll leave them here, and you'll see this a lot on anything that we do within the country or abroad around these 5 broad areas. When you say safety, it's about safety of systems, but also in terms of, and systems that should not harm individuals, because women really are the ones who are always at the forefront of harm. Security, and we know this, we've seen hackings, a lot of things that happen. So how do we mitigate against adversarial threats? The notion of inclusivity means beyond equal access, we also want equal representation. Sustainability, we need to do all these things within planetary boundaries. And trustworthy, the systems need to engender public trust and democratic values. What do we need to do? I think we need to rethink our institutions, and that's what we've been talking about. So if you look at the policy posture, we've been saying is that because technology is moving very quickly, even the institutions themselves need to be agile. You cannot be building policy in the old way when it can be disrupted in the next 2 days, because technology is changing. This presentation can change tomorrow. I'm living with that fact today. And so you cannot have old policy institutions that are very linear and archaic. We also need to challenge patriarchy in the same model that it is. But we also need to have a new imagination, right? Where we're all co-creating this imagined future, because I think women bring a very different perspective when it comes to technology, and the data shows us, right? So how do we address these critical challenges? I think even in the context of artificial intelligence and policy, there's this one word of human oversight. I've had women oversight into it, because then it cannot be biased to women. We need more collaboration, which it's everybody. So beyond transdisciplinarity, we also need collaboration between women and men, because men currently or temporarily, in my view, hold power. Mukimbia raka mwanyanganye, power is taken. And then field building, I learned this from my team at the back there. You need to build the field to include more women. Is there anybody here working with women's groups beyond your organization? The percentage gets lower and lower. Build the field. So, nimeona, it's still 20%, 20, 30%. Niko kwa percentage. Because we need to, and that's my point. What are we doing to fix the future? The past is fine. The old statistics are telling us many things, but what can we do right now to begin to shift the needle to equalize, right? So part of it, as you're saying, is, again, let's figure out how to be very much leveraging on research, experiment more, women are better in design, whether it's human-centered design or life-centered design, and then discovery, and then doing a loop into this. Let me go quickly. I can see my timekeeper standing. I think as we end, we need to figure out, I skipped that on shared prosperity. I think I wanted to go individually. Hii mtasoma huko mbele. This last bit, I always end with this slide. It boils down to leadership, but also it boils down to self-leadership. That as much as I talked about the skills that are going to go, skills that are emerging, this does not change. You need to be a person who can take initiative. You need to be a lifelong learner. PhD is fine. But then if technology is changing very quickly, you need to be able to adapt and learn very quickly. You need to be an analytical thinker, a problem solver, because we have a lot of problems, but also that's where the business opportunity lies. You need to have a global mindset. Maneno local ni sawa, but think global. Otherwise, ask hotels and taxi people, they'll tell you what happened to them. They were just busy driving here, na kuna Uber ikatokea. And so this is basically what happens if you don't have a global mindset. Again, I'll just end up with that even when we talk about women in AI and inclusivity at the core, we need to focus on these things, that ultimately, if we build a safe, secure, inclusive, and trusted digital future, then I think we will live a better and healthier planet. Thank you very much. Asanteni.
You take a seat, Ambassador.
Oh, Jesus.
Sorry.
Kindly. Oh, I can listen to you the whole day. The good thing, he's going to leave the slides with us, so then you can read them during your free time. Balozi, please sit. Then we are going to listen to our sister, Diana Nyakundi, who did the AI readiness assessment. She has 10 minutes. Then once Diana has presented, I will request just 2-3 questions from the audience. We have lost a whole 1 hour, but I know we are going to recover the time. But then after Diana has spoken, 2-3 questions from the audience to the two of them. And then I request DX5, UNESCO Region Office, UN Women, Ministry of ICT to come in front. We take a group photo with the two speakers. Before tea break, I don't want to hurry you, but you understand. Yeah.
Hello, good morning, everybody. My name is Diana Nyakundi. I am an AI consultant at the UNESCO Regional Office. I work with Hugh, David there, but I'm also an AI researcher at Research ICT Africa. I don't think I'll go into my many hats because I have only 10 minutes, so I'll go straight into it. I've been tasked to speak about AI for social good. I think the lady from All Saints Cathedral would have been a great co-moderator, but I'll get into it. AI for social good, driving economic and social transformation. We launched the AI strategy yesterday, and some of the pillars that the country would intend to go to with regards to the use of AI are some of these that are listed. Education, healthcare, agriculture, but so there's a use of AI in education to offer personalized learning experiences. I think I'll also share all of this just for the sake of time. But other than this, very key sector areas that, always are talked about, education, healthcare, I wonder if there are any other sectors that we could possibly go into with regards to AI, whether we can develop our own sectors that we would like AI to go into. I know there's a lot of use of AI in the creative economy, social media, as has been said. Yes, I see someone waving there. I think it would be nice to hear what exactly you're doing. I don't know if there are any AI developers in the room, women AI developers in the room. Yay, it would be nice to know what you're doing. So there's the uses of AI in all of this, but I think the benefits of AI should be twofold, not just how Great. Yeah. So not just the uses and how it manifests in the sectors that we have, education, healthcare, but also in the development of it. So it would be nice to know the contributions of women in this. So the essentials for AI for social good, a lot of it has been touched on, the principles of it. So human intervention and oversight mechanisms, women in the loop, as was mentioned by Ambassador, inclusivity and representation of underrepresented groups. This is women, this is children, this is persons with disabilities. And he mentioned the intersectionality of discriminations that women face. So women, young women, black women, all those intersectionalities. Women who are Muslims, young girls, so all those intersectionalities coming together. There's a need to have women in the creation throughout the whole life cycle of AI. So in the design of it, in the development of it, in the production of it, how it's deployed. Like you mentioned, the use of technologies and the mobile phones are really less compared to how men use it. So if we're deploying these technologies just on the mobile phones and just on the internet, then how does that result to the less use of this AI technologies by women? Establishment of opt-out options. I think we are getting to a phase of reliance of AI, but then you may or may not want to use AI. For example, we're getting into agentic AI where you call a customer care service center and then you're referred to an AI agent. I don't know if there's anybody who's interacted with that. Or you are on a chatbot, you're trying to access some help and then you are referred to a chatbot. So there should be the option of opting out of that. I think that's something that a lot of these companies that are integrating AI and some of those who, I think I had a number of people mention that they want to see how AI can work for their businesses. But at the end of it, then there should be the opt-out options from these technologies. Transparency, again, is a key principle. We have the UNESCO recommendation on ethics of AI, and a lot of these principles are reflected on that document. So transparency, the ability to challenge, to question, and to probe the functionality of AI. But when we speak of transparency and the abilities to do that, then there's the question on whether we have the skills to do that. There's someone here from the judiciary that mentioned that they would like to know how to use and integrate AI. But then is there the knowledge of how AI then works, how to evaluate, how to see whether AI is a technology that should be used to solve that particular problem? The creation of accountable governance structures to determine human liability for AI actions. This has also been a great challenge in the AI governance and global governance conversations. Just how do you establish who is then liable when an autonomous vehicle hits someone? Who's liable? Is it the developer? Is it the deployer of that AI system? And such issues. And then lastly, impact assessment. Again, UNESCO has an ethical AI impact assessment tool that's looking to see what the possible harms of AI are in different sectors. So that's also a key consideration when you're deploying AI for social good. Regulatory considerations, I won't go deep into that. We have the laws and policies that had been touched on. And then redress mechanisms as well. Just back to the conversation on the judiciary. How do you offer redress in the case of harm? How do you mitigate before any harm is caused as a result of AI deployment? Public participation, just back to the conversation on the AI strategy that was launched yesterday. There's a lot of public participation that went into the process, not just within the Nairobi county, but all over the country, which was a great consultative process. Concerns for AI for social good. I'm about to, I think a lot of people mentioned they want to see how AI will transform, accelerate their businesses or the sectors that they are in. But then there are a lot of concerns when it comes to that. And one of them is the tech-facilitated gender-based violence. I won't go into that because I think there's a conversation on that later on. There's a potential of spread of misinformation and disinformation and all of that. I think these days when you see there's always been the phrase, you have to see it to believe it. But these days, when you see it, you really have to question it. You don't believe it at first, you know. So AI is also changing our perception of how we just view things and the credibility that has to go into the verification of what exactly we're seeing. There's a surveillance using AI technologies. Again, a lot of these technologies are deployed not for the best of reasons by governments. Don't think we have too much of that yet, but a lot of countries in the southern region have the deployment of AI for surveillance of their citizens. Won't go too much into that. And the colonization of AI. We, have seen the use of the internet for various reasons, but as we're doing that, then we are leaving our digital footprints, our data, to be used by these big tech companies to maximize the profit. But then the result of that is this, there's the extraction that is coming from that, just for their benefit. But then this data that they are extracting is not even used to our benefit, because, like has been mentioned earlier, all the discriminatory practices that are coming from that, etc. So some of these concerns for AI, again, I think it's important to note that AI is just the tool. So when we're thinking about the concerns of it, AI is just a reflection of the best and worst of humanity. It just depends on who is using it. So AI is just an expression of the problems that already exist within our societies. So it's not AI that is causing this. And then lastly, the AI snake oil. Again, the conversation of AI is here to transform our societies. So AI is being positioned as necessary for socioeconomic development, presenting an opportunity to leapfrog. I'm sure we've heard that word a lot. AI can leapfrog Africa, transform Africa, present Africa. Africa is going to be a global leader. But then we need to ground ourselves into reality of what really can happen and cannot happen. Sorry to burst your bubbles, but yes. One, there is the lack of evidence of really the benefits that can come from this. We're speaking about AI can, move our economies by however many trillions, but there's no economic attribution, at least within the African continent, that can be attributed because of AI. Then we have been able to move from X to Y. So research really needs to be done with regards to that evidence. Evidence of the risks as well. I guess these risks that we are currently talking about need to be documented. I think there needs to be some sort of database on, what risks are people seeing? Is it the discrimination for women? Are there any women in Kenya, in the region, in Africa, who have faced discrimination because of AI? There's an AI divide that has been touched on. These benefits are really being realized by countries in the West, the global North. So there's an even distribution of that AI is causing. But then there's also, just within our various countries, there's a divide between the rural and the urban areas. So these conversations that we are having, I think every time we have a meeting on AI, you end up seeing the same faces about 80% of the time. So just speaking amongst yourselves, yes, there's a need, there's a want to, spread these conversations, but they're still very much siloed. So that then raises a question for, when we speak about AI for social good, when we go to the grassroots communities and those groups in the rural areas, do they really know anything with AI? What is the kind of bridge that needs to happen what is the kind of effort that needs to happen to bridge that gap? And then lastly, Africa's readiness, I think was mentioned earlier. We have done a number of readiness assessment studies across the region, Kenya being one of them. And it's interesting to see that there are a lot of commonalities, but then there are a lot of commonalities in the challenges that we face and the ambitions that we would like to see from AI. So we definitely have low literacy levels, and not just with regards to the skills and digital literacy, but also the awareness of these technologies and the potential they have and the risk they pose. Yeah, so with the lack of awareness, then comes with lack of trust, then comes with low levels of adoption. So we have all these efforts to build infrastructure, to create talent, to provide data and all of that. But then there's no, once the AI is developed, then there's no any adoption that goes, because I remember there's a time I was unwell, then I wanted to, too unwell, so I was reaching out to an AI doctor and then had the conversation, and from the results I was just like, let me just look for a real doctor. And I work on AI every single day, so I can only imagine if my grandmother would really want to see an AI doctor. We have the infrastructural gaps as well, issues of electricity and all of that. I think the music has started, which is trying to show me that my time is done. And there's a lack of awareness, like I have mentioned. So lastly, I think it's important for us to know that AI is just a tool. It cannot be the sum total of change. We need to address our systematic issues. We need to address issues of literacy, issues of infrastructure before we decide that AI is a solution to all these challenges that we're facing as a continent. Thank you. I think I've really tried.
Thank you, Madam Diana. Please. Good. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate the two speakers, Ambassador Thigo and Madam Nyakundi. I said I will give the floor to 3 questions, burning questions. We'll also provide an opportunity to our online audience to ask a question. Our tech people, one of them can pick 1 or 2 questions for 2 speakers. Our keynote and our speaking slot speaker, AI for social good. Oh, she has introduced some new terminology. Snake oil, AI snake oil. I don't know. This one we need to get what it is. Balozi, I can listen to you the entire day. The beautiful presentation that you just gave. And I think I saw this percentage on Kenyans on social media. Is it good or bad? You know, it is. I don't know. So, ladies and gentlemen, who will go first? Question. There is. It's first come, first served. Madam, you say your name, which organization, and be specific. But the 2 speakers will speak to your question. Another one. Oh yes, at the very back there. I think you are. You said you're from Equity. Equity Bank? No, you will also introduce yourself. And the last one? Yeah, the 3 of you. I know Balozi is busy. Could be, I don't know whether Madam Diana, the UNESCO consultant, you will be with us the entire day. But this discussion continues. And our rapporteur will pick the salient issues and the recommendations that we'll give to Ambassador Thigo and the Ministry of ICT. Quick one, yeah. Okay, so then we don't take a lot of time. Oh, coffee is coming. Yes. Say who you are. Could be you can stand up for Balozi to see you.
Hi, my name is Karen Mukoma. I am a child rights activist and the youngest
rights activist. I don't know. It's on this side. I can't get you properly, but I hope the audience is getting it. Yes.
Okay, so my question was to Ambassador Thigo. He said that we should take the initiative to find, grab the opportunities, but there's no opportunities for us to grab. He said that we should go, we start our own businesses, but I read somewhere how many CEOs, how many famous people have not reach their full potential just because they've been stuck in the kitchen being told you should be seen, not heard, go wash dishes, go serve this one, go serve that one. So how are we supposed to grab the opportunities if the opportunities we're not even allowed to grab them?
Thank you. Let's appreciate the young girl. Thank you at the back there. Yeah. Good.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Irene Macau. I am a lawyer. My question is to Diana with regard to the AI colonialism. We have seen recently that the US was trying to ban TikTok but you see the same allegations of data protection and security infringements are happening in Kenya, and it was an issue at some point, but you see, because we do not have the power, like you see how the US was like, it's either you are there or we buy TikTok from ByteDance or you quit. As Kenya, I feel like we don't have that power to, tell TikTok, if you don't adhere to these regulations, quit, or, we can't buy you. We can't afford it. So I was like, what are we supposed to do? Because this data colonialism is being brought about issue of power divide and lack of infrastructure, and we can't do anything to these big tech companies. So what can we do? Because it seems even regulations cannot, help at that point. So yeah, that's my question.
Oh, good. And be short and brief and clear. Yes, thank you. Quick. Our tech team at the back, is there any question online worth being addressed by our panelists and speakers and keynote speaker? Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My other hats would be a youth representative at OGP in the civil society side, which is Open Government Partnership, his part, and a commercial model. And so mine will be two questions from a youth perspective.
You
One,
said OGP?
Open Government Partnership,
Yeah.
and data governance is one of the pillars.
Okay.
So my first question, because I'm a Gen Z, as we stand as our great dear tech envoy, are we at in terms of cybersecurity? Because I look at the inequality with other countries whereby in terms of data, I think it's the European zone whereby they would ask about a backdoor channel for certain sensitive sectors. Where are we at as Kenya in terms of the policy strides we've made, but are they really enough? And where do we stand? Are we at negative because AI can accelerate the risks while also helping to improve the cybersecurity, because a machine, of course, will work faster. I know someone in Europe, they could detect an attack within 1 minute and it self-resolves in 2 minutes. So by the time he's waking up and making a call, the thing is already resolved. Are we there yet as Kenya, especially considering we are moving, I don't know how many 25,000 services online? So that's the concern in terms of governance. Okay. Now, to the youth side of the creative, AI is not a person. So where do their rights and profit? If I come up with a song from AI, and so where will we classify AI? Is it a tool? Will it be a person? Will it have a persona? It's liabilities. Companies have liabilities. Will AI then have it? Will we find them? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a question worth, bringing to our keynote speaker from online? No question. Now that there is no question from online audience, and let me give Madam. Could we introduce yourself and ask the question?
Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
And gentlemen in the house. My name is Deborah Mutungi. I am the Group IT Manager at Sarova Hotels. My question or concern goes to the ambassador. I would want you to talk just a bit about the attack on DEI from the powers that be. How do we see that affecting the acceleration that we are talking about for women in the next 4 years or so?
Oh, thank you. I think those questions are adequate for the special envoy and our consultant from UNESCO. But let me ask, did you allow me to moderate this session? Did you allow me to be the MC for a Women and AI? Let me say by a vote, so that before how many have accepted that I do it? Oh, good. At least, Balozi, please come.
Amechoma, si ndio? Umechoma. From Karen, the child rights activist. Jennifer, this is your protege, right? I'm the chair of Mtoto News, so don't worry. I think there's a couple of things, and I think as young women, I always say this, and I gave the statistic, right? There are more women entrepreneurs in this region than men, and there's a reason why I say that. It means women are entrepreneurs, but they're not necessarily the owners of the businesses. So that's always the challenge with women, that women are afraid of leadership. I have colleagues behind there. We are working also on a project on cooperatives, and you don't even find women in the cooperative boards. So I'm throwing that to you, that you have to really begin to take leadership seriously. And if you see my thread of the presentation, I focused on leadership because it starts and ends with leadership. And this glass ceiling story, that ceiling doesn't exist. It's created so you think there's a glass ceiling that you have to break, and all of a sudden you start to celebrate when you break the ceiling. I think the opportunities are there, if you ask me. Only that women let the men take leadership. When I started my career, we were selected, two of us, a young woman and a young man, and I could see how we could get into spaces as men and how the women would always be like, no, I'm shy, I cannot talk. So I think that there has to be that element of capability and capacity, but also there has to be an element of mentorship. Because, and this is a little bit indicting, that my career path has been led, grown, mentored by women. And I did not see the same women mentoring the women around me. So that's something you also have to think about, that women need to mentor women. And so I think for me, those are the two pieces. You can never get into these spaces alone. Somebody needs to hold your hand to get into the door. And so there's a you might attend conversation that women have to have. And it's a serious one, and I'm telling you the truth. All markers of my journey, honestly, have been women. I'll touch on Irene's, because I know Irene will answer this, because it touched on geopolitics. That's kind of my area also. And the fact is that technology is not neutral. And the more advanced it's getting, the more it's aligned to certain geopolitics, right? So you've seen the East-West. Europe is trying to be the center. And so we have to be very aware. And as I said, AI is not neutral. It has biases. Chances that if you look at DeepSeek has nuances and biases that are Eastern. If you look at ChatGPT, has nuances, biases that are Western. And so we have to be very much clear that where are we as a continent, in the sense that these technologies work for us. The Gen Z from OGP, you didn't say your name. Yes, I lead the Open Government Partnership in Kenya. And part of the two questions you've asked, I think, for me, are interrelated. Right? So one, of course, cybersecurity is again, an evolving field. The only thing I can say is that our policy posture is correct. We have the policies to respond to that. We have the bodies that does that, whether it's KSAT or NC4. They actually exist. It has to be continuous upgrading, but also collaboration. And between, I'm sure, the Minister of ICT, Communication Authority, and my colleague, Monica Juma, who's the National Security Advisor, we really work together to ensure that our cybersecurity posture is up to date. But it is changing. I could tell you now that my worry is not even AI, my worry is quantum, right? Because quantum is another level of technology, and that we need to build our capacity for that. So we just, as I said, we need to be anticipate. You cannot no longer regulate or legislate or govern in retrospect. You must anticipate what is coming, and I think we are doing that, including Parliament, between Honorable KJ, who's the chair of the ICT committee in Parliament. We are thinking of even a committee of the future that we start to work on that. So Kenya, I think, is one of the countries that does that better. In terms of young people on rights and diabetes, I think this is a question that has always been there from 2017, 2018, when we started having self-driving cars, right? So if you're knocked by a self-driving car today, who do you ask? And imagine a self-driving car knocking a car with a driver. Mutaona na kando. So these are the challenges that we're seeing around technology, and the regulations and legislations are evolving. Deborah, to your point on DEI, that is a very specific policy posture by a certain country. It is not globally. Even in that country, we are seeing diverse views. We are seeing repercussions. If you look at what is happening to Target versus Costco, you can actually see that. So I think it is it is not normative. It's sort of a decision that a country has decided to take. It doesn't have global repercussions. I think the global repercussions will come into the collaboration. If you had a collaborative agreement with that country and they decide whatever you're doing falls under DEI, then that prospect goes. But I think Kenya will always be guided by inclusivity. Our constitution is very clear. Our engagement at the United Nations around the SDGs is very much around diversity, inclusivity, and equity. And so I do not think, and I will confirm that's not something you have to worry about. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate Balozi. Oh, Madam Diana, could be 2-3 minutes. I don't know, could be you can talk from there to save on time. Yes. Mike, please.
Yeah, it works. Yeah, I'll just answer the question on the accountability for the tech giants. I can start by giving you the correct answer, which is you said you're a lawyer. I'm a lawyer as well, and we have a couple of cases that we have joined in as amicus to hold tech giants accountable. I'm sure you know about the case on Summer Source and the labor rights issues. So those are some of the things that can happen, actually litigating against these tech giants, and that's something that I think I would urge all lawyers to do. I think lawyers are confined on whether AI will take our jobs and all of that, but that's a field that you can actually get into, litigate against these issues. But there's also data governance issues that are really coming into play, and there's an awareness of that, where countries are creating policies against cross-border data flows, data sovereignty, protecting their data and all of that. So that's the right answer. But then in practicality, we're actually not invited. Let me not say not invited, but we are still have low numbers in participation on these conversations. As women, as Black people and all of that, our voices are not heard in this conversation, and that's why we then feel like we don't have the power to hold accountable these organizations. So there's also the need to have our voices heard. There's also the need to participate. There's the need to hold this assertion when we're creating our policies and our strategies. I think we're still far from that. I think we're still shying away. And that's also because of how these policies are coming into play, who's behind them, who's funding these policies. So there's need to really assert our position and our dominance in our strategies. I'll quickly answer the question on liability. There's the technical governance of AI, and that's really trying to establish and understand the AI value chain, from the development, from the collection of data, who's doing that. Do we hold them accountable? Is it the designers? Is it how it's deployed? So there needs to be an understanding of that value chain, and then you can then assess and then give liability to that. I think that's still something that governance is grappling with, but I think there's the need to not just, when we're creating policies, not the need to just, stipulate these policies without really thinking about how they will be implemented. So the implementation of it is very key, and understanding of how all these players come into play when we're creating AI technologies. Yeah.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Madam Diana, please. So let me guide on the group photo. Ambassador Balozi Philip Thigo will come, UNESCO representative, UN Women representative, the representative of the PS ICT, please come forward and for the photo. Then we have the planning team that put this together, Jacqueline Njeru and Gladwell and Madam Caro Dero from DX5. Please come in front as before we break for coffee. Please, Balozi. This photo is very important for us. ICT, PS representative, Ministry of ICT, please. I will arrange you, on this side of Balozi. Please, Madam Diana, please come. UN Women, ICT Ministry, Jacqueline Njeru and Claudwell. Please come. This photo is very good for us. Please, please. It's a permanent record. Yeah. Jacqueline. Yeah. Balozi, it is good to be close to Balozi, and so then he takes this to the government and the president. So then we see what to do. And by the way, women without men, for those of you who didn't vote for me, without men support, you can't succeed. And without women supporting men, we can't succeed. That's why we must work together. Yeah. We are here to support you. Thank you. Thank you. This is a good statement that you can't succeed alone. Asante sana. Balozi sikuchoma sasa. Umekubali sikuchoma. Thank you. So what we are going to do, you've seen we have lost 1 hour. We are going to have a bite outside. Could be, let me give you 10 minutes. When you hear me ring the bell, please come back with your coffee and your bite. Please. Why can't you clap for me? Oh, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. When I look at the room, I see like we have about 3/4 of the audience within the room, or could be 2/3. So we can now start. Let me take this opportunity to introduce Madame Deborah Mutungi. She's the Group IT at Sarova Hotels. Oh, she has 15 years of experience in technology and leadership. Oh, this lady was recognized as DX Nova Woman of the Year 2024. She's a global champion, World CIO 200. She has a lot of experience, 15 years. Oh, for me, I think I have more than this. Deborah excels in systems integration, analysis, and database development. Mine is not 30 years in IT. She's much better. It's these areas that I was talking about in the morning. Could be women, gender, human rights, those things. She's going to be the moderator. Kindly join me to welcome Madame Deborah Mutungi. There she is on the stage. I think she will also now introduce the other two panelists. She has 30 minutes, but if she can save us some few minutes, we'll be very happy. Madame Deborah, karibu sana.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. It's a good day, and I think we've been given the statistics, but now it's about time we hear about the ladies who are in it, who are already accelerating the action, and who have done it. So we need to just have a discussion around accelerating the action, pioneers in action, from technical skills to strategic leadership. Now, with the numbers that we have had, then it's paramount that we know how people are doing it. And now, I'd like to welcome on stage my panelists, very distinguished ladies. The first panelist is a lady who has passion about sensitizing, educating, and empowering Africa through AI education from a basic perspective. Her organization, Tech Mindset Africa, focuses on creating AI education that addresses Africa's economic challenges with the objective of empowering the entire continent. The entire continent is the keyword. Through Tech Mindset Africa, she has and continues to make a positive impact on the lives of many young people in Africa. Her vision is to see AI transform the entire economic landscape of Africa. Big vision. Now, the most interesting part is last week I had an opportunity to listen to her moderate a session, and I was in awe. So this will be a case of moderating, my ultimate moderating icon and model. Welcome on stage, Joanne. My second panelist, again, a very phenomenal lady who is committed to applying academic learning in practical contexts. She has experience in research, work, and has participated in many academic conferences. Her academic interest revolves around public policy, research, governance, gender, and AI in academia. She's a lecturer at Kenyatta University, Department of Public Policy and Administration. And no, she's not settling for less. Her long-term goal is to fully utilize her competencies and experience to improve livelihoods as an international public policy academia, research and advisor. Welcome on stage, Cynthia Mutinda. Thank you, ladies, and thank you for the work you're doing in the industry. Now, to start us off with this conversation, it is good to build context, just to understand where have we come from, the journey that has been. Of course, we start from a technical person, being the fundi, as it is called, cables, carrying computers, and then to the beautiful ladies and executive ladies that you've become. Joanne, coming to you. We are all eager to hear your journey. However, your past is equally vital in helping us connect the dots. Could you share us your story from your being a technical person to the current position that you're in right now? Yeah.
Wow. My journey has been interesting before tech mindset. My background is finance, and also I have 2 MBAs in strategic management and marketing. Now, these backgrounds are not to impress, but just to show where I came from. The skills that I have had before tech mindset were skills of survival. For the past, before 2020, 9 years back, I was a hustler. I did everything and focused on nothing. I was trying to gain skills to be able to make sense in the world, and that was my life before. And I did what I had to do. As a matter of fact, just to prove that, I remember I got my first MBA without a job, without anything, but that was my point where I needed to do something. I got my first child. When I was 9 months expectant, I graduated with my first MBA. I literally, not 8.5 months, not 7 months, 1 week before I graduated with my MBA. Moving forward, my second child was another transition. This was a transition of life or not. It was a transition where I make this decision, Father, we are coming now, or we are moving forward while here on earth. So with that particular background, it was a background of learning, it was a background of teaching, and it was a background of lessons. Now, that was before tech mindset. Fast forward, 2019, 2020. What I do when I get into a particular situation, I read a lot. And that particular time, I just grabbed a book. I didn't have to understand anything. I just wanted to figure things out. And in that book, I remember was a book by Alec Ross, The Future of Technologies. And that is when I was reading about different technologies, IoT, blockchain. I didn't care. I was saying, now what is this nonsense? But I got to artificial intelligence at the middle of the chapter and its implication and its impact. And that is where Tech Mindset was born.
Awesome. Hearing that story just reminds us that you can have that balance. Being a mother, having your children, and having the survival skills, but I will come back to that later. Let's go to you, Cynthia. At what point did you realize there was a gap between academia and technology? And how was that journey from being a technical person now going into academia and really focusing on technology?
Thank you. Thank you. My career path has been that of an administrator, graduating with bachelor's in public administration and joining the field as a public administrator with the national government, and later joining the city county of Nairobi, equally as an administrator. Basically, the work was on policy analysis at the very lower level, that is data collection and formulation of the policies at the very lower level, as I put it, and implementation of the same. And then within this, that is where I realized policy, we can either win it at the point of formulation or we miss it. Because if we do not identify the problems very well, then we will make policies that will not fit to solve the problems. Then I realized, what if I join academia, that I can stop working on policies that I feel when we collect the data, we identify the problems, the final formulation of these policies is not giving us what is implementable. What if I join academia and I shape the minds, because the minds of the policy makers at that level, such that we can be able to merge the theories with the practice, and as we release the students out there, they can be able to go through the policy cycle knowing that this is the problem and these are the solutions that we want, will be able to fit within such problems. So that is how now I shifted my attention from administration into academia. I serve in Kenyatta University, where I am equally in charge of our department, curricular development and review, and also quality management assurance. And that gives me the opportunity to ensure that within the curriculum, within the units and the courses that we are undertaking, we are able to incorporate even AI units that can be able to assist us more so when it comes to time management and shortening of time in terms of our research and also management of the same and the policy cycle. Thank you.
Awesome. So these are the people we are preparing for the future. These are the academians that are going into the market. Joanne, having done the startup, and I like your epiphany moment, like your aha moments that made you go into AI. Just talk us through your early days of your startup. How was that like? How did it become tech mindset Africa and not Kenya? How was that journey? Take us through that.
Thank you. It's indeed an interesting journey. So here's the thing. When I got into now reading about AI, I went back and started the chapter again. And then I went back and asked myself, this is in 2019. No one knows about this. I even forgot about my problems. And then I went online. That time, the only social media, and please don't judge my age, social media was only Facebook, right? So I went online and started checking where can I learn about artificial intelligence from a non-technical perspective? Because remember, my background was in finance. And I did not get any institution that there were data science, machine learning, and I said, no, that's not what I want. I want AI from a non-technical perspective because I have seen how it works. And I got into an online course by deep learning. For those who know about deep learning, Andrew Ng, and then I got into, and the reasons I was doing this is because my introvert self went online on Facebook, the only social media, and I asked everyone, how many people want to understand artificial intelligence from a non-technical perspective? So this was December, and for lack of a better word, I just thought the people now who registered for that, with that interest, were idle for, you know, the closed schools, you're there, you want to know something. And I said the real feedback that I'm going to get is when I ask the same question, first week of January, people are taking, you know, their children back to school, people are going to work, you're struggling with budgets. If you register for this, then you are up to the task. You want to understand artificial intelligence from a non-technical perspective. So December, I had 35 registrants. I said, okay, these people, I might not see them in January. So I said, let me put it second week of January, but first week, I use the same mechanism. Believe it or not, we had 53 registrations on top of that. And that's when now I started asking myself, oh my God, I don't have a company. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? 1 month to my delivery, I went ahead and registered a company called Intelligence Business. And 1 week later, I had a private phone call. And the call came through and was they actually were interrogating me and asking me, what intelligence do you want from Kenya? What do you intend to do? Which company are you working from? And I told them, hey, it's never that serious. Let me just change and let me just, please just give me, I am not interrogating or investigating anyone. So that's how Tech Mindset Africa was born. And that has been the instrument where we have been able to educate Africa. And we have a presence right now in both Kenya and Nigeria, but we've educated over 6 countries around the world, and we're still growing strong. So that is where Tech Mindset came from.
Interesting. That tells us it's never easy. You have to go the miles and miles and cover every stone to get where you need to be. Thank you, Joan. That is such an inspiring story. And I'll be back to you on the beat of the challenges, but let's get to Mutinda. And we would like to hear your winning strategy approach to integrating technology solutions to academia. What is that thing that you put? Because we know the generation that is here right now really understands and embraces technology, but what is that extra winning thing that you put in for your teams, your students?
Thank you. So basically, from the technical knowledge from the field, it's been easy to merge theory equally with the practice, and with ensuring that when we are making decisions, also in the department on curricular delivery, we are able to make decisions which are data-driven. For instance, we are able to involve the students and ensure what exactly is the best thing that they need. For instance, right now, what we are doing, other than having the 3 hours per week physical classes, we have integrated such that we are having 1 hour. This is a pilot case whereby we want to know, can we have undergraduate students on online classes, and can we be able to manage them and get the quality curricula being delivered within the online platform? Other than what was pushed during the COVID-19, you tend to realize that the universities are still kind of within that traditional thinking, having that traditional thinking that physical classes, interactions is the best way to go. So now what we are doing, we are having a pilot whereby we are doing 1 hour online every week with the students to ensure, to look at it and find out, are we in a position to have full online classes for the undergraduates? For the postgraduates, what we are having a blended. As students join in most of our masters in public policy, it is purely blended such that we know on particular days this is purely online, or we have pure online students, and this has really helped even in increasing the number of the students that we are having at this particular time. Yeah.
Just before I go back to Joan, I would want to know, are you seeing any gender disparities in your classes, and how are you able to bridge that gap? Is there any space for you to talk through, to bring the women to the field, as we've been told by Ambassador? How is that looking for you in the academic field?
Thank you. So basically what we are seeing with the gender is there is still a bias when it comes to selections of units and also selection of courses for the women. But what we are having, we have the gender policy within the university, whereby we cater for female students, more so in the STEM sector with scholarships. And in the other categories, I'll talk of our department, we have internships programs for all the students, third year students. So what we do more so for the female students, we ensure that they have mentors within the department. So we are able to work with them. We are able to cater for their personal development in terms of some of them who are having personal issues, some of them are caregivers, others are having very personal issues, because gender is more of a systemic issue. It is not an issue that can really be addressed within a day. So we are able to work with them and be able to address these structural issues. For instance, sometimes we have students, because we release them for the internships, we have students who are not in a position to secure the intern positions. So we are able to work with them and ensure that we secure the intern positions for them and get them mentors within the organizations where we place them for these internships. And in that way, we are encouraging these now female students more so to be able to work and learn from these mentors even in the long run.
Yeah. Beautiful. You've brought in the aspect of mentorship, and that is where I want you, Joan, to come in. During your journey, you definitely had challenges. Of course, we are already hearing the challenges that have been through your journey. Did you have any mentors? How did you scale your challenges? What was the hardest thing? Did you have any other gender, men, pressing you down or trying to tell you that it can't be done by a woman? How did you navigate that?
Challenges. How much time you got?
Well, with Joel, we only have a few minutes.
No, I'm going to focus on two.
Okay.
All right. There has been tremendous challenges across my journey. But here's the thing. That particular point where I left, I had 83 people to educate and talk to about a subject I was still learning. That was challenge number one. Where do I start? Whom do I get? I can't do this alone. And ladies, and this is specifically to ladies, when you get into the ocean, get into the ocean and learn how to swim while you're inside it, not outside. And that was my journey. I had to go back immediately and start learning on ground. What am I teaching tomorrow? I go on, register, get my books, get my statements, get my quizzes, get my thesis, and so on and so forth. Go back and learn. And then it's very important to have very strong support system. Without a support system, it doesn't matter what you do. When you fall, you don't have a person to fall back to. So for me, I still have a support system today, for me it was very important. My children were my support system. They were the reason where I said I had nothing to lose. So I went forward, and this brings me to a very, very simple story. Is one of our endeavors when I was talking about AI. Now that's when I was educating and talking to people through social media. It was the COVID time. We had an extravaganza where we were inviting people to get to understand how you can implement AI for businesses. And we had registrations. You know how many people joined? 300 people joined online. Now, here's the thing. When I went about talking about it, one particular person, in the middle of my conversation, they stopped me and asked me a question. Good, I answered because I was learning about something. And when I answered, they again raised a voice and said, no, I don't think you've answered it the way I want. This is what I'm asking. Now, taking that self-doubt, I started second-guessing myself and asking, what am I talking? I thought this is what I know. And I answered it the best that I knew how then. They asked the third time and say, don't you think this and this and this? And from there, my knowledge went from top to zero. Now, just to prove this, out of the 300, I know all of you know about lefting in groups. Then there was no WhatsApp groups. It was Zoom lefting. Living. I was seeing the numbers going down. At the end, almost at the end of my conversation, still struggling to convince people that AI can be understood from a non-technical perspective, we were left only 2 people. And one of them was me. The other one was the Zoom manager. All right? That is how bad it was. I lost so much confidence because the people who were looking up to me, this is 2020, all of a sudden lost trust in me. Now, there were 2 decisions, give it up or move forward. So the only thing is I took at least 2 weeks, 3 weeks off without saying anything on social media. I went back and registered with the Wharton School of Business, where they were launching their first cohort of AI for businesses in the world globally. And I did that, and I came back stronger. And that is how, for no reason, and I believed that there's nothing in this world that would not challenge me and deal with it, head on. Because of what I went through, I knew these are the challenges that are going to be larger the more I get exposed. So those have been my lessons, and those have been my challenge. And what I usually advise people is, whatever you do, don't try and put your foot in water just to test if it's cold or not. Go inside with your whole body and work backwards.
Interesting. At this point, I want to ask you, did you get any unconventional advice at this point that made you feel like, this is not working for me? What is the most unconventional advice did you get from all those mentors, all that support system that you had that made you feel different?
Absolutely. So during the journey, I had coaches that were from Google, Microsoft, and I was not paying them because there was no business structure. We were offering AI lessons for free so that we can test the market. They kept on telling me, Joanne, unless this is done by Google, unless this is done by and all respect to these big companies, they exist at their own merit. Unless you do that, you are not going to gain tractions. Who are you, Joanne? Who are you in the AI space? The large companies are going to take over and are going to educate. And I said, you know what? I know as Africans, we need to sit at the table and get to make the same decisions that are making you say that. The only way to do that is to take it globally and make sure that we advertise not only in Kenya, but Africa as well. As a matter of fact, now I say, I don't want negative energy. I've had negative energy in my life. Let's do this with new people. If your space is uncomfortable, change your situation. Make the decisions. So what we did generally is to make sure that I do not have, for any challenge that was coming as a blocker, I made sure that I digressed. I did not disrespect anyone. I did not condescend anyone. What I did, I just worked it differently with different set of people with the right energy. And that is how the people in my journey up to today, and I'm talking about people who have lifted me up to this particular point, including Carol, who has believed in me from the onset. Sometimes I listen to her and ask, are you sure it's me that you want me to do? But these are the support systems that I'm talking about. For every 5 people you meet, there'll always be 4 people who tell you you cannot do it. Believe in just that one who remains.
Awesome. Surf the waves. I think that is the thing. Back to you, Mutinda, Cynthia. One of the things that, of course, Joanne is talking about is the energy that she has put into AI. How do you see that AI that we are building affecting or influencing the academic sector? How are you seeing it making academia much more palatable in a good way? How are you now blending in the policies in a way that we are just not getting out of school people who are half-baked, but fully prepared for the job market?
All right, thank you. So I'm looking at multi-sectoral collaborations in the university, whereby we are able to link these students with international organizations where they can be able to equally learn and also have practice as they continue to learn. Like right now, we have students whom we've sent out to Agari. These are female students, so that they can be able to interact and also collaborate and get to learn the new technologies and also the practice out there. We're also working with institutions like APAM. APAM, this is the Organization for Public Administrators and Managers, in improving our curriculum. We're also working with the International Public Policy Association to equally improve our curriculum. I've said we are reviewing the curriculum. So at the end of the day, what we want to see is to get out students out there who can be able not only to improve governance in Kenya, but to be able to work globally. So what we're doing is we understand these tools, most so for academia. For us, we are not developers, but we are users. And we are allowing the students right now, it's not about previously where I would say they cannot consult like ChatGPT for their assignments and such. We are allowing, but then we are insisting on, let us have ownership, let us discuss, let's have critical minds where we can be able to interrogate and come out at the end of it all with your own creativity and also innovation, and be able to scale it out even in the greater governance and also policy process. Yes.
Awesome. I like the fact that you've brought in the idea of collaborations. And I want to go back to Joanne because I have seen, you need to see Joanne's profile on LinkedIn. She has collaborated with quite a number of organizations, including Konza Technopolis. And I want her to bring that out in terms of you building a team that you can work with. And you're very passionate about talent development and bringing out the right people to the market and just training people to be ready for the market. How is that? How do you get to choose? How do you realize that someone is now ready to be able to given a task? And more so in doing AI models. fact that if you realized you're the brightest in a team, please exit and form another WhatsApp group. It's your cue to leave. Now, back to you, Cynthia, and what are your aspirations for impacting public policy on a global scale, and how do you plan to utilize your leadership and academia influence?
Thank you. This would also be my parting shot. We are looking at the statistics, and you realize that women are not represented in most of the tables. And personally, I would say it's not about the presentation that really worries me. What worries me is when we get these women into representation, are they women of integrity? Do we have integrity there? Do we have, I would also ask the question of, do we have what voices or who are they representing? That is my greatest desire, that I would see presentation of women filling in these numbers, not just for the sake of being a woman, but for the sake of having the voice to represent the young women and the other women. And at the global scale, I'm looking at having, if we can be able to have these women mentored, for instance, the students that are looking up to me, what values are they able to pick? Because at the end of the day, the values that I exhibit, the values that I stand for, will be the values that I would want to see even the next generation getting to retain. So for myself, it's about let us build a globe that has values. Let us have policies that are data-driven. And even within this data and research-driven, let us also have integrity infused in there. And then we'll have a better world to live in. Thank you.
Joanne, in your closing, I want you to answer quickly 2 questions. What are you most excited about the future of AI? And how is Tech Mindset Africa preparing to be part of that future? And then just a quick fire question. If you could go back and talk to yourself at the start of your career journey, or at the start of your own business, what advice would you give yourself?
All right. The very first is I'm excited about the future of AI because everyone and anyone will have the ability to utilize it. And that is the space in which we are in. Tech Mindset is at the space where Africa will be speaking its own AI so that the global world, everyone outside Africa, would be asking, how can I deal with Africa in this aspect in terms of their data? And I'm seeing so many people advocating for data locally and so on and so forth. And that is brilliant. And Tech Mindset is playing a larger role into that through government and through policies, through collaborations and so on and so forth. Now, if I was to talk to my younger self, this is what I'd say. And this is to everyone else. Raise your standards. Raise your standards in whatever room you walk into. And remember everyone around you, whether you think you're below them, beneath them, or you cannot be like them, they will always raise their standards according to your standards. So ladies, whatever you do, wherever you go, just make sure that you portray who you want to be, not who you are. And the world will raise themselves up to you. That is what I would tell myself. Joanne, you should have raised your standards from early on.
You had it said. Just to wrap it up, as you can see, we have done our time. But one of the things that I always say, and we have always been told to do, is let's hold that one person and walk with them. Let's grow together. And that is what the ambassador was saying. Women relationships are divine. True women relationships are divine. Let's generate those relations. Let's grow together. Let's hold each other's hand to excellence. Thank you very much. You can see these ladies out there and network more. Mentorship is here. Thank you.
There is a photo for you, please. The moderator to stand in the middle. Good. Let's appreciate these wonderful ladies, please. Thank you, thank you. Please take your seats. There will be a question and answer session after the 2 speakers. There is a speaking slot for Madame Doreen Wainaina. the managing editor of Pesa Check. This lady spearheads Africa's foremost indigenous fact-checking organization, leading a diverse team of journalists, researchers, and analysts across 18 African countries. Doreen is very committed to the pursuit of accuracy and upholding media freedom. Prior to her pivotal role in fact-checking, she honed her skills as a journalist at the Nation Media Group, and it is esteemed business daily publication. Join me, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome Madam Doreen Wainaina to speak to the topic, misinformation, disinformation, and these are the words which Ambassador Thigo could not pronounce, algorithms, when AI creates fake narratives. Please, let's clap for this gracious lady. Kindly speak to this topic. You have let me give you 10 to 15 minutes.
All right.
But if you save more time for me, the better.
Thank you very much. I'll try and keep it as brief as possible. I think you can pull up my presentation. Good afternoon, everyone. It's very intimidating to be in front of such powerful women and gentlemen speaking about this topic. So a little bit about my organization is I work for, the screen has decided to go quiet. I work for an organization known as Code for Africa, which incubates PesaCheck. PesaCheck is the largest fact-checking organization in Africa. So we have journalists, researchers across 18 African countries, and we focus on, ensuring we decode narratives, let people know what misinformation is, disinformation, the differences, and how it works. So how we do it in our organization is we have what we call a four-pronged approach. So this is where we have, we have fact-checking. So that's how we decode, how we debunk content. Then we follow the narratives. So that's how we find out what is happening behind the scenes, who's doing it, how are the narratives being generated, who are the actors. So that's what you see there on Kenya's Keyboard Warriors. So that's where we go back and follow who are these people that are creating the misinformation, who are these people who are spreading the hate. And lastly, we follow the money. So who is funding it and how does it work? So a little bit about information disorder before we jump into how AI works. So I think all of you have seen this graph at one point in their lives. So there's misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. And the distinguishing factor is the intent. So disinformation is when you spread fake content with the intent to malign, whereas misinformation is, those shared as received, there's really no intent behind spreading the false information. And malinformation is where we weaponize the truth, or we use the truth in a way to create malicious intent. And when we are addressing disinformation, we use the ABC framework, A being the manipulative actors, B being the harmful behavior, and C being the harmful content. So content here is where we determine whether it's hate speech, whether it's propaganda, disinformation, and all these different criteria that are put in to ensure we know how to handle whichever content comes through. How does disinformation spread on social media? So our focus is mostly on social media, and to understand how disinformation spreads, we have to look at the different platforms, from your Facebook, your X, WhatsApp, Telegram, TikTok. And what we have found in our work and in our research is that there's cross-pollination across the different platforms. So content will originate on Facebook, find its way onto TikTok. So a video generated on Facebook will be spliced and then discussed in 30-second clips or 90-second clips on TikTok to create and generate even more following. And then it will find its way onto X, where we have the use of hashtags to amplify the content. So that's how we find that content finds its way across different platforms. So when we're looking at mis, dis, and malinformation, there's an even deeper context here called information manipulation and interference, in short, IMI. So IMI is literally refers to how different actors, so you remember the bad actors that we mentioned? So it refers to the different actors and how they actually use misinformation, disinformation, propaganda, and hate speech to spread specific narratives and change people's mindset about different things and different decision makings, particularly when it comes to policy, when it comes to election, etc. So what are the characteristics of IMI? The first is it's intentional and coordinated. So this is where you find a series of hashtags. So if this is on X, that is pushing a very specific agenda, for instance, hashtag arrest person XYZ. And in Nigeria, we saw that being done or used against a specific female politician known as Natasha Akpoti. So the narrative was that she's supporting terrorists and she needs to be arrested. So it was a coordinated attempt to subvert, the voters to not voting for her because of a specific reason. Then obviously there's the use of deceptive and manipulative tactics. I'll get more into that when we're talking about the use of AI in that. And then it exploits social media algorithms. So that's where, the hashtags come into play, the virality of the videos, keywords, in spreading the videos, and then also making sure that they use terms that are not flagged by social media platforms. So I'll give you an example. You cannot use the term madoadoa on TikTok. It's a banned term because of the history behind it. So they find other ways of using that term to push their content. So they'll replace the A with the @ sign or a different variation to make sure that they're bypassing the algorithms and still pushing their content. And then, again, weaponization of emotion, so they lean into stereotypes. When it comes to gender, it's usually very easy. It stems down to, I think earlier there was a question on, or rather a comment about stay in the kitchen. So they will use that specific narrative to amplify and spread their agenda. And then obviously the whole essence of manipulation is to undermine institution and content. Who are the people who do this? State and governments are some of the actors. I think we've seen it across different countries where the state has actually been the one releasing, creating content. Then we have proxy actors. So these are people who do it on behalf of others. So for example, not that I have done this, but I pay somebody else to go push a narrative or an agenda against a politician or somebody I don't like. Opportunistic manipulators, they piggyback on existing hashtags or trends or content to push also a separate agenda. And then the last ones are true believers. So these are your conspiracy theorists, flat earthers, as such conspiracy theories. So those are the people who practice IMI. And I think you've seen there was a point, this is in West Africa, where we had AI-generated content pushing Putin and Russia as the liberator of Africa. So what are the trends that we've seen in our work? The first is the use of AI for political satire. And I apologize in advance, a lot of my slides will still be men-dominated examples, but I will share a few anecdotes about what we see when it comes to women content. So the use of AI to create political satire is something that's very popular, and we find that it can be humorous and entertaining, but at the same time, there's a very fine line between humor and harmful content. So for instance, what can be said as a joke in one context will turn out into something completely different in a different context. So this particular example is, there's been, if you've been following the news in the Horn of Africa, Ethiopia, Somalia, Somaliland are having a bit of a conflict, and each country, or the content that's been created on social media for each country is on who will the Americans support. So you'll find a lot of content with the altered content from Trump, supporting the Ethiopia, Somaliland, or Somalia. We have misleading captions. I think most of you saw this video. It was very viral in February. And this video, he was speaking at roadside event, but the captions were created to mislead the public. And they actually did use an AI tool. It's very basic AI, but they did use an AI tool to create the captions and spread this. So this misleading captions is something that we've seen that's consistently being used across board to spread specific narratives. This was a hate kind of messaging, and that's how we saw that being used. But at the same time, we are also having AI-generated audio. So this was a video of Trump, and we've seen this specific video replicated in different countries. In Uganda, they say that if you're an NUP supporter, you will not be allowed to go to the US and you can no longer have your babies in the US. So they're using this specific video and clip of Trump, just changing the names to push the agenda that Africans, are no longer welcome in the US. So this is pushing in two different ways. It's pushing anti-West sentiments across Africa. At the same time, it's also pushing hate against certain communities, countries, or political party members. So we've seen a lot of use of AI-generated videos. And the thing is, some of these seem so accurate or seem so authentic, you almost miss that it's fake news. Then we have inauthentic news reports. So this is where we get a BBC news anchor talking about a specific item. I won't mention the one that a public official in Kenya posted. But yes, you've seen how that can be used to push a very specific and certain narrative. And why they use media is to make sure that you give credibility to a fake report. So when it's attached to, say, Nation or BBC, CNN, it seems authentic enough. Whereas if it had just been posted by Doreen, people may not necessarily take it into consideration. And we've also seen it with digital cards being created with fake quotes to push narratives. One of the other biggest issues we've seen is the scamming of users. And this one is very targeted. So this was an account that somehow got a gray tick on X that was pretending to be the president of Kenya, and that he had launched a digital cryptocurrency product. And it seems very authentic. You know, when you look at it at first glance, it's authentic. It comes from a verified account. So even when you're trying to look at the hallmarks of what is misinformation, it's a bit tricky. And that's because, you know, AI is really helping to make things even more authentic. And it's easier than Photoshop. You don't have to go learn an entire new tool to use it. So we are finding that it's also being used in scamming users around the country. And before we jump into the AI content, so what we've seen when it comes to women in Kenya and also in East Africa as a whole is that this AI-generated videos, AI-generated audios are being used against female politicians. I'll give an example of Kenya, where a certain video of Soipan Tuya kissing the president went viral. It was generated from an image that was taken in 2016 or 2017. So they turned that image into a video and shared it out to try and prove a certain relationship between I'm not sure that she's still cabinet secretary and the president. And the reason for that was to say that her appointment into office was not deserved. So the narrative that was being pushed is that the only way that a female politician or a female leader can get into office is through certain relations with certain high-powered people, which is used against them. In Ethiopia, we saw the First Lady, Zinash Tayachu, an altered video of her hugging the Somali president. Again, in Ethiopia and Somalia, culturally, you're not allowed to, a married woman cannot be hugging another man other than her husband, and this was at a public event. Again, the narrative that was being pushed here is that the First Lady and the Somalia president were having an inappropriate affair. And as you can see, the trend that when it comes to misinformation, disinformation, AI-generated content around women is usually of a more sexualized nature, or they're trying to either push the narrative that women do not belong in power, or women only make it into power through certain relations. So that's something that we have seen. So how do we debunk AI content? You know, the first thing is you have to critically analyze what you're looking at. Because, again, AI hallucinates. I'm sure everyone knows AI hallucinates. And sometimes it's just something as simple as 7 fingers, or, I mean, we've all seen the Linda Mama poster. It has incorrect number of fingers, yeah? But that's how that works. So look for such aspects, you know, super shiny skin, ears that are mismatched, etc., etc. And then once you figure out, okay, I think this is AI, then now you can use your reverse image tools. Google Lens is your friend. It's on your device. It's very easy to use. But we do have other tools. For instance, Yandex, it's a Russian one. Bing, Invid, they'll all help you do your reverse image searches. And then check for your backgrounds, you know. Literally take a microscope, zoom in, try and find it. You know, if something is, say, being filmed in the middle of Kajiado and you're seeing a lake and it's not Lake Magadi, you know, start asking yourself, where did Kajiado get a lake in the middle of nowhere? So such things, you know, they're usually very easy to pick out. And then also, you know, use AI tools. So some of the tools we use include, is it AI or not? So this is a catalog of, let me move. So this is like a catalog of some of the tools that we actually use to try and figure out if content was AI generated. So we have Hive moderation, is it AI, etc., etc. But the thing about using these tools is very simple. You need to have done your checks. You need to know what you're looking for, because sometimes I can take a picture of myself and run it through an AI tool to polish my face, you know, get rid of my dark circles, etc. And it will tell you that the image is AI generated. But is it a harmful kind of use of AI, or was I just trying to make myself look better as I would have using Photoshop? Versus when somebody actually manipulates the entire image to create a fake narrative. So you do need to first sit, have a look at the picture as a whole, check the context, figure out what's wrong before you actually go further into that. And I am happy to just jump into quick solutions and then we can call it a day. So how do we make sure that, we make it more difficult for bad actors to get, to create content that's harmful? One, debunk and pre-bunk. Sessions like this where we teach people about the ethics behind AI, how to use AI, also how does, fake news look like, or how does misinformation, disinformation, or AI-created narratives, how do they look like? Dismantle the networks behind this. So by finding the people who are doing this, you start dismantling those networks. Deplatform, i.e. working with the platforms, the Metas, TikToks, etc., to remove these accounts from social media. Demonetize, find where the money is coming from, who is funding it, and cut that. And of course, dissuade the public by giving them accurate information on, whatever the subject is that we are working with. And obviously, building indigenous ecosystems is a priority because AI sometimes is not built for Africa. AI is not built for our indigenous languages, our indigenous skin colors. If you ask AI to generate a picture for you and you say you want a Kenyan dressed in Kenyan gear, they'll give you somebody whose features are very Ghanaian, wearing a Kenyan national dress and tell you that's a Kenyan. But as an African, you can tell the distinction between a Ghanaian, a Kenyan, a Senegalese, etc. So those are some of the things that we look at. But yeah, so we need to fund local institutions and local organizations working with this, have the infrastructure and storytelling behind the use of AI, misinformation, disinformation, and how to debunk it. Have more local experts talking about it. And I'm really glad that a lot of the people here are local. We are all indigenous Africans, running the organizations, talking about these things, creating solutions for local organizations. Have more local expertise coming in, and then, support collaborations. We've worked with policy in some of our projects. We've worked with the UNESCO in some of our projects. So work with local institutions, and of course, investment in diversified ecosystems. And I have tried. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you, Madame Doreen. It's like I can listen to you the entire day. Oh, she's so gifted. Please clap for her. Oh, I've learned so much. It is more than what I bargained for. Now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me then now to welcome Dr. Martina Mulwa. Dr. Martina Mulwa works at the University of Nairobi. She is a senior lecturer at the School of Journalism, and it speaks to what Madame Doreen has been talking about, and mass communication. She has a PhD in communication and information studies. Oh, it's a long CV. I can't, I'll take another 10 minutes to talk about her. Please join me to welcome Dr. Mulwa, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, as they connect the tech, I've given her 10 minutes. Madam Mulwa, you go to the front screen and there is a time, screen there, 10 to 15 minutes. It will be good, and Doreen has done it for us, so then we can save as much time as possible. There will be a question and answer session after the 4 of them and the other panelists. Yeah, please. I don't know if you are ready. Take it up, Madam Bunga.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. As this comes to the screen, my topic is on deepfakes and technology-facilitated gender-based violence. So we are looking at technology or AI in terms of how it is contributing to the challenges that women have in the online space. And we are bringing on board the gender-based violence that we already have in our societies. So this is being pushed to the online space, and women are being attacked because of manipulated content that is online. So I can just go, those are the areas that I would want to speak on. So what my area is deepfakes and technology facilitated GBV. So what are deepfakes? You see, they are synthetic media, videos, audio, images that are created using artificial intelligence to convincingly portray someone saying or doing something, or to create false content. so that when you look at it, looks so real, realistic content, so that, and you will base your decisions, your arguments, your thinking on the opinion of a person based on that fake content. Then what is a technology facilitated GBV? Here we are carrying on board everything that is gender-based violence, from a traditional setup to the online space. So we are using digital tools to enhance harassment, abuse, hate speech geared towards women. And then, okay, then how does it work? What you find is that artificial intelligence just relies on a lot of data, big data in essence, that is collected in digital spaces. So you find that when we are saying here that AI models are not responding to our queries as Africans, it's because as Africans or Kenyans, we have not posted anything online. So it is now there's that space whereby we provide that data so that when we query, we get close to real responses. And then when the data is online, then we train train the models. We use that data to match and to a point whereby at the end of it all, it looks so realistic and it replicates real human beings or real physical human people. So that now when people are not aware or do not have the skills to detect, they will make decisions based on what AI is providing. So the statistics are there. Gender-based violence is all over the world. So when we are using AI, the women are in danger because the statistics show that they are at risk. So who are at risk most in this digital space? You find that young women, they are online, they are looking for friends, they are posting things online. Then again, you see women who face multiple forms of discrimination will always again find harassment online. For example, women are discriminated because of our traditional and culture. So you find even online, we are carrying the same discrimination online. So women are at a loss. And then again, you find in our male-dominated fields, the political space, journalism, you find that women are profiled. And in the profiling, it is going online, and they are creating, like the example that has been given, you find that they want to show that women can't do it. So a small thing, they want to sexualize everything a woman is doing, so that even if you are climbing the ladder genuinely, they attribute it to something which is sexual. Then what forms of, how do the GBV online, how does it exist? There is harassment, you are stalked, there is doxing, people are sharing, you have no consent and they are sharing, they take your images, they are online. Remember the other time we had people like Millicent Omanga or online, Carol, Nyamu, all of them are being trolled online, or they are posting AI-generated information and images. There's impersonation. You want to say somebody has said something, or you interfere with their conversation. You match conversations to a point where you want to drive something. And then there is hacking. Then there is the deepfake abuse. You find that our tradition or our culture is in a way that when we want even to castigate, to harass a man, we will have the man get a shape of a woman hair, and then the face is the only one which is Uhuru or Raila, but everything else is a woman. What does that show? What does the society think about women? And then what is the impact? It is harmful. You find that people suffer from psychological trauma. Can you imagine what Millicent went through? There is social damage, tarnished reputation. Sometimes you find women who are very vigorous, they are strong, we can say they are good politicians. But after some time, because of online harassment, we are like, where did that woman go to? Because she just disappeared. It was too much for her to bear. And then we lose financial opportunities, because once you are trolled, once somebody depicts you can remember also, this is a man, you remember Mukisa Ketui? he was a very strong presidential contender. But what happened after the online thing went, he disappeared. So we can put him in our shoes. If that happens to a woman, you disappear because you don't want to be seen again. Then you find, yes, now the people withdraw and they avoid the online space. This is a research done by Amwick about politicians. You don't want to be online. You actually you are less online. You don't want to be heard because whatever you are saying, whatever images you put there can be used against you. So you make sure you are your presence online is limited to avoid people picking up your content, your images to manipulate them. How can we then get solutions? How can we avoid this? We can use AI tools. The tech companies must be responsible, and we can raise awareness. Those are some of the methods you can use. I'll share this. You can use to detect deepfakes. And what I like most is the last one, the last two, where we have for public awareness, where people, like she has said, we have to be critical. Don't just, when we are online, we must have a second eye, or we have to look at things critically so that we don't just make decisions based on what we see. Because what you find, public awareness is critical because the decisions are offline. So once the image is out there, people are making decisions based on what is fake. So, and then blockchain. At what point did my image start getting manipulated? At what point is my voice being imitated? At what point was the real thing, when did it start being manipulated? So integration of blockchain may actually provide a very good solution. Then these are, again, tools for detecting deepfakes. Then we have then how do we raise awareness? When we talk about educational campaigns, when did the boys start these misogynistic narratives? When did a boy start thinking that a girl is different from me and when I portray her like this happens to her? So what do we do about our educational systems? How do we integrate this knowledge about AI so that, and the effects that it has on women, so that when the boys are growing up, they grow up knowing that there is no difference between me and the girl. So that at the later stages, when they have these technologies, then they are not the people going behind to create these images about women and displaying them online so that women can start being the discrimination can continue. We need also to have the right data. What is the upbringing? Why is there a difference between men and women? What should we do? How should we transform ourselves, this masculinity, and make sure that there is equity between the boys and girls? Then we need also to educate the masses. The decisions I am saying are offline. Once an AI is negative about a woman, the decision is not online. Voting is offline. How do we then create this awareness? How do we sensitize people? How do we create knowledge so that people can differentiate what is the truth and what is manipulated? Then, of course, we collaborate with media, ensure that all this information is out there and people can be able to access it. We use experts. We can also do community discussions. We involve everyone, NGOs, governments, we involve stakeholders. And then critical thinking, very important. We are saying that don't just, when you see something online, don't go straight away to make the judgment. Look at it and ensure that it is what it is and not something that has been manipulated. We advocate for policies and regulations. In Kenya, we are talking about the AI policy, but currently we are working with the Data Protection Act of 2019 and the misuse of computers and cyber crimes of 2018. Those are the ones that we are working with currently. But the AI policies and the regulation will still come on board. So we integrate this digital citizenship. Let people know how to use digital tools responsibly. We empower also the girls and women as we engage in this conversation, as we come up with the regulations. Where is the place for the victim? Where is the place for the girl? These policies we are coming up with in terms of AI, how well are they going to address the real challenges that women are facing? So they should be involved. And then, of course, tech companies, the tech companies as they create the systems, let them be responsible. Let us have procedures. Let us have a code of conduct in that when they create, then they are responsible. In that, these are some of the things they can do so that they make sure that what is going online and their products are safe. Then we have the ethical and legal challenges. You find there are several, and we are saying that it is difficult, for example, for us to take anybody to court because of artificial intelligence. You can just see the way the government is struggling to take those boys who are doing, I don't know whether they are boys or are girls because they are anonymous, but you find data that is online, images that are online, the jurisdiction, the laws are finding it difficult to be applied on AI images and content. Then we have, of course, there are jurisdiction, and then there is also the challenges of freedom of speech and prevention, freedom of speech and prevention of the harm. We are saying freedom of speech, it is in our constitution. So when these boys are coming up with all this content, where is the boundary? How do we make sure that we are not curtailing innovation and so forth? Then what should we do? We should have regulation that addresses the issues that women are going through. We should have, the technology companies must be responsible. And then we should also have mechanisms whereby women who have been affected have a place to report to. There are mechanisms where their cases can be handled and they can get support. Basically, that is it for my presentation.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you, Prof. Thank you very much for those wonderful ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate Professor Mulwa, please. You know, this content, many people pay for it. We are getting it for free, right from the horse's mouth. Prof, we are always grateful. Prof, apart from the PhD, she has a master's in ICT for development and another master's in communication studies. You can't believe. Thank you, Prof. Let's appreciate her a second time. So you are giving us content we should have paid for, and we always appreciate the University of Nairobi. Ladies and gentlemen, I did say that could be the moderation should have been done by a lady, but later I said, no. If women work alone, it is not good. Men should be in the background. When we will be organizing another one, Men for AI and AI, we started deliberately on women and AI. There will be men and AI. And you've seen the recommendations. There are questions that you need to ask. There is my co-moderator and presenter from DX5. She has questions which were presented to us online based on the 4 presentations, the panel, and the 2 speakers. Let me allow her to read out the questions to the panelists and the presenters, and then we will request them to come and respond. Could be, we want to use 10 minutes to do this. Yeah, because I don't want to mess with the lunch, and then you end up getting the leftovers. Yeah, madam, come. So then they see that it's not only men speaking. We want to do it now, so then I will welcome Madam Caro to moderate the next session. Then could be lunch. We try to do it, could be by around 2 o'clock. Yeah, we have really lost a lot of time. But I believe you understand this.
Hello, everyone. I'm Joanne, and this is a comment and some questions from our online viewers. So I'll start with a comment from Kennedy. He says, just to add on the AI panel with Joanne Bessia and Deborah Mutungi. So AI has great potential to address systemic issues in Africa, but we must be cautious. If technology outpaces our social, infrastructure, and ethical readiness, we risk exacerbating inequalities, losing human judgment in critical decisions, and facing economic displacement. It's essential to engage stakeholders and develop robust frameworks to ensure that AI benefits everyone, not just a select few. Let's prioritize responsible implementation to create a more equitable future. So that's a comment to add on the panel. So I can go to the questions, only 2 questions. From Andrew Stephen Boima. I am viewing from Kigali. How do we ensure that women in the continent align, collaborate, and co-create in AI ecosystem? I can ask the second question,
Yes,
they
yes,
just
yes.
pick it up.
So then we open up to the panelists and the speakers.
All right. So the other one is from Billy Otieno. As AI becomes part of national development agendas, what mechanisms are in place to ensure that women, not just from urban centers, but across rural areas, have equitable access to the tools, funding, and network necessary to contribute meaningfully? Those are the only 2 questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam. Let's appreciate my co-moderator. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, please switch on our mic.
Maybe we can have Joanne Bessia and anyone from the panel, fireside chat, take that.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Just put it there. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard. Just to open 2 or 3 questions from the audience. Let's speak to the panel, which was moderated by Madam Deborah Mutungi, and on pioneers in action, from technical skills to strategic leadership. And the 2 panelists, John Mbesa and Cynthia Mutinda. I think that's what my co-moderator has just read out. Then we have had Madam Doreen Wainaina, the managing editor of PesaCheck, and what she presented and the ideas she gave us. And the Professor Mulwa Martina for what she has presented on deepfake, the world of technology facilitated to promote gender-based violence. Ladies and gentlemen, because of time, I open up 1 or 2, 3 questions from the audience or comments which are targeted. Then we give them the mic before Madam Caro Dera takes the floor. Please, someone to give the mic. So quick one, you say who you are and the question that you're asking. So then we save on time.
Okay, my name is Bella.
Before we break for lunch, yes.
Yeah, and my question was for Joanne Bessia. I don't know if she's in the room.
Yeah, she is. She's in the room.
Okay, this is just as regards children, and I love the fact that she mentioned that she's a mother. And it can also be answered by Cynthia Mutinda because it's just to do with education and how do we best prepare our children. Because traditional roles, as we grew up knowing them, where you are told, do you want to be a teacher, do you want to be a doctor, do you want to be a lawyer? Those traditional roles are evolving, they are changing. We don't know what they'll look like in the future. So it's one thing to talk about curriculums in tertiary institutions, but what about Gen Alpha? How do we, as parents, equip these children and prepare them for the future? So the question is in 2 parts as well. The second part is that Sweden has been the first country to actually ban education tech. Reason being, they've noticed that children are socially and emotionally disconnected, which is very interesting. And they're also saying that the intellectual levels are not the same as traditional classrooms. So where do we draw the line? What is too much? What is too little? How do we prepare our children for the future?
Yeah. They have had another question, another comment from the audience. Oh, good. They have saved us all this pain of the 10 minutes that I gave you. So let me give the mic to Madame Mutungi. Look at me. I need to master your name. Yeah, Deborah. That's the other name I was looking for. Then to invite the two panelists. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. I will take the question from Rwanda. I didn't get the name really, but I think the first thing, the fact that people in Rwanda are logged into this event and are watching and are following what is being spoken about, that is the first step that we need to take to incorporate the cross-functional collaborations to make sure that everyone in this space then understands what AI should do, what policies need to be in place. And I was just listening to the team that was launching the AI strategy yesterday in the morning, and there was a lot of AU coming into space. So those are some of the spaces that we are looking at to make sure that there's collaboration and everyone in this space then understands the AI strategy. The AU will come up. I'm believing that there's a lot of collaboration in making sure that Africa Union becomes part of this conversation. So these are some of the things that need to be done. The rest of the question I'll give Joanne and then Cynthia to answer.
Sorry, yeah. Where's John and Cynthia? Just 1 minute, 1 minute. John, please raise up your hand so then our tech guy can see you. Yes. You can comment from wherever you are.
All right, thank you. Now, I'm looking at integrating technology in our education system. And for instance, when you look at the CBC curriculum right now, it is already integrating technology. At the higher level, how are we doing it? We are trying to, adapt the current technology models, the digital models, the AI models that we are having. We try to fit in our unique cases. And so when it comes to learning and teaching and research, and the other thing that we are doing is to try to also customize them, that is to adopt, and also to try and advance and see how widely can we be able to bring in terms of our research and also in terms of learning, and how can we be able also to open the area of technology when it comes to learning and also mentorship of our students. So basically we are trying to integrate so that we can be able to move together. And I gave an example of how we are piloting on our online classes, more so for our undergraduate students. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The other panelists? Was that Cynthia? That's Joan. Cynthia, please. It was Cynthia. Joan, are you in the room? Or she left? Oh, she left. So then let's give 1 minute to Prof and 1 minute to Madam Wainaina to just generate comment on what they presented. Their recommendations and interventions were very interesting. Madam Mulwa, could be you can take the mic and we finish with Doreen. Yes. Okay, could be what you can share with the audience.
What we have in AI is that AI is here. It has so many positives. Only a bit of it is negative. So we have to empower our people to be able to look at what is negative and be able to identify what harm it can bring and make sure that they override it, so that we do not lose the benefits because we are trying to avoid the few negatives that are there. Another thing I would advocate for is when we are designing these policies, let them be informed by us, our own problems. You find that the AI we are talking about today here in this room, 90% has no content that is relevant to us. Even when you query, you will get very few answers that are relevant. They are all relevant because our systems of education are not Kenyan. We have borrowed them, so the answers are correct. So we need to come up with our own data. We need to have our own chat GPTs as Kenyans and make sure that when we are using these tools, the tools are localized and they answer our problems. And we address, like my area, we address the challenges that we have from the grassroots. We make sure that in that CBC, those children at the lowest level look at women and men as equals. We remove these divisions that have always been there. They are carried by us. But now the small ones should come up, should grow knowing that we are equal and no one is supposed to be, you are not supposed to harm another one because of gender. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, thank you. And 1 minute to Madam Wainaina on misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, and the fake narratives. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think for me, I'd shared a bit of the solutions, but also something that we are passionate about is equipping the gatekeepers with the skills necessary. So the gatekeepers being community activists, human rights defenders, journalists, especially those in the grassroots beyond your national newsrooms, because that's how you get it to the public. When you train somebody who works in a community radio station in a settlement somewhere in rural Kajiado, they're able to train their followers or their listeners, working with micro-influencers. So these are not your regular big brands, but small, very influential people in the community, and teaching them about AI, the ethics, how to use it, how to build on it, how to improve it. And one of the ways we've done is by having a toolkit that allows journalists, especially those who work in Swahili radio stations, to leverage on AI to create their bulletins, etc. So I think there's that opportunity or that gap to train the people who need it the most on how to use AI and the ethics behind it, how to declare, attribute, etc. Because you can't stop it from, people from adopting tech. The only thing you can do is teach them how to use it responsibly.
Thank you, Madam Doreen. Let's appreciate all the panelists and the speakers and the moderator, Madam Mutungi. Ladies and gentlemen, it appears like all the men in the room just took a back seat, and they don't want to comment, they don't want to ask any question because of the title of the forum, of the conference, Women and AI. No, it is open. It's open. Can I give a chance to, 1 minute before I introduce Madam Caro, to a man, because women cannot succeed alone without your support, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, no man wants to speak. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to introduce the moderator. I did try to introduce her in the morning, but we were trying to gain time because we had lost almost 1 hour. That is Madam Caro Dero. You saw her introduce Ambassador Thigo, Head of Content at the CIO Africa, DX5. She's the Head of Content Africa at CIO Africa. She's also a multi-award winning journalist with over 15 years experience across TV and print. When you say 15 years, then it means I need to exit, my goodness. My experience is, in public service and all these issues is a long one. Experience across TV and print. She's a lawyer, by the way, by training. Caro has an MA in communication and journalism from the University of Nairobi. She has worked on the business and lifestyle desks of the Nation Media Group, and for a long time she was a creative writer at True Love. I don't know whether the True Love, we used to read it those days, and she was also the editor for Drum Magazine. I don't know whether Gen Zs know these two magazines. Some of us know them, where she was named Move and Shaker in both media. She's renowned in as a Move and Shaker in both media and fashion industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's appreciate Madam Caro.
Thank you.
Madam Caro has 30 minutes to do this. So then we break at 2 for lunch. Then if you have some questions, comments based on their presentations, could be, I'll take them shortly after lunch when we come back at around 2:45. Welcome, Madam Caro, and introduce the speakers, our panelists, so then you can take it up.
All right, Florence, Irene, Mutembe, and Frida, please join me on the stage. Thank you. And as they're coming, there was someone who spoke, Kennedy, who spoke online and talked about preventing inequalities with AI. This conversation is going to address that. If there is one thing about policies, regulations, and rules, I know that when it comes to AI, a lot of people hear that and they get a chill because it feels like we're going to tamp down on innovation. But the idea is to create a safe space for everyone when it comes to AI. So if you use regulation properly, it is a force for good, it can prevent harm, and it can work for gender equality. So laws and policies by nature exist for fairness, inclusivity, and safety. And they're there to protect even when they're there to enable. And I'm also a firm believer in innovating creatively. So you don't just create laws, but you create laws in a space where you can use them, well, creatively. So my panelists, thank you very much for joining us. I'd like you to introduce yourself and briefly tell us what you're currently doing in the AI space, because the audience is so wide and you all are so different. So it would be good to just get some context into who you are. So I'll start with you at the extreme end. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. I know it's almost lunch and we're standing between you guys and lunch, but you guys have had tea, so hi again. My name is Florence Anyango Ogonjo. I am a researcher at the Center for Intellectual Property and Information Technology. Long name, we just call it CIPIT, at Strathmore University. What we major in is looking at policy, tech policy in 3 key areas: intellectual property, data governance, and AI. So I deal with AI policy segments. And so far, what we do is very research intensive in terms of looking at how technology has evolved and then giving it, and looking at how policy is also growing with technology in the same sense. So basically breaking down different core elements in which we can be able to diversify how we look at policy through different spheres. So in a nutshell, basically.
Okay. Whose mic is working? They can, okay. Mutembe, you can go next.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here now. So my name is Mutembe Kariuki, and I'm co-founder and CEO of Fastaga. So we are focused on building solutions using machine learning AI that actually work in the African context, especially thinking about the fact that most solutions need you to have like 5G or 4G connection and internet all the time. And so one of the solutions we've ended up building up, so myself and my co-founders, a lady called Stephanie Jirek and another gentleman called Jude, is those of you who have small and medium enterprises and you use the M-Pesa business app, you can actually right now go into the business app and under data and analytics, you can find our application where we've partnered with Safaricom to deploy a machine. Discovered a lot of SMEs, what they were doing is that, we were working with Kayana Create, so there are a network of about 15,000 small and medium women MSMEs, and we found out that what was happening is that when they wanted to find out who their customers were, their loyal customers were, so that they needed to, reward them and try to build their businesses, they would literally go to their phone and then look at the M-Pesa notifications and write them on a piece of paper, like each person's name. Then you start scrolling, okay, this person came, this week, then they came the other week, and that's a lot of manual work. And so we just built an ML solutions, partnered with Safaricom, and deployed this application on the app. So if you have the app, the M-Pesa business app right now, you can just log into it. There's a new tab called Data and Analytics. You can click on it's called the Auni app. So Auni ni Kiswahili sanifu for assistance. Click on it. You register for it and remember your password. You can go back, download your statement in PDF, upload your PDF, and you now have all your customers, how much each customer is contributing to you. So if you lose that and you've lost that amount of money, how often they're visiting you. And eventually, we'll also do some Gen AI where you can now talk as if you're talking to ChatGPT, and they can give you advice on how to grow your business. So those are the kind of solutions we're building out that actually work for the African context. And then we also work on a lot of other ones that work in healthcare, in education space, and others. So that's it about us.
Or we'll pass it along, yeah? Teamwork. My name is Frida in Choga. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm from the Tony Blair Institute. I'm Senior Advisor on Digital Commerce and Industrial Policy and Development. I'm glad to join this session today. So at the Institute, we work with governments and political leaders. We believe that political leaders have a unique capability and position to shape not only policy, but how then it's delivered to problems for citizens. Why AI? Our institute has been privileged to work with the Kenyan government and joining the technical work group. I see a couple of people here that I've been working with since last year, April, in just developing and drafting the national AI strategy. Beyond that, as an institute, we believe that policy is important, the strategy is important, but how you deliver it is also very critical. And we firmly believe that technology is an enabler. So that makes AI very important. I'm glad to be here and to join the session.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Irene Mwendwa. I am the Executive Director at a very wonderful African civic tech organization called Policy. It's policy with a double L because we believe as adults, polling, the exercise of voting, and policy making are the most important decisions that we make. If you vote the wrong way, then the policies that are made on your behalf by waheshimiwa end up being the wrong policies. I've seen there's some policies being introduced to increase budgets somewhere, so you can imagine. And we are 8 years as of this March, and we research, engage communities on how Africans use technologies, using data science, and how we can also reclaim our data as Africans for better public service delivery. I'm happy to be here, and I'm honored to be with friends on the panel. Okay, thank you. You clearly just told us we should take responsibility for the leaders we have and the laws that we get. All right. Well, I'll start with you, Mutembe. There is this thinking that when it comes to AI, we are consumers as Africans and as Kenyans, and we should be creators. So why is the fact that we are consumers such a big deal and seemingly a negative thing? And how do we get more people to be innovators and creators around AI? Because that's something that you are currently doing. How do we get more of you? Yeah.
Well, that's a hard question. But in terms of the fact that we've been consumers on a large level, so even when you think about AI, sometimes I like calling AI African intelligence, because the reality is that we have been the ones since, if you think about it, the early 2010s when Dr. Fei Li's lab at Stanford came up with this ImageNet, where they had to label, millions, like about 14 million images of cats, dogs, everything, right? And the people who are actually doing that labeling, that hard work that goes into training an AI system, a vision system, was actually being done by Kenyans. Mostly Kenyans, some people from India. And so we've always been like really, really down there in terms of like the supply chain of AI, really doing the groundwork. But then not the ones who are really benefiting from it in terms of recouping the value out of it. So you find all these big companies. One interesting statistic is like the African startup ecosystem has raised, let's say, about $14 billion since about 2019. And OpenAI itself has raised over $14 billion, like in its lifespan, since I think they've existed since 2015. So that tells you something. 54 countries, almost like 1.5 billion people have, gotten less in terms of how to build tools. And I think even if you noticed it, I think it was maybe 4 years ago, Google used to have this thing where they auto-label your Google Photos, right, for you. And for the longest time, they would auto-label a black face as a gorilla, and even there was a 3-4 years ago where they put a picture of Obama into an AI, which sort of reduces, clarifies a photo, like a blurry photo, and makes it more clear. And they put Obama's picture, and it came up with like a white guy. And so these are some of the challenges of why it is actually extremely important for us to also be the ones building these systems and not just buying them. Because the kind of biases, for example, this one was in the case of like checking, whether someone is a man or a woman. A system like looks at an image and can tell whether it's a man or a woman. And when they were testing it, they were trying to wonder, well, how is it distinguishing who is a man or who is a woman? And eventually they deployed it somewhere in Africa, and then it was identifying everyone as a man. They're wondering, why is it doing this? And the reason was like in Europe or in the US, a lot of like the ladies there, most of them, a huge percentage of them, apply makeup. But in the villages in Kenya, not so many people or ladies would be applying makeup. So all it used to tell was that, oh, there's makeup on this person, then most likely, it's a red, on the lips or earrings, stuff like that, then it's most likely a man. So these kind of systems, they make decisions. They're not the smartest. AI is not that super smart. It's just based on the data it has. So if we are not actually the ones who are also building using the data and contextual data that we have, and we are inputting also into it culture, our own culture and what we value, then we will be getting, what Yuval Harari said actually, I think he said this in 2018 at Davos. He said the future will be the AI superpowers and the data colonies. It's like AI will actually take us back to the time where we were colonized. So I hear stories from my dad about my grandparents, or during that time of colonialism, where all the prize cows for the Maasai's would be taken to the queen, right?
Okay.
And so this is going to end up being the same thing for us, where all our data is collected, then people build systems and sell them back to us, and we have to pay for them. And so we have to avoid that, and so we have to come up with policies that are okay. Building talent in Africa, and I'm really happy that, I think we were all there yesterday during the launch of the AI strategy, when the focuses are the key things we actually need to do to eventually build these tools. And there's nothing wrong with collaborating with the rest of the world, perfect, but we also have to be able to build our own DeepSeeks. DeepSeek showed that it's not only the US or Europe that can build these things, but we can also do it.
Okay. And Frida, so this makes me wonder, we talk about the national AI strategy. It's a big deal. It's awesome. I've read some of it. It seems to be making a solid case for gender equity. But what was the process of creating it? And what is the process of creating rules and regulations around something like AI? And how can women come to that table?
Yeah, true. It was a rigorous process in developing the AI strategy for Kenya. So how a government and how Kenya, for example, then puts women in the loop is making sure there is engagement right at the grassroots. It's possible to have a strategy or a policy that then does not have that from design. So I know, and I can identify with a couple of people in the room. I see Dr. Shiko and others that also went all the way down to do focus groups to make sure that the needs of women, the needs of the marginalized, also just thinking about how strategy should cut beyond urban areas, because Nairobi is your Kenya, so that then in the solutions and the roadmap that is set up, it sort of creates synergy. How do we then look at the next 5 years to, grow and scale AI in the country? I'll just give an example, because then it can inform, for example, how Kenya will be able to move from strategy to policy statements, for example, or legal provisions. If we map out the journey of how a woman accesses an ID card in Kenya or a passport, then there are so many intricacies around how data is collected. We do know there are communities that have patriarchal nature societies, and so data will be collected and there will be somebody who will assess it. So it's possible even at a physical non-AI to have bias. So then what's important in an AI strategy implementation is to then say these data sets that concern women within the country, when they are accessing critical services and applying for for example, critical, if you do not have an ID, you cannot access finance, for example, access to finance in some way, or you may not be able to do cross-border movement, or you may not be able to collaborate cross-border because then they will not authenticate you as a true user of a platform. So then AI in such an implementation then should look at, are there possibilities of biases being introduced in the process? So the policy then framing would mean let's make sure that we cater for anything that could be patriarchal or can introduce bias within the framing of a policy. So what then governments, for example, can do is ensure that use cases in its implementation, use cases that are adopted are manageable, solve problems that speak for women in the loop, and then identify where the gaps can be. Because then that is what will help governments be able to frame back into policy statements or policy decisions. I agree with you, polling is important because then you get to know who is excluded, for example, and how can they be synergized. So those are some of the thoughts that I can offer.
Okay,
thanks.
Okay, great. Florence, you've talked about 3 particular areas that are very critical for women that you work with. And one of the things that is important when it comes to data for women is, areas like agri-tech, healthcare, fintech, when it comes to inclusion. So how do you learn from other people who have made policies and rules and regulations around AI? What have you learned, and what is the good and what is the bad that we can take away from them? The mic just decided to die.
All right, so in terms of what we have learned from the research that we have done, and even in slight involvement in terms of policy development and in terms of bringing women to the table, in terms of looking at policy from a sectoral perspective, key things we've learned, there's a number of policies that exist, so to speak, with relation to AI globally. I like to start inward going out. So of course, I'll start with the Kenya National AI Strategy 2025-2030 that was launched yesterday, which has very specific guiding principles towards what its implementation would look like. And one of the core guiding principles is inclusivity and non-discrimination. So if you look at it in that perspective, then you sort of expand what that would ideally mean in terms of implementing the National AI Strategy, looking at it from a gendered perspective. You would note that there is a need and a recognition of the fact that women need to be included in the table with respect to development of AI applications, even with respect to development of policies. Similar to what the digital master plan also envisions to a certain extent. There are certain elements that speak to involvement of women and girls in terms of STEM education, etc. So looking at it in that context. Moving on up, you would look at it in terms of the AU AI strategy, which was launched last year. One of the key parameters under AI regulation as well is ethics, AI safety, inclusivity as well is included within that scope and that umbrella of what AI governance would look like. So if you look at it again from a holistic perspective and try and identify the place of women and girls, and in as much as they exist in the different sectors, you note that there is a need to have a continuous involvement of women and girls at the table. So what it would look like in terms of implementation would generally depend on each nation and what its categorization of involvement of women looks like. But from the Kenyan perspective as well, you can see it's already been included in our national AI strategy, and how that would trickle down in terms of implementation is grassroots, looking at women from the grassroots level, not only from the urban. We make the assumption that within the urban areas, we're already included. There's always that assumption that we're already included in the urban areas. So, it's a non-issue, but more looking at it from a more intentional perspective of having an intentional inclusion of women, not just from the grassroots levels, because that is necessary and required, but also from the urbans as well. to what extent are we actually including them? If we are saying, yeah, we are included, to what extent are they being included? So then moving on out to other maybe countries in terms of what they've done in terms of AI policy. The most common one and most famous one, of course, is the EU AI Act, again, which was also enacted last year, which took a very clear stance in terms of how it looks at artificial intelligence, in terms of AI risk, AI safety, more so looking at it in terms of how they look at risk. So in terms of AI applications that they have, what is their scale of risk? Is it too risky to have them? Is it less risky? And then that risk is assessed based on, of course, if you look at it again from a gendered perspective, it's looked at from a tiered perspective of, does it propagate or incentivize specific biases, whatever AI applications you're making? What does it look like in terms of AI bias? What does it look like in terms of discrimination? So assessing your risk with respect to that. Then we have the more international, I would say, instruments that give us principles in terms of the OECD AI principles, which also ground us in terms of, again, ethics, inclusivity. Then you also have the UNESCO guiding principles as well, which are very key and core to looking at what we have in terms of, again, ethics, inclusivity, diversity, and then, again, from a more holistic perspective of gender. So I think, sum it up in that context.
All right. And finally, Irene, you talked about how we get, well, if we don't vote, then we end up with what we end up with. How badly do we need women at the table when it comes to AI and policy, and how do we bring women there? And not just bring them there, but how do we make sure that once they're in the room, they're in a position where they can approach it from an empowered seat, not just be present, but actually act present?
I'll start with a question to the audience. How many of you in the room are journalists? Don't you like your profession? How many of you are data scientists? One woman in the whole room. It's a gentleman? Uh-huh. And someone on, okay. So our education, our curriculums, as opportunities for participatory engagement in artificial intelligence development. I think we can all agree on at this meeting or at this forum that our curriculums in Africa, I don't want to name African countries because CBC is a hell. Our curriculums need to catch up so that they equip young people and students with the right knowledge and information that can help them make better career choices. So from this summit that you're attending today, women data scientists are needed. Women mathematicians are needed so that they can work with Mutegi, so that they can work and build their own startups that innovate better and inclusive solutions for Africa. Second thing is with the Kenya AI strategy and at least 5 more other country strategies that are coming up in Africa or that are already established, there are models for participatory governance in terms of AI development. But to be honest, we've not asked ourselves the stark question, and I think Mutegi and other engineers in the room can also agree. Do we really own our data? Policy has a game called Where is my data that elicits or sheds light into this question. Ask yourself how many African countries own or have their own data centers. Ask yourself where we've come from, especially our biggest telco. We just managed to get back or build our data centers in Kenya for our biggest telco. So that's the other step with which we can ensure women and girls are included if we own, manage, and control our own data. So let's advocate, let's engage to ensure that one, curriculum changes are seen from both junior and tertiary institutions, and to ensure that when you're working with government, Tony Blair Institute and others, that there is investments for governments to build their own data centers that are not, again, private sector driven, because when private sector has more control or more power, then they'll dictate the song. So that's what I can share in terms of inclusion of women.
Okay, I can see we have 6 minutes to go. Does anybody have any questions so far? Any questions in the room? before I ask the panel to wind up by asking them one question. How can we inspire women to trust AI? I know we've heard about deepfakes, we've heard about misinformation. There has been a lot of conversation around how AI has impacted women in almost a negative way. But how do you get them to trust it? And not just the urban women. How do you talk to a woman who uses Mlika Mwizi and tell her there is something called AI and I think it is going to be good for you, you have no idea? How do you have this conversation? Yeah.
I can start.
Okay.
In our organization, if you're on your laptop or on your phone, you can go. We have games. We use a lot of games to engage women from different communities, both at professional and at rural levels. We have a game called ChooseYourOwnFakeNews.com, just as I've said. ChooseYourOwnFakeNews.com. This game enables people to understand what is misinformation, disinformation in various lights, like how to avoid fraud online. We also have another online or web-based game called Digital Safety. T at the end is CHAI, T for, it gives you a lowdown on digital safety, which builds confidence. When you play, you understand, or you get scenarios with which you'll ensure to avoid any misinformation or harms online. And we have also created personas or perpetrator personas, which sheds more light on what to avoid. So if women and girls understand what to avoid, then they'll gain more confidence to use some of these artificial intelligence tools and technologies. Thank you.
I can be heard, I hope. Yeah. So I would say demonstrate value for women so that whatever solution or application they're using, and at whatever level in society, that they can be able to first see the value. Mm-hmm. So the value could be how they participate in trade, because then their real value is how it contributes to either better health for their homes or their children, or income, because then they are able to transact. So that will be my first. The second is involving them in be it national or regional level use cases or models. So how is the woman benefiting or can contribute to either generation of data? Because when we think about it, what we are speaking about today is already generating data. Where they will be in communities, they will also be generating data. So small-based spaces where they can know that in their contribution of data, it is building data sets that will be meaningful for them is important. And then these data sets then can scale. The other one is to also strengthen common threads and problems. So it could be problems like, for example, cross-border movement of goods or services. Women are majority in trading communities, for example, in our region. So they also know what their problems are. So which means from a policy level down to ground grassroots level, is to then have meaningful conversations around how can we solve it. We speak about instant payments and cross-border payments and data sovereignty. What does it really mean for that woman? So making it very meaningful for them. The other way is also involving women at the table. So forget grassroots, but link grassroots to the policy level at a regional level. When we say that we want to achieve Africa Free Trade Agreement, and realities within Africa. What does it then mean for this woman who speaks Kisi, for example, and would want to do trade with somebody in Chad who is Arabic? Then if they get to understand that languages or low resource languages is important for them, and that if they participate in the space of LLMs, for example, that they will solve a specific problem. It will inform how policy is done, governance, as well as the participation of that woman at the grassroots. Thank you.
I think the best thing would be, one, to just show a lot of the women the real history of AI, right? The first ever, programmer in the world was a woman called Ada Lovelace, right? The first programmers, even, of the ENIAC computers, most of them were women. So really showing women that it is actually women who have actually been building AI. For some reason, it got distorted at some point of time. Even at Fastager, my co-founder, we're three founders, all equal shareholding and everything. And my co-founder, Stephanie Jerenga, she's the mathematician. She's the one who does our data science and also pays me, like she's our finance. And so the idea of partnering and having co-founders who are women so that mindset can come out. And that's why one of the most important things we've done is we've partnered with women MSME organizations because most MSMEs are actually women. And that's why we focused on an application that actually caters to most of these women because we've been engaging, organizations like Kayana, and we've actually had, we need to actually activate policy. Once it's written, it needs to be actualized. So we've worked with, organizations of going and actually training women on how to use generative AI for their businesses. Whether you're a woman in the village, knowing that you could call an IVR voice activated using AI and then ask advice for your farm or for your small business. And at the end of the day, it's economic empowerment, right? How do you actually get people to know that, these women get to know that I can build my business, I can make money, I can grow my business, and I have that self-reliance. And then finally, there's this story of how, they're trying to understand how, women got empowered in India, and they realized actually it was exposure to televisions. When they saw women on TV programs who are lawyers, who are pilots, who are doctors, that changed their mind. And so we need more examples of innovators and entrepreneurs, just being showcased that this is what they're actually building companies, and other people will also be inspired to do the same thing and build AI companies. And that's also what we strive to do as Faster.
Okay. It's working. So mine is very simple since I'm seeing time is up. And I'm hoping there's a common statement that is always said, and I'm hoping you guys will help me finish that statement because I'm sure you also know it. It starts with trust. So it's trust, but
verify.
Trust, but verify. Always, always. In research, our one key thing is you're sent in a specific direction. Okay, that direction is amazing, beautiful, lovely, stunning. But what are your verification parameters with respect to whatever tool you're using? Is it the best tool for you? Is it going to optimize your business? Is it going to scale up your business? Is it going to bring out the best of what you have? Or are you just going with, whatever trend is going on at the moment? Even you who's bringing the information about AI to people at the grassroots, who's bringing information about how amazing AI can be to your grandmother, do you trust? Do you yourself, do you actually trust the technology that you're using, or it's just what? So key, trust but verify.
All right, thank you so much. Just as a poll, how many women in the room believe, think, assume, hope that they actually have power where they are in their life right now? Awesome, that means you have the ability to make a difference when it comes to AI. Trust me on this. Yes, thank you so much, everyone. It's been an absolute pleasure, and thank you for sharing your expertise.
Thank you very much, Madam Carol. Let's appreciate them. Please, Carol, come to the middle and take a photo with the panelists. Carol, right here in the middle, you balance the the group. Oh, thank you. You can smile. You have done a good job. A good one. Oh, but Mijoga, you are not smiling. Carol, you are not smiling. Oh, good. I think that is a good shot. Now, I think we didn't take a photo of Mutungi and your panelists. You did, standing. How come? Hey, I'm growing old. Another, okay, what about, we didn't take a photo with Professor Mulwa and Madame Doreen. Please come and take a photo with me, so then I balance the equation. Yeah, and then later we will take a photo with Madame Caro and Hugh. I think that would be a good one. Doreen, yeah, I think, thank you, Prof. That was a good one. Yeah, I learned so much. The other thing, I don't know whether it was you or Madame Doreen who said that, uploading photos online, and I was a bit, who said Was it you? That it's not good to upload? I don't know. Yeah. Even women, yeah, somebody misusing our photos online. I don't know. Is it coming out nicely? Good one. Thank you. So it is 2 o'clock. It is 1 minute. I don't know who will answer that one in the afternoon on how our photos and videos are being manipulated. The solution. Should we delete everything that's the digital footprints? So it's another one. So I said 45 minutes. I think you'll be guided. The lunch will be in another floor downstairs. I don't know whether there is a meal card. You will pick your meal card. And please keep time. I've realized dealing with young people is not easy. You will make me to grow more gray hair. So please keep time. So then being a Friday, we try to get out of here by around 4:30. And then we see. And don't go together if you are National Bank, UNESCO, whichever organization, all these beautiful institutions that came. Don't go back to link up and share contacts. And we want to build a big network for women and AI in Kenya and across the region. Yeah. You and Carol, please come. We take another photo. I like, photos and photos. Our boss, you to be in the middle, and Carol for DX5. I think that would be a good one. Yeah. Yeah, please go for lunch, and we come back at 2:45. Yeah, please. You come to the middle, my boss. Like this. I didn't say, if you read the Sunday Nation, please go and Google Carol Odera and read her articles. It is important. And the good work she has done in Women and Tech. Yeah. Thank you, Carol. Oh, great to meet you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now you can switch off my mic, and I think I've done a good.
they smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mommy, myself no do past like this. So many things inside. cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mommy, myself no do past like this. So many things inside of my jeans. I slide down the beatings.
like us. Madam Jennifer holds a Bachelor of Arts degree from the University of Nairobi. She has another degree, that is a Masters of Arts degree in Child Development from the Daystar University here in Nairobi. Her vision focuses on empowering young children to voice their perspectives and develop Afrocentric, data-driven solutions to challenges that they face. Oh, I don't know whether she has children either. Oh, Madam Jennifer, please come to the podium. Please welcome her. That's the way we do it since morning. They have now known how to do it. I know you will introduce to us your panelists. I don't know whether they are children. Are they? They are here. Oh, that is beautiful. Let them come and you will introduce them. And this is your panel. Initially we had given you 20 minutes. You can't believe. Sure, you can do it in 20 minutes. Let's negotiate. 25. She has given herself 25 minutes. Yeah, because they are children, honestly. Yeah. Karibu sana, Madam Kaberi.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
I know it's after lunch and we have all eaten sweet corn dumplings. And you all know what happens when you eat sweet corn dumplings. The stomach becomes a bit heavy. So DJ, I'm going to ask an upbeat song just to make the dumplings go all the way to the feet and leave our stomach. As the DJ is putting on an upbeat song, I'm going to request my panel of young ladies to join me. I'm going to start with Francisca. Francisca is an amazing young person advocating for SDGs, and she wants to change the world, and she believes technology is the way to do it. And she advocates using social media, especially her TikTok. DJ inagojea wewe weke muziki. The next Stacy, Judy. Come, Francisca, stand up. And then, so Julie is a woman in tech, okay? She is a coder, okay? At the age of 17, she's already coding stuff and she's already building products for young women like her. Karen wants to be able to influence policy at the global level, okay? Using especially technology and issues to do with justice. And then you have Kayla. Kayla is a creative. She does not understand why this room looks so brown. You know, she told me we need to put some color. So she puts her creativity not only on physical spaces, but she is a graphic designer and she can do for you posters. If you don't have anybody, please ask Kayla. DJ, please weka muziki ya watoto. Hiyo muziki kwani wanaweza ka dance nayo? Able girls stand up, we show them how we do it. Can we all stand up? Okay, let's go. Which one? Kayla, can you lead us in the dance? Who is the dancer? Francisca. Hiya, Francisca. Okay, let's go. 1, 2, go. Okay. And we want you ladies to join us. Thank you. My 25 minutes are almost up. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we're going to have a conversation from the future of technology. These ladies, and you can hear, they're using technology at different levels, from a designer, graphic designer, to a coder, to someone who is influencing policy. So the first question, ladies, is as you introduce yourselves, and you told me not to say your age because age is just a number. So, so I want you to first tell me, what is AI according to you? Not what you Googled or you asked ChatGPT. Like, what does AI mean to you, ladies? I'm going to start with Kayla, coming down to Francisca.
Okay. To me, AI is basically the ability for computers to perform tasks, which usually relates with human intelligence, which is usually either asking a question or like creating something for you or just giving you information. That's basically what AI is.
Karen?
I feel like the best way to describe AI is AI, because there's very many aspects within AI, but it's all just artificial intelligence. So if you say AI is this, AI is that, but it's everything. So AI is artificial intelligence.
Thank you. Julie?
Hi again.
Hi.
I'm privileged to be here, first of all. And I would like to answer AI. We have had a lot of definitions. And personally, I would say it's a program that is coded or built to function in the intelligence like a human being. Yeah, that's what AI is to me.
Thank you so much, Julie. Francisca?
Hi everyone again. So my name is Francisca, and to me, AI is basically advanced Google. Like, it's just advanced. It's Google but advanced. So that's AI to me. Yeah.
Thank you. Francisca, I'm going to stay with you. How can we make, because you're so much on SDGs, you love advocating for SDGs, and I know like 13 is one of your passion one. How can we make sure that AI is used for good, especially for girls and young ladies?
Okay, so how AI can be used for good. So I've listened to like many of the panels that happened today in the presentations, and like most of them have spoken about what I was actually going to talk about, basically biasness. So I'm going to talk about AI biasness, but now when it comes to the level of gender. So most AIs, if not all, can be biased. I have used AI since the year 2022, and I've used most AIs, even if it's like just for one day to test what it does. So I can't really for sure tell you if they all are biased, but most are. So they are biased on the answers they give us, and this can lead to inaccurate results. So for example, since we're talking about gender, I'll go into Gen AI, generative AI, because that's one of the things I do for fun. So generative AI, basically that's the meaning. It generates images, anything. So yeah, so an AI system that is trained on a data set of images that are probably mostly boys or men are most likely to be biased towards men. So this could lead to the system making unfair decisions or mistakes like misidentification, or probably empowering the existing gaps in fairness, representation, access, and opportunity. And you can't really blame the AI. It's the people that trained the AI. They used a specific data set. Yeah, so they used the data set of images for only boys or men. So when you ask it to, generate a girl, you see the girl is almost looking like a dude. I've experienced that when I was creating. Or also, someone was talking about, the skin color. It is very hard to find to create a woman with AI dark skinned, because I was last year I was helping create images for a book that was launched, And so I was asked to create, a dark-skinned, African-like teacher. And it was difficult because I'm getting a white-skinned lady, or she's brown, but she's not African brown, if you get what I mean.
Yes.
So yeah. So those are the problems that we have. So one way to now solve this biasness, it's like one way to prevent AI from being biased is to be careful about the data that is used to train the AI systems. Also, it is important to test these AI systems, mostly like volunteers who will, help you test the AI to avoid biasness, because these are one of the many issues that we're facing with AI. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Francisca. Julie, you've heard what say bias and all that. So what, as a coder, as someone who's already in this and trying to build some of this, what one thing about AI that you find really interesting, or would you like to learn more about? What, you're already doing amazing work with your building. What more do you want to?
Okay, first of all, the most interesting thing is trying to understand how AI works, like the general why. For example, when you're told that a robot can be able to act like a human being, you start asking yourself questions. Does it even have emotions? Does it even have feelings or all that? So I think that's the interesting part of me, or even just figuring out how they work. That's the most interesting thing for me. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Julie. Kayla, our designer, imagine you're being given this great opportunity to design an AI that helps and assists children your age. We said age is just a number, isn't it? We're not mentioning ages here. What would that AI do?
I think first of all, one part of the education system has really been impacted by AI, mostly schoolwork, and schools have been suffering with plagiarism. So I think I would make it that AI doesn't just give you the answer but shows you exactly how to do it, or for example has restrictions on what you can ask. You can't ask it to make you an essay on a specific topic so that it avoids plagiarism, and this way more people can learn. And yeah, and then additionally, mental health is really being impacted these days in teenagers' lives. So I think one way that can really impact would be your own personal therapist that you can ask at any time. You can ask for advice, you can go to for help, because nowadays therapists are a little bit expensive. So I think, yeah, that would be great, because nowadays 1 in every 10 teenagers have depression, and that's crazy thinking about it, because that's a lot of people. And then lastly, it would be to promote health, meaning putting restrictions on screen time. I know there are already apps that can do that, but putting restrictions on screen time, actually giving teenagers the benefits of going outside to motivate them. Yeah.
I'm going to stay with you, Kayla. Earlier you told me you're a AI pro. For your age group, what other ways are, apart from going to the chat for mental health, what other ways are people your age using, especially young ladies, AI for?
I think mostly, because I know what's popular is image generation, to make images for specific things. I think to even create codes for new apps, to get ideas for things, because nowadays teenagers, well, everyone is very dependent on AI.
Thank you so much, Kayla. So Karen, I'm going to come to you. I want to start now, okay? So you guys don't know, Karen does not use AI, ChatGPT. And let me first, before I start with the question, let me ask her, why don't you use these things that Kayla is using?
I think most of the time, I tell people I don't use AI, they're like, how don't you use AI? You're literally a student. I'm like, yeah, but part of the fun of, because I do history, international relations, part of the fun of being a history student, a global perspective student, is genuinely doing the research for yourself and learning for yourself instead of being given the facts straight up. Here you go, take the information. I feel like the thrill of trying to find information yourself, fact checking for yourself to see if this information is true or not, I feel like it's better than just being given the information straight up. Yeah.
I'm not in that school of thought. Karen, now that you don't use AI and you want the thrill of research and getting the information for yourself, imagine in 20 years from now, what will be some of the coolest jobs? Because you hear, is AI taking our jobs? Okay, what's like now, because like now AI has already taken up research jobs. What will be some of the coolest jobs you think will be there?
My first thought is, will there even be any jobs to be cool? But I think some of the coolest jobs would be the jobs that you actually have to go hands-on. Probably like being an astronaut. You can't be a robot astronaut. Being an astronaut is you physically going to space and exploring. Probably also miners, like the people who go underground to dig. Because the robot is digging for you, but what else? You're not the one who's going physically getting the minerals. But like, I was also reading this book one time. It's called I Have No Mouth, But I Must Scream. It's like a science fiction book based after World War III, where robots have taken over the world, and then the main character called the robot, an artificial intelligence called is basically torturing the humans because humans gave him sentience and no way to act on the sentence. Like, you have consciousness, you know everything there is to know, but you can't feel. Like, the robot, he can't feel sadness, he can't feel happiness, he can't feel the sun shining on your skin early in the morning, he can't feel wind, he can't smell like the food that we just ate, he wouldn't be able to smell that. So he was busy, he was torturing the humans just because he was given the sentience but no way to act on it. And there's another time I was watching TikTok. Please, I'm one of the people who are meaning the screen time in Kenya. But how in the future, words like robot and machine would be slurs. Just like you see in the past where we had segregation between white and black people. The white people were in one place and then there were slurs to call the black people. So probably in the future, like let's say your great grandson or your grandson brings home a robot and you can't call it a robot because robot is a slur, machine is a slur, tool is a slur. Like you have to genuinely call it. So I think in the future will be a very interesting thing to see, and I hope I am there to witness it. Yeah.
Thank you, Karen. So we are not in the future, we're living in the future, right? We are not going to the future, we're living in the future. So, ladies, if you were to build an ideal world, okay, with AI in it, what would it look like?
So, interesting question. I haven't really thought about that, but if I were to build a world with AI, I would make AI a partner, you know, because like many people have said, we shouldn't fear AI. You know, we should just learn to work with it. So probably in this like new world of mine, AI is a partner, like almost a human, but still an AI. So it's a partner. It will help. It will be helpful. Although I will do a bit of adjustments, especially with education, since I'm still in high school. Like the way Kayla has said. as the AI will, when you're asking it a question, it will not give you the answer. It will probably give you a similar question and explain to you that similar question. Then you go back to do it on your own. Yeah, and also that's in the education sector, probably like fun, in terms of fun. The AI will probably encourage you to go outside, it asks you what activities did you do outside, to make sure you're healthy, you're going outside, you're not always inside, on technology and stuff like that, yeah.
Thank you so much. Julie?
If I were to create an AI, personally, I would make it available for everyone. Like right now, it's limited. Like I had Miss Carol saying that that woman with a kabambe doesn't know what is happening with AI. So personally, I would make it available for everyone in the positive way, but with some limitations. Like what you said, not being able to give direct answers, just giving it, what do we call it? An answer, but not in a direct way, but for everyone with no biasness, because it really hurts my heart, like for real. It hurts me when you talk about women being treated not fair in the AI sector, but I would create it for everyone. Each and everyone should be able to be a part of it. Yes.
Thank you so much, Julie. Karen?
I think before I would first teach the AI, not necessarily teach, or ask the AI to first help us solve major problems like climate change, world hunger, poverty. I would try and get the AI's help to solve those major problems. And then after the problems are solved, per se, I would try and integrate AI everywhere and at least help everyone, like even people with disabilities, help them to have an AI assistant, like the mute, those who can't talk, like translators, the deaf, people, the AIs or the robots to sign for them. Basically, yeah.
Thank you, Karen. Kayla?
I think I would still keep AI, just not give it so much power, because I feel like AI is very useful actually. Like, for example, the robots that clean your houses, they make life a whole lot easier. And I feel like over the years, AI definitely will develop. Like, I bet when you were younger, if I told you that this would happen, you wouldn't. You would not believe it. So I feel like I would just find a way to implement it in a way that it can help the community.
Thank you. So earlier we had Ambassador Thigo, isn't it? If you were still seated here, let's go around. What is one thing would you want him to tell the president about AI and girls? Starting with Kayla.
Maybe to make it more accessible, like Julie said, because it's not as accessible nowadays. Yes.
Thank you. Karen?
Basically the same thing, to make it more accessible for everyone and give us, like girls and young people and everyone in general, a chance to interact with him and other big people, because if you go to certain government events, you're busy being shoved around by the police officers. They're like, but I'm a child, you have not done anything wrong. And they're just move, songa. They're like, I've not done anything, can I just want to say hi to my leaders. And the impression I'm being given by being shoved around is not really flattering. So I would say yes, make AI more accessible for everyone and give us a open place to interact with the leaders and give our ideas.
Julie?
Yeah, just like I said, making AI accessible to everyone. When I say everyone, I mean everyone. Even the people living in the mashambadi, wapatiwe chance yaku. They be given the chance to access it. Yeah.
For me, it's practically the same as the three. make AI accessible for all girls, and like what Karen said, give girls, the space they need to, use AI effectively, because AI has a lot of opportunities, especially for young girls like us, because we use it more than the adults. Yeah. And it brings us a lot of opportunities. Like for us who do advocacy, it helps us continue our advocacy. Yeah. And also it helps the other children. Like AI is very important in education, because like not only does it, generate a learning style for our student, it can also, do translations, because, like the children that are living in the rural areas, some of them probably speak, their mother tongue. So like AI can, help translate for them to understand and, continue the education effectively. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you clap to the girls? You've done amazing. So I have my 30 seconds of PR. Thank you so much. So thank you so much. I didn't want to take time before the girls spoke. So I work with Mtoto News. I'm founder. The CEO is seated right there. And Mtoto News, our work is to be able to leverage on technology to empower young ladies and young men. Someone asked me if we have young men. We have lots of them, to be able to speak like this, but also to be able to navigate the digital space, because in reality you'll not remove them from the digital space. The only thing you can do is empower your child to be able to navigate that digital space. So when they're doing it intentionally. I want to say thank you so much to CIO. Thank you so much, Caroline, for this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Jennifer. Please go right to the middle. And as a mentor of these young ladies, just right there. And Mtoto News CEO and others, please join in the group photo. It's a good one. And for sure, the future is female, girls and AI. Oh, can't you accept that the girls have done a good job? Please appreciate them. Thank you very much. We are very grateful. Thank you. You can take your seats. Thank you. DX5, you will share the photos, and they normally put them online, and you'll get them from there. Ladies and gentlemen, time, 3:34. The next panel is on leadership, mentorship, and sponsorship, empowering the next generation in AI. And I'm glad to introduce the CEO of Moringa School. I've heard of Moringa School for many years. Nikki Germany. Please come. As she comes to the podium, please appreciate her. Let me take this opportunity to introduce her. Please, you will introduce the panel. Nikki Germany is the CEO of Moringa School. She will tell us what it's all about, an institution dedicated to nurturing Africa's tech talent through market-aligned technical skills training. With over a year in this role, Nikki has driven impactful growth and innovation in the education sector. She's a result-oriented leader specializing. Please, you can be seated as I introduce you. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, right. So then the audience can see you properly. Next time they need to bring their children to Moringa School. She's a result-oriented leader specializing in growth and tech-enabled organizations in Africa, the entire Africa. Nick brings significant enterprise in P&L management, operations, sales, marketing, people development, and international expansion. She's an angel investor and member of the Nairobi Business Angel Network. She will tell you what that is all about, showcasing our commitment to fostering talent and innovation in the region. Please, Madam Nikki, take this opportunity now to introduce and invite your panel, who will introduce themselves. I've looked at the time. Initially, we had given you 40 minutes. We have taken away 30 minutes.
I was expecting that.
10 minutes, but if you can save us more time, we'll be glad. Thank you, but don't summarize too much until the audience loses what you really exactly wanted to tell us. Karibu sana. Thank you.
Asante. Hi everyone. As you heard, I'm the CEO at Moringa School, and as somebody who spends all their working life trying to empower young people to go into careers in tech, it was just so inspiring to see the young women up here. And this topic that we're talking about today is how do we empower the next generation of women in AI? And I think that Mtoto is doing a wonderful job on that, so I really applaud you. So I think most of you know a little bit about Moringa already. We exist to develop the tech talent of the future, and we do that in tech, data, and AI skilling. But we also provide upskilling for working professionals and corporations. And so as we think about people in their careers who've already moved into tech, we want to think about how do we make sure that they're getting into tech, but moving into leadership in tech as well. And so I'd like to welcome up my panelists to talk to us about that very topic. Dr. Rotich Gladys Shepkurui, please join me on stage. Shepkurui is the Senior Lecturer and Chair of the Department of Development Studies at the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Tech, JKUAT. So welcome on stage. Then Anne Maria Karubo, who is a computer scientist and junior software engineer at Malaika. And Malaika is an organization who's doing a lot of great work around making pregnancy journey fun and joyful for women. So welcome, Anne Maria. Also, Alice Munya, who is the Senior Director at Mozilla and also the founder of African Women in AI Network and a big supporter of Moringa. Welcome, Alice. And then Sharola Akothadipo, who is the founder and president of Women in AI Africa, and also founder of Akothadipo Law, a law firm specializing in AI ethics. Welcome, and please take a seat. So I'd like to start with some personal journeys. As I said, we're talking about empowering women in technology, empowering women in AI, and the role that mentorship plays in that, the role that sponsorship plays in that, and how people move forward on a leadership journey. And of course, mentoring is talked about a lot. It tends to be formal or informal, people giving advice. But more recently, we've been talking a lot more about sponsorship as well, which is where people really speak up for you, especially when you're not in the room, where they put your names in meetings, they make sure that you're at events. And so I'm interested to hear from each of you your own personal journey to a leadership role in technology and in AI, and what were some of the actual interventions and moments that you've had throughout your career that's helped you get here. Was it mentoring? Was it informal? What were those things that actually helped you get to where you are? So I will actually start at the far end with Shepkurui. Tell us your journey.
Okay, all protocols observed. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for this session. I think listening here from morning, actually, I'll start by saying that yes, as the moderator introduced that, yes, I'm a lecturer at Jomo Kenyatta, and in my space, I get to interact with both the future, there is a present, and my seniors as well in the journey. And to be where I am in terms of leadership, navigating through, I think I'll echo the sentiments that today morning when His Excellency was making his presentation, I think he talked about somebody mentioning your name somewhere in some space. And also now when it comes to women, you realize that there is that responsibility whereby as you are in that space, are you bringing in others? So myself to be where I am, I think my background, I'm Russian trained, and you find that was an opportunity. Somebody mentioned my name somewhere and I got that platform. And you find that it's an experience of its kind. You get to interact, you get to learn and relearn. And now, as we talk about AI today, also I'll refer, or maybe I'll concur with what His Excellency presented today in terms of the historical trajectory, different historical epochs in terms of AI, AI growth, whereby as 2025, we are seeing the amplifying and maybe the acceleration. And you find that it's part and parcel of what we do. I think my sentiments would be, as we look at a story is told of 6 blind men who touched the different parts of an elephant. And you find that whoever touched the tail described that elephant differently. Whoever touched the ear described it differently. And as we talk about AI now, you find that like all of us are interacting with it differently in different spaces. And we have different experiences. So you find that those who are in full tech, those who are in social sciences, and there are those that are afraid. But one fact is AI is here to stay. The question is, how do we navigate through? How do we ensure that? Because it is man-made then. Is it controlling us or are we controlling it? I think as a look at that. And given that now, we are the present. The young kids have spoken their mind. That is how they look at their future. So as we look back, what are the experiences? And this is our current, because we have to live the moment. But not forgetting that also it is a changing space, a changing dynamic. Those are my observations. Thank you.
Thank you. And tell us, has there been something in particular on your own professional journey that that you've seen? You said somebody put your name forward and got you into Russian training. What are some of the other things that you've seen in your own professional journey that have really helped you?
In terms of gender, to be specific?
Just in terms of your journey, professional journey.
I think as you talk about leadership and mentorship, you find that for sure it is a variable, or it is a factor that plays a great role. And you find that it's more or less, there are moments to learn. There are moments you have to gather courage and say, I can do it, and believe in yourself. So you find that there are sometimes opportunities you'll shy away. And you find that I think the ability to have, I'll say, the thick skin, because in today's presentation, as you look at the era of deep fakes, really, you find that the statistics has that the most affected are women, and they'll shy away, they'll retreat back totally, shy away from leadership and whatnot. But on the other hand, I think the ability to navigate through the dynamics, because dynamics will always be there. But the question would be, what are your support system? What are those moments that you can take the shock and say, well, this has happened, but it will pass, because actually there are many things that are happening, but they are passing actually.
Great, thank you. And Maria, tell us about your journey and how you've gotten to where you are, and what are some of the support systems that you've had along the way?
Thank you, Nikki. Okay, so I was recently a computer science student at the University of Nairobi, actually graduated last year in September, and I must say that as a techie, or a girl in tech, I obviously spent most of my time looking at screens, trying to upskill, learning how to code, trying to build solution, and there was a big disconnect between what I was spending my time doing in school, which is upskilling, and what the world needs out there. So it was really key for me to interact with people like my supervisor from school, who directed me and showed me areas that have a gap in the real world, which directed the project that I worked on on school, which turned out to be something that was needed in the real world and has propelled me a bit. And there is also the African Girls Can Code initiative, which is a coding camp run by UN Women that I got to attend before graduating. It was really impactful for my journey, because I was facing most of the cliche challenges that women in the tech space face that could be solved by having more women in the space, and being part of the coding camp that was not really limited to coding, because we also got to learn about the digital divide. We got to learn about the challenges that women in tech are facing. We got to scope them. We got to realize what role people like me were playing, and that really prepared me for many of the barriers that I have met so far, and has really propelled my career where, right now I'm a junior software engineer at Malaika, and I'm working on projects that are directly improving the pregnancy journey for mothers in Kenya, and it's really nice. It feels good. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, it seems that being able to have access to a number of these programs gave you a lot of exposure that's then helped you on your career journey. Is that right?
Definitely.
Yeah, okay, great. Sharola, tell us about your journey.
Better? Yes. So all protocols observed. Good afternoon.
I want to appreciate the fact that this is the first time in a panel I am seated with all ladies. Let's just start from there. So most of the time, it's all men and one lady, 2 ladies and 5 men. And also it's amazing just to see the previous panel that was here, full of young ladies that are now able to talk about this space and to talk about what is happening and how they're able to embrace it and the kind of trajectory that they want to take in this space. For me, by profession, I am an advocate of the law, and I have always been curious about, you see, in Kenya and the kind of track record we have in terms of academic curriculum. When you're studying in the high school level, you either choose between humanities and sciences. So they don't give you a chance to explore both at the same time. So at that moment, there's already that gap. It creates an initial gap from the word go. So yeah, I wanted to be an advocate. I am now a lawyer, but I've always been curious about technology and what it has to do, you know. So when I got into law, I ended up working with companies that are into telecommunications. And as we slowly grew into this 4th industrial revolution, I wanted to know more about AI. And let me tell you, it's a man who put me up. So I just appreciate the men who are supporting this journey, the men who are present just to ensure that we're not left behind. The first, yes. The first engagement that I had was one that was initiated by men, much as it was about women. You know, and since then, through the years, I've interacted with women of different levels in this. We have those who are just starting, like the lovely young ladies that we had here. We've had women who have now studied it and maybe have capacity development exposed to them. And then we have those who have made it and are up there, Nikki, yeah. So this type of exposure has given me a thought, like even those women who have made it and feel like, and we feel like they ought to mentor the young ones, are still fighting for their lives. At that level, at that level where they have leadership roles, they still have to fight with men in boardrooms. They still have to prove themselves that much more. As a woman, the struggle is that much more. And when we're looking for them, maybe they even have that fear themselves that, am I even good enough? They have an imposter syndrome. But I like sessions like this that encourage women, that appreciate women who have made it. I like Vambo AI from South Africa. That's a woman-led, you know, by Chido. Those who know, like, she has really created a big system infrastructure that is taking care of people, and she's a woman, and she's, you know, bringing Africa to the front. We have Nikki here, who's also helping with capacity development, and you know, that just goes a long way to show that we are making progress, and that people like me who are wondering, I mean, I'm a lawyer, how do I get into AI? And do I have to be a consumer, or can I be a quantitative, you know, contributor? Can I be a stakeholder? Can I develop a system? Can I collaborate? So for me, I started with law as a profession, but as is right now, whether technical or non-technical, I'm very much invested in AI. Yeah.
Great, thank you. And I think it's a very important point about the role that men have to play in promoting women's advancement as well. We might come back to that. Alice.
Hello. Hear me? Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. Alice Muñoz here with Mozilla, and just founded the African Women in AI Network in January. My journey has not been straightforward. And I can actually really proudly call myself an elder. I've been doing this for nearly 30 years now. And not even in the country, it's been global. And I agree with you. I can call myself an elder, and I'm still fighting for my life in this space. And not just because it wasn't made for us as Kenyan women, but actually corporate America and tech America was never made for not just women, not for black people either. So, all the jobs I've ever had are mostly global and surrounded by men and being alone. The only woman of a certain age, so all those intersections, the shortest woman, the only woman of a certain age, the only one perhaps with dual citizenship, the only one who's done technology, all of that. So at some point, I had to mentor myself. I had to really surround myself with women who were doing it. I actually believe surrounding myself with who are cleverer than I am, who are subject matter experts, who I learned from. So that was how I went about mentorship, because we were not looking at mentorship from that perspective the way we look at it now. And I got into this straight from college. I went to college at the Vatican University, where we were the second cohort of lay students. And my mentor was a really great professor called Professor Father White. He's dead. He's gone now. He's deceased now. Father Robert J. White. The Jesuits. I was educated by the Jesuits, and I'll never forget the first book he put on my hands and said to me, Alice, you are at a Vatican University. It was the Pontificia Universitas Gregoriana. And he says to me, forget about religion. We're Jesuits and the Society of Jesus, and I'm going to tell you something. This is the first book you read, and the book he put on my hand was Jesus Before Christianity, essentially telling me that you have to get away from this notion of religion contained in a certain way, and then, of course, looking at technology from a Vatican perspective was also, he also mentored me from that perspective. A white man. So that is in itself an irony. Because I'm fighting for my life in boardrooms that are full of white men that don't see us as even human. Forget about as equal. We're not even human. The code switching is tough. You have to keep code switching in all the intersections that we carry. So if I find myself in a space where it's white men, I have to remember I'm a black woman, I'm a short woman, I come from Kenya, all of those intersections, and I have to constantly remember, what I've been taught by people who've come before me. The second mentor was actually yet another man when I came back, and that was the late His Excellency Mwai Kibaki. I came back and from Rome first, and then ended up in Tanzania, and then in Malawi, drafting the Malawian communication policy. Again, I was mentored there by a really nice elderly man who was the minister. And I'll never forget saying to him, we don't need to like each other or even be friends to work together. But we drafted the Malawian communication policy and created what we used to call radio listening clubs across the entire country. From there, back to Kenya. And guess what? Again, I'm drawn in by the late Mudhaura and Michuki, who had Michuki, the Minister of Transport and Communications, and he had declared the internet illegal. So anyone caught using the internet or any mention around the internet was illegal. Whatever you're doing. So whatever Shem Ochuodo and all the pioneers that brought the internet to Kenya, we were operating behind the scenes, trying to actually bring the internet to the country while trying to fight with the status quo that was the Kenya Post and Telecommunications, because African governments really believed, not just African governments, a lot of global majority country governments believed that the internet was taking away a lot of money from their cash cow, their telecommunication companies and mobile network operators. So then I'll never forget, I was all alone, decided to sue the government, the Kibaki government, and nobody wanted to join me. You can Google it. So it was Alice Munywa is suing the government because they had just, around that time, disbanded the board of the Communications Commission of Kenya. And I thought, no, we are trying very hard to bring the internet to this country so that we can create opportunities for people to use the internet in a way that is, to create economic opportunities and education opportunities. So we are not going to be allowing this government to do that. And so I was alone. A lot of the men that I went to approached were like, no, I don't want to join in this lawsuit because I might want to actually join the government and work with them. So I don't want to, yeah. So, but guess what happens then? I get a call from Mudaura who says to me, why are you fighting us out there? Come and join us and tell us what to do. So exactly what we are doing here from an AI perspective, that, the government of current government invited all of you to contribute to the AI strategy, which you all did. It's a great document. I can't wait to see how it gets implemented. I think that is where the real challenge is going to be. So yes, I've had a mixture of all, but I think for me the best has been from women, and specifically the founder of Mozilla. I don't know how many of you know Mozilla. Mozilla, we are the owners of the Firefox browser, and the only tech company that is not big tech and is owned by a nonprofit. Our interest is not. Our interest is actually to put all of you back in control of your lives, and so that's why we're very, very, very focused on issues around privacy, data protection, being able to identify deep fakes. We're looking at AI from a trustworthy, ethical perspective. In fact, our main focus is looking at AI from it's looking at it from what do we want AI to look like from an African perspective, an African women perspective. One of the issues I have, sorry, I keep going back and forth. One of the issues I have, the discussions we're having is we just go into talking about AI, and the AI ecosystem that we're talking about is not ours. None of it is ours. All of it is copy-pasted. But here we are, we've drafted a strategy already based on AI's ecosystem that is not ours. I would love, and that is what my mentor, Mitchell, who's the founder of Mozilla, kept asking me. She kept saying, Alice, don't you want to actually find out what does a healthy internet from an African perspective look like? And she went ahead to talk about me behind my back in a good way, because every time we talk about people talking about behind your back, it's always like, okay, they're gossiping. No, in a really good way, where she was like, well, we've got this person with us who's very keen to do work in the global majority countries. So I was invited to the board of both Mozilla Foundation, Mozilla Corporation, to go and make a presentation around what can Mozilla do in the Africa region. I ended up talking to them, and again, it was a board that was even current, is nearly 80% women. And I got out of there, and I was told, here's, I don't know how many $1 million, I can't divulge that. Tell us what to do in the Africa region. That is, for me, the beauty of mentorship, where people are talking about you and calling your name, discussing you in closed boardrooms, in spaces where you're not in, and talking about you in a way that provides opportunities for you to be able to thrive in whatever that you're doing. So for me, that is important. But she also went further, and became the executive sponsor, because she was the CEO of Mozilla Corporation, and then this executive director of Mozilla Foundation. Both of them became my executive sponsor for what I then ended up calling the Africa Mradi. I insisted on using local, African local languages. And here we are today. So from there, ended up, looked around and thought, why don't we have African women talking about AI? Why is it's only the usual white men again, and the usual people talking? And so I thought, no, I love taking action. And so I looked at Mitchell, I said, listen, I'm going to create an African Women in AI network, and this is what it's going to do, bring us together. That's the first thing, create community.
And that sounds like it's been such an important part of your journey through that.
Yes.
And so I see a lot of similar themes here. So some around the importance of mentorship, and some around the importance of just being willing to step up and do something that's uncomfortable and know that it's going to be difficult, but that you just be comfortable being uncomfortable, because it's when you put yourselves into those situations that you grow. And so I just wanted to have one parting shot from each of the different panelists, because we're getting to the end of our time. And as I said, a number of people have talked about mentorship, but is mentorship critical? You've had mentors, we've had a few people mention mentors. How many people in the audience would say that right now they have a mentor? Okay, that's about a quarter, about a third, okay? So some people say, how do I get a mentor? Some people ask questions around, what if I don't have a mentor? So in those situations, what would be your advice to somebody who's looking to move ahead?
Really, it starts with the interests of an individual, because mentors are depending on who are you, what do you want, and whom do you identify with, because you can only be mentored with a person who is in a space where you'd wish to be. So I want to believe that in any ecosystem, mentors will always be there. It's just identifying, reaching out, and also be willing to be mentored, because it's the mentee, not the other way around. Because I may be seated here, somebody will wish me to be his or her mentor, but I wouldn't know, not unless the person takes the step and say, can I, can that happen? So there's got to be, willingness to, and the ability to see, where am I now, and where would I wish to be where Rotich is, for example. But otherwise, I know it's doable, it's possible, and yes, it is critical. Thank you.
Thank you. What would you say, Anne-Maria?
I would say pretty much the same thing. It all starts with interest. What are you interested in? Followed by drive. Are you actively putting in work to be around what you're interested in? And then you also have to be willing to learn and embrace change and listen to your mentor and, just be able to learn, basically adapt.
Cheryl?
Okay, it's one thing to have very many, because we started a mentorship program for women in artificial intelligence Africa, and we realized that the ratios don't match. We have so many mentees, and we have very few mentors. So if we have women who have capacity, if we have women who are up here, who are available, to mentor lovely young ladies and encourage them to come into these spaces. We have those programs. I believe in our organization we have mentorship programs. Avail yourself as a mentor. I know you have a busy schedule and everything, but who else will do this? Come on, make progress. Help us move from conferences and summits to actual reality in your own individual capacity. Just try, get one lovely lady, like these ladies that were seated here. Just get one. And it grows from that point. As mentors, busy as you are, let's try and avail ourselves. And also as mentees, no one is going to come looking for you. Make yourself available. Let's move from conferences and summits to the real world. I'll take that. Yeah.
Thank you. And Alice?
What was the question again?
People often ask about how do they get a mentor, and is a mentor essential? And if I don't have a mentor, which a number of people don't, what are the other things I can do to help myself in this leadership journey?
I believe it's just being proactive. Sometimes we tend to look at, I don't believe in this notion that it has to be an older person that is mentoring you. Peer-to-peer mentorship is also extremely important. In fact, even more important, because then you have a lot in common. But I do also believe in being mentored by people who are much more cleverer than you are, much more intelligent than you are, better subject matter expert, and surrounding yourself with those kind of people. But I also believe that especially Black women, we are over-mentored and under-supported in other ways. And I'd rather focus on the other ways, like finances. You need, you're mentoring a person, and then, where the opportunities. So I want to see mentorship go beyond just talk. In the same way you're saying we want to see technology go beyond just talk, mentorship should also be like that. Let beyond just talk. If I'm going to be mentoring several young women, I want to see them succeed. And I want to invest in ensuring that they succeed. And that's the reason why when we launched that African Women in AI, I was like, my goal is very simple, to make sure all those women in the room become billionaires in the next 2 to 3 years using tech.
Okay, that's a great way to end. Thanks, everybody. Thank you very much. We'll stay on stage for a photo.
Thank you, yeah. Madam Nikki, kindly take the center position for photo with the panelists. Oh, wonderful. I wish we had 2 days. I think next year when we do Women and AI, we'll need 3 days at least. Oh, kindly appreciate these wonderful ladies. And the other young ladies who came before them. They are listening. They are here. Thank you. Could be one question or two from the audience, and then before they leave the stage, yes, take the mic back there. Just be spot on. Short question. Please be seated. Yeah. Who you are, and could be no comment, just quick one. Straight. Yes.
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Faith Wawira. I work at Water Resources Authority, and I am also she leads the liaison for ISACA. So I'm happy Nikki started with asking the moderators to tell a story about their journey. And from the morning, I've been learning so much and getting a lot of statistics, and also seeing how much, there's still a significant number of humans in this world who are still not connected. And thinking of intelligence, artificial intelligence, I think, in my opinion, the people who shape the intelligence are the ones who are connected. These are the people who are able to share their stories, and it is factored in the development of AI. So the question is, what happens to the people who are still offline? Sorry? What happens to the people who are still offline? What happens to their stories just because of the digital divide and they are disconnected to the wider internet?
Ask one of them too.
Who would like to take that?
Okay, I may go first. Okay, thank you so much for your question. And that is my understanding correct, that it's with specific reference to Kenya, right? Yes or no? Okay, so I think from where I sit, you find that really in terms of inclusivity or inclusion, bridging the divide, you find that like there are key players in the sector, key actors really, and whereby in terms of, you mentioned about the infrastructure. Now, as you look at Kenya, assuming we start perhaps the leadership of the day was deliberate and intentional, whereby as a country we have 1,450 words. Assuming that was budgeted for, it starts at that level. It will ensure that in each and every word, there is a facility or an infrastructure that creates enabling environment. It requires investment. It requires really key discussion whereby the key stakeholders and whereby we put it as a priority. We can start simple, given that be it CDF, be it various donors, because I'm looking at 1,450, each and every word having a hub or maybe an infrastructure to create an enabling environment. And now, every year, if there's a budget for that, I think we'll be somewhere. That's from where I sit now, from the government perspective. Because you find that like the digital divide, for sure the divide is real, but how do we narrow the gap? It has to be intentional, deliberate, and there are resources for that. That's my take on that.
I'm sure, Mr. Ongoto, you might kill me for this because I know you're keen on time. But just to add to what she has said, which I completely agree with, we have these institutions that are developing these systems, the AI systems, algorithms. And I'd like to there are systems that do not need internet integration. When you work with service providers, there are systems that are USSD integrated that actually do not need the internet. So if you have a kabambe, you still have access to the same systems. And even as we work towards ensuring that the internet gap is minimized, I'm sure we can, as long as we sensitize them enough, they will know that they can access these systems without necessarily having to wait for the internet gap to be sorted out.
Yeah, it's okay. I think, Nikki. Oh, who can...
Time for one more question, or we're out of time?
No.
No, okay.
Yeah, because of time, and I don't want you guys to sleep here. We don't have accommodation. But next time, I definitely believe that we'll do better than this. Let's kindly please appreciate Nikki's team. Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Do you have a business card? Yeah, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Madam Munyo. Oh, that's so good. So let me, ladies and gentlemen, we are trying to gain the lost time. There's a speaking slot given to a wonderful lady here, Dr. Shiko Gitahu. Are you in the room? Shiko? Oh, she's coming in virtually. Good. I hope she's following us. As our tech group at the back sets up this, Shiko was initially given 20 minutes. I hope if she's online, she will try to summarize a bit, so then we try to beat the traffic in Nairobi. Dr. Shiko is the CEO of Kala. She will tell us what Kala is, a digital innovation company driving transformation across Africa with over a decade of experience. She specializes in digital solutions for sectors like agriculture, education, health, renewable energy, and many other sectors. As the founder of Safaricom Alpha, Africa's first corporate innovation hub, she led groundbreaking digital transformation initiatives. Dr. Shiko has also advised governments at the African Development Bank and contributed to data and digital development policies. With advanced degrees in computer science and recognition as Women in STEM champion, she empowers tech startups and promotes innovation across the African continent. This speaks to the previous panel, which made me feel very emotional. You can't believe it. So we are together. It appears like as we move towards the end of this conference and workshop and engagement, we are getting more and more emotional. Kindly welcome Dr. Shiko Gitau online. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I am really excited to be part of this session. I'm sad that I cannot be there in person, but thankfully there's technology for me to be able to do my presentation in this morning. As you know, my name is Dr. Shiko Gitau. I work for Kala. Kala is a digital innovation lab. And our goal is to catalyze Africa's digital future. And we work in many areas. And one of the areas that we work in is in AI. And that's why I'm away, because I'm in Kigali, because there's an African AI Summit happening next week. We are convening and organizing some events. But today is about you. I mean, as you're ending Women's Day, I've been reflecting a lot about being a woman in this field, and beyond the hype, beyond the rhetoric, and beyond the talk is how do we make women, empower them in the AI for collaboration and cross-sector collaboration, because AI is consequential technology that is going to affect every single sector. But some sectors are just sitting, and how do we women lead in this place? So indulge me in the next a few minutes as I do this. So I always like starting my talks with a definition, mostly because everybody has a definition of what they think artificial intelligence is or what it does not mean. So I'll start with our definition of artificial intelligence, so we are in the same space as we go ahead. So we define artificial intelligence as the concept of machines being able to carry out tasks that normally require human intelligence. And it has fields like machine learning, natural language processing, computer vision, robotics, and such. If you want to know about this definition, just tomorrow morning, as you go back to work and want to show people that you've actually been in an AI conference for women, just go to Qubit Africa, and you will see a resource where we have prepared for everybody what we're calling an AI 101 cheat sheet. It gives like a very good sense of what AI is in very, very normal language. So for those of you who are interested in doing that. But is AI new really? I mean, we have been using Google Maps for a long time. Netflix, every time Netflix shows you the next movie that you might like or recommended for you, that is AI. Spotify as well. Spotify gives you the music that you actually like listening. So, for example, for me, it gives me my music for listening in transit in the car, or my music for the gym, or my child who likes listening to some Spotify as well. It is able to tailor your music list, your playlist according to your liking. And what we all like the Spotify end of year reveal to show what is the mood I am in. All that is AI. But a few years ago, with the unleashing of ChatGPT and what we call Gen AI, generative AI, is when it became very, very popular. So while these are types of AI, Gen AI has really popularized AI. And what we say in our field is that Gen AI removed the skin of AI and allowed us to interact directly with those large language models and have conversations with them. And that is what AI is. But this is a moment in history, and why this talk was important for me to even do a pre-recording. It is the same moment in history akin to the mobile phone. And not the mobile phone everywhere else, but the mobile phone in Africa. I was doing my graduate study all around mobile phones and their impact on the African continent, especially mobile internet. This was before you had your iPhone or your fancy Android Samsung phone. This was on a Nokia 3310. You remember those ones? Those ones were old. And we used to be able to do edge with edge connection, just being able to search and do. And I saw lives change. People, my PhD project was around connecting people to jobs. And I saw hundreds of thousands of people getting jobs because they had the connection to internet. And for us, this is a moment in history that we cannot be left behind, and why this conversation for us as women is quite important. This is why it's important. I like numbers. Yeah, those of you who know me, you know I like numbers. So we know this is the outlook, yeah? 126 billion is the estimated amount of AI market this year, or 2025, and you're already in March, right? 15.7 trillion is the AI market globally in the next 5 years. So when I say 2030 is not far along, it's 5 years from today, okay? Maybe 4 years and 9 months, right? But how are we playing in this as Africa? Less than 10%. We are a population of 1.5 billion. Yeah? It's not even fair, right? And the contribution to our GDP by AI is 5.6%. So there is money to be made for those ones who look at the bottom line. This is how we are doing. Yeah. You see in Kenya, and these statistics are changing. Next week, you're going to be releasing an index, and which will give a more clear why these numbers they really are. But this is money that is coming on the continent. This is AI startups that are being actually invested in on the African continent. So money is coming. That 2.2 billion worth of investment that came in 2024 to Kenya, 41% was in AI startups. So there is money that is coming into the continent. But this is why we are doing what we are doing. Africa's workforce projection. This brings reality. It is not just about the hype. It's not about being in the next big thing. It's about reality. By 2050, will be 2.4 billion people. In other words, in the next 25 years, a whole billion people will be added on the African continent. Yeah. Of this, 25% of the population, this is 25% of the global population. Yeah. And this amount of money we'll be spending 3 trillion. Yeah. And we're able to unlock this. But most importantly, it will be the world's workforce, which I think is the next slide. It will be a previous slide. So this is how we are as an African continent and why it is important to get involved. And if you have these numbers, that's the number of women that are going to be on the continent, number of women that are going to be contributing to the workforce. So we need to be able to take things seriously. These are the numbers. This is why we do what we are doing. It's not for the hype. It's about solving a really pertinent problem or challenge or opportunity for Africa, depending on how you're looking at it. I look at it as an opportunity of our youth bulge. So why does it matter that women get empowered and get involved in AI development? Simple, diverse perspectives. Yeah. Is it a 9? Is it a 6? Yeah. And I always give this example of there's a lot of bias already and unfairness around AI that is being built. And I give this example of, I don't know the slides, where it is. I always give this example of when Gemini was first released. When you search on Gemini, give me Kings of England, guess what it gave you? It gave you colored women, that is black, Indian, Asian women wearing crowns. And there was an uproar, even from our favorite troller, Elon Musk, complaining about being the bias in the algorithm. But this bias happens to us every day as a black woman, as an African woman. Have you ever tried searching yourself on Gemini or searching yourself on GPT, on Chat GPT or Claude or any other of the tools? It gives made up things about you and about Africa. And we need to solve it for us. I'm sure if you asked it feminine things like, what is a menstrual cycle? It will give you its own gibberish. Why? It's been made by white men sitting in San Francisco. And you can't really blame them for having a point of view or a world view because they know nothing else. It's like many of you, if I told you, where is Iceland? Describe for me Iceland. You think Iceland is the Arctic, first of all. It's a small blob of ice at the very end of the world. Do you know Iceland is the biggest, one of the biggest countries there is? That ice blob is one of the biggest ones. It's huge. In the same way people talk about Africa, when they think about Africa, they think it's a small continent, but it's a huge landmass in the middle of the globe. So these biases are built because it's the only worldview that people know. Our job is to show them a different worldview, and hopefully they are listening and they are open to learning and they can be able to do this. So what's the current landscape? The number, if I was there, I would have asked you this question. I wanted to see your hands up. How many women are in the AI task force? Roughly 22%. I know that sounds a lot, but before you clap, what do the 22% actually do? Data analysis and data labeling. But we want more women in leadership. The numbers we have do not exist. Women, as you have seen over and over again in the last 5 years, are pushed out of leadership positions in AI because they stand for something. They stand for ethical development of AI. They push back for inhumane ways of looking at human beings. And that's our strength. The second thing is including limited access to resources, cultural bias. I remember I keep making a joke about my dad. I mean, my dad is a pastor. He's used me as prompt all my entire life. So I always want to give to its payback time for him. So when I started working in tech, when I told him that I got a job at Google, my father thought I had gotten a job in the Middle East. I'm going to become a slave, because for him, Google was this internet where people were being taken to the Middle East to be slaves. Wait for it. That was number one. So when I started talking to him about AI, you want your father to at least not embarrass you in front of your friends, right? I told him about that. There's this AI thing, this is how it does. And my father was like, oh my God, that is the Antichrist. How can it do like that? And then what's his name? There's a pastor who came to Nairobi last year, not the year before. And he took all these pastors through how to use VRs, and it was walking the pastors through the Bible. My father now wants a VR equipment. Why? Because the obvious cultural bias, you see, is he needed to understand it in his context as a pastor to be able to remove that cultural bias. And I'm lucky that I have a father who is able to move past his own biases. What about many women who are not able, who don't have a supporting system that is able to do that, or a father who is a pastor, right? Lack of mentorship is a big one as well. We need to mentor women, and because we don't have enough senior leaders, there's a hard time finding the right types of mentors to be that. So even if you are not an AI enthusiast, stand up and let another woman learn from you and benefit from your experience. But we have seen some amazing women-led AI startups. We have seen like Jacaranda, we have seen e-learning platforms, we have seen precision agriculture. So they are there. But we need to take a systemic approach. I always say at Color, we hire women unapologetically. We are majority women unapologetically because I got the chance to lead an organization, so I can do what I want. And this is not a chance that goes to everyone. But if you are a woman, as a leader, you need to be able to hire highly qualified women to be able to show that women can actually work. Because when people come to our office, for example, and they're introduced to head of data science, who is a woman, head of research, who is a woman, then they are like, oh, women do this. And it changes perception. And we need to do that. When we bring young women in high school, we have a high school fellowship, and they see women. When we bring our children to work, you have to be extremely deliberate in bringing more women into the field, not just AI, but any field that lacks women. And what's the impact? We all know, we have seen the numbers that if you have a diverse team, the productivity is higher, profitability is higher. But for women, they have a different perspective and viewpoint, which drives innovation. I can tell you many times we sit with the guys in our team and the girls in our team, and this quiet girl will give an idea. It will unlock where the team was stuck. So because we are very good at multitasking and we are thrown at different places, women are very good at unlocking that. So we need to be able to empower ourselves in that way. So the other thing that we do is we work in gangs, as my guy friends say, women are always working in gangs. You can never attack one woman. You always have your girlfriends, right? And because we promote this like community-based solution, we always lending ourselves to the greater good. This is what we bring into AI and into technology as a whole. This means that we are seeing more women championing for language models that are African. So, for example, next week we are bringing 100 of the top African researchers from Africa and diaspora to Kigali, and the number of women who are championing for better inclusivity in language model development are huge. I mean, we have Lelapa with Penelope, we have Dr. Joyce from Makerere, we have our own Dr. What's her name? I've forgotten. There's a doctor from Maseno. All of these, Dr. Lillian from Maseno, all of these women are doing a fantastic job. And they're championing this work. Well, the men in the US are championing for the fastest model, the model that is going to beat China or is going to beat the US. We are championing for a more inclusive, holistic models in Africa. And this work is being championed by women. And we need to have more women on the table. So I've already spoken about this. The limited access to STEM education. Honestly, I'm really sad that our government is cutting off maths at high school. I mean, who gives a teenager the right to drop off maths? Like who? Honestly, I'm really quite disappointed about that. But the limited quality STEM education is a huge thing, yeah. Gender stereotype, as I've mentioned, women are not supposed to be doing this. Society expectation, when you're going to graduate school, for example, people are asking you, you're going to get a master's or you're going to have a baby. Yeah. We've all faced these things. Lack of funding, yeah, visibility for women-led initiatives. And that's why we are very deliberate in talking about our women. And if you see color, we always amplifying not just myself, but other women in the team who are doing amazing things so that people can see they're there. And policy environment, working towards deliberately making women are participating here. That being pulling women. For example, our head of policy is this strong woman called Rachel. She's always advocating, she's talking, and because people can listen to her, she's able to bring other people in the field and champion for better policies on the continent. And we have seen that research has shown that women. I'll just skip this one. Yeah. So I wanted to just highlight some of the initiatives that are promoting women participation in AI. One of my favorite ones is by Dr. Tim Kamano from University of Nairobi. And he's doing this amazing program it's called Engage, enabling girls in AI and bring expertise. His goal is to train 1,000 girls from high school all the way to PhDs in data science, machine learning to address public health issues. And I'm really excited about this because we've gotten some of these girls at color and they're fantastic. They're highly qualified. And these are the kind of programs. The other one I need to give a shout out to is Dr. Nderu from JQuat as well. Again, doing an amazing work. Yeah. And it's programs like this that are partnering not only with our young women, but giving them global exposure that we actually do need. The other thing is building products for women. So at Color, we have been able to build what you're calling Atunzi, which is a platform that enables mothers. I mean, when you grew up with an auntie who's always giving an advice, all this. So Atunzi means auntie or carer in Chichewa. And it enables women from the time you're like starting your periods to the time you get your babies to walk with you, ask questions, like your productive health friend, your auntie, yeah? And that's what it's about. We've seen Kabarak has done Mama's Hub again, developed by students to reduce maternal mortality, and we are seeing these things are being built primarily by women, yeah, and driven by women. So we need to be able to do more of this. So how do we empower women? Invest in STEM. It goes without saying. Somebody tell Ministry of Education to return maths to all high schoolers. Yeah, please, let's start a hashtag, yeah. Build mentorship platform and programs, yeah. Increase funding. Develop and enforce policies and collaborate with local communities. But the last one is please be deliberate in bringing a woman alongside with you. This whole unicorn, queen bee mentality, let's kill it. Yeah, let's bring along. It takes absolutely nothing from you by empowering other women and other people. It's other people. I'm a mom boy. Yeah, I'm a boy mom rather. I'm a boy mom, and even empowering young boys to be able to be allies to women, because we need to be able to strengthen them that they are growing up to meet these strong women in their career, in their lives. So we need to also empower them in that sense. So as I mentioned, this is my call to action: advocate for women. I think I've said this many times. Yeah, sponsor, mentor, be a woman for woman. Yeah, not she for he for she. Can we be for she? Be there for another woman. Yeah. And that's it. Thank you so much. You can find me at, of course, you can tag Carla at Carla HQ everywhere, and meet at Dr. Shiko everywhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Dr. Shiko a second time, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we usher the two last panels, discussions. One will be led by Madam Caro Odero, of DX5 and Mr. Yu Ngata of UNESCO. Allow me to recognize and welcome our brother, Hari. From where I come from, it's H is not in my in my tongue. So Hari, please forgive me for that. Is the co-founder and chairman of CIO Africa and DX5. We will be closing this conference and this workshop for today. We've been given so much information. I wish you were here from the beginning. He was slotted to address you during the opening, but he's here with us this evening. Madam Caro, kindly come in front. Caro will take us through closing the skills gap, reskilling and upscaling. And Mr. Ngata will take us through the biases, beating biases with fair and inclusive ethical AI. So thank you. Please join me to welcome Caro a second time.
It's me again. So my panelists, please join me on stage. That's Mumbi, Professor Suki, and Mudhoni. One of my panelists did not make it. And as she comes on stage, there is something that Dr. Shiko kept pointing out when she was talking about women in AI. She kept using the phrase highly qualified. So when it comes to reskilling, skilling, upskilling, any kind of skilling for women, you want to be in the room when you are highly qualified. So I know we are advocating for DEI, and you want women to have opportunities, but you also want the opportunities to find you when you're prepared.
20 minutes will be adequate, isn't it?
I have 20 minutes.
Yeah, try. If you need, it could be 2-3 more minutes, you will tell us.
Movie is not here. Okay, I guess we'll keep it short then. So ladies, just introduce yourself and then tell us briefly what you're currently doing in the skilling space. Start. Are you feeling shy? Tell us your name, what you do, and what you're currently working on in the skilling space.
Thank you, Carol. Thank you, everyone. My name is Mudhoni Wanyoike. I'm a customer engineer at ADG. And what I work on is creating AI models for enterprise and deploying these models on cloud and at scale. I think we'll discuss that further, but that's me in a minute.
Good afternoon. I'm Suki Mwendwa. Right now I'm on leave, a sabbatical leave from TUK. I do design. I'm a professor in design and design thinking. I'm not exactly an AI person, but a lot of what I've done has been a lot with partnerships and connections. But right now I'm being an author, looking at the African question and seeing what are the philosophical sides of how we can think about things as the basis to what we innovate, discover, and design.
All right. I'll start with you, Mudhoni. You talked about being in the AI space. What are the opportunities that exist right now for women who are skilled in AI, just so that people can see the possibilities that exist? Yeah.
I think the opportunities are endless. And not just for people who are skilled with AI, but for people with other skills to incorporate AI and move a step further. I'll give you a quick example of a movie that I really like called AlphaGo. And in this movie, the game of Go is more complex than chess. Let's call it the most complex game. And DeepMind, a company in the UK, created an AI model to play Go. And they brought in the Eliud Kipchoge of Go, and he was playing against an AI system. They were supposed to play 5 games. The first game, of course, you'd think Eliud Kipchoge will win, but the AI won. And this was a shocker because no one had expected that the AI systems are at that level. So the second game, Lisadol, who's the Kipchoge of Go, won. No, actually, played a move that had not been played before. And I like to refer to this because when you use AI at the level that you should, you unlock new knowledge, new areas that you would not have gotten into without AI. So there's a lot of opportunity that we cannot even label. I think AI is a space that you go into and you create whichever role you want, whichever career you want to get into. Yeah.
All right, Professor Suki, how equipped are universities to handle the surge of AI knowledge that people need to acquire? And are you open to shifting the syllabus to accommodate it?
I'm going to actually take a slightly different perspective because I'm not an AI person. But I'm seeing from the university point of view that AI is going to come. We're going to find our way into it in some form or other. We may not do it the best way, but we'll find our way into it. But what I would say I'm more concerned about in terms of the upskilling is the balance. Looking at the balance in terms of AI as a whole ecosystem. Are we looking at AI being a double-edged sword, not so much because of AI, but the human aspect? Do we have the upskilling and do we have include in our curriculum things that concentrate on the human being, the development of the human being and the intra aspect of the human being? Because AI is going to have its biases and it's going to rely on content development. I deal with design 4D, and we look at content development. And I work with my students on looking at their stories, how biased they are. Because the bias of their stories is going to go into AI as designers. And if they are not aware of their own bias, then they're going to increase the bias of AI. And so that's what I see is that universities need to look at the human, especially TUK, we're having the science, but we do have to remember the human side and interrogating ourselves. Because AI is not AI without us. But we can be unconscious and it can control us. And people have talked a lot already and said what AI is about, and are we, as PLO Lumumba says, are we going to be the menu or are we going to be on the table? So if we're going to look at that, how much of ourselves are we aware of to be able to influence what becomes the content in AI? And I see that's where the curriculum needs to look at, as it also looks at how including AI. And I know we're looking at STEM, but the arts is the way of integrating that aspect of expression and self-realization.
Okay, interesting that you should say that. How would something like design thinking prepare someone for learning and relearning and being a constant learner? How do you incorporate design thinking into the creation of what she's doing of AI models?
I'm going to come back to what I was saying. When we look at design thinking, we start from the concept and we take it right to the product, the prototype and then the product, and make it real. But when we're looking at the concept, we have to also understand where are we coming from? What are we about? What is our philosophy? What is our thinking? Are we really aware of what we are about? And that is the beginning point. Now, when you can start at that point and interrogate that, then you can start the process of the designing, going back and forth, understanding the context. And in understanding the context and the skills that are related, because I also see the design thinking looks at teams and partnerships. It's not about an individual. It's about a collaboration of teams and partnerships of people with different skills to be able to create that end product. So a lot of team working comes into it, so it's interpersonal skills and intrapersonal skills that are a very important part of being able to integrate what AI, shall I say AI skill specialists and designers can do in order creating a more humane, balanced system.
Okay, and how do we get more women to be involved in that space, that collaborative space?
How do we get more women I'm going to put it this way. We as women actually do that. And I think we need to celebrate that and acknowledge it. We're living in a paradigm world where it's very masculinated and it's very yang. I see that part of what we need to do is actually celebrate the woman and what she actually has, and not be guilty about it, not to compromise it, not to feel that something's wrong about it, but to have the courage to actually bring it out. Yes, there's been mentoring that has been talked about. We will need to do a lot of mentoring in terms of our curriculum and stuff. I know in the universities there's still a lot of silo thinking, and there's a need for disciplines to be cross-disciplinary, even transdisciplinary, so that women can actually begin to influence the male perspective of what is happening in all the subjects. I also want to put here, and I think it has been said already, that there's the male side, there's the males that we cannot forget, and to have them become on board. We can't have something, well, who said madness is trying to do something different when you're trying to do it the same way? I think women need to lead that. And even though in design we have a lot of women, although we're having quite a nice balance, but we're finding that design in itself is actually beginning to influence a lot of our departments in the university. And I know when I was a deputy vice chancellor, I was doing a lot of that with the curriculums. So you don't need many women to make a change. You need few determined women to make that change.
All right. So speaking of these few determined women, if we bring them together, Mdoni, and we have women leveraging upskilling to lead, not just to get by. So what are the skills that they need to learn when it comes to things like AI governance, prompt engineering, or ethical AI?
I think for me, the key skill is to be open to learning. The technology we have today will be very different tomorrow. So if I go into a classroom and learn everything there is to learn about machine learning today, tomorrow I'm required to do very different things in industry. But if I have the skill where I am able to learn by myself, I am able to find the resources that I need to learn, that means regardless of how the technology evolves, you're like water, you can take the shape of whichever technology comes in. Yeah.
Okay, and Professor, what have you found as some of the challenges when it comes to learning and acquiring new skills or being a persistently lifelong learner? What are some of the unique challenges women face?
Lifelong learning. I think it's more to do with how, as my colleague here has said, how open are we to allowing ourselves to learn? I see also coming out of stereotypes. I mean, I have 3 brothers. I am the only daughter, and we have a family business. And I think very differently, and I'm also always fighting, or shall I say, I'm always trying to put myself out there to try and explain things from my perspective. And over time, I've had to learn how to go, and I'm going to go again, introspectively. I've had to go into myself and understand the dynamic and to look how to manage it and how to have that language to be able to talk. And I think that's where we have a problem. What is the language that women can use, that males can actually understand where they're coming from? That is one of the biggest challenges, is to find that language, however that language is. And there's nowhere to teach you except maybe through the mentoring and through interacting with other women who've had that experience. So I see that as something that is really in the way, is how do you find a language as a woman to be able to talk in a more male-dominated situation and being able to contribute that way.
Okay, and Mugoni, what is the best way you would think that we can use to close the skills gap?
I think I'll answer that with a question to you. Think about the classroom your grandmother went to. Which are the 3 things that must have been in that classroom?
The blackboard, the chalk, and the teacher.
Thank you. Then think about the classroom that your children, grandchildren will attend or are attending, what are the 3 things in that class?
I have no idea.
Okay. What are, it's good the professor is here. What are 3 things in your class today?
Yeah, smartphones, computers, but somewhere behind there's still a blackboard and chalk.
There's still chalk, teacher, and
Blackboard. Yeah.
But what is expected of us as learning outcomes is very different. My grandmother, the context of a classroom made sense for her. My grandchildren will learn how to use the phone before they enter a classroom. So the traditional way of education will not really impact anything to them because they already know so much. So I feel the challenge that we have first as, say, baby Gen Zs, millennials, that group, is that there's so much information, so we have too many expert beginners. We all know what is AI, what is machine learning, what is data science, but go a few layers down or a few layers up on implementing, the class doesn't teach us that. So we need to think about, in fact, I think the best way would be to take really young children, give them phones and tablets, see how they learn, then rethink the classroom and rethink what is being taught so that we can have our Gen Zs as people who are skilled for the future. I hope that answers.
No,
in
that's
some
a
way.
brilliant answer.
Yeah.
That makes me want to ask the audience, who has ever gone to ChatGPT or Gemini or Perplexity and said, write for me a syllabus on whatever it is that you're learning at the time or what you need to do? Because I went and asked, how do I moderate a compelling, powerful panel? Give me a masterclass. Has anybody ever done that? Okay, then you're using AI to learn, so you're basically upskilling at this point. Yeah. Yes, you have something to say.
I just wanted to say again, because AI is going to do all those technical sides, I'll always come back to you need to get into the human being. We'll have a different class. How are you going to do the critical thinking? How are you going to do the creative thinking? You have to interrogate yourself. We need to be teaching people to be able to interrogate themselves, to have self-awareness and know where their programmings and thoughts are coming from. Otherwise, they will not be able to be critical. They will not be able to be creative. And then as an academic, yes, ChatGPT may do everything. But if I'm teaching you in a way that is interrogating yourselves and your stories and examining that, Chat cannot do that.
Interestingly, it has been able to do that to some extent, but it depends on the prompt engineering, which is also another skill that people would need to learn. But for me, it seems that from the morning conversation with Dr. Thigo, with Ambassador Thigo, that he talked about the skills we need: creative skills, original thinking, analytical skills. So there is room for that. Then there is also room for the technical skills. But it would seem to me, Professor, that you put a lot of weight on soft skills. So a lot of women we've worked with in tech are also very interested in learning tech skills. But soft skills is what gives them the edge. How would you encourage women, and what are the soft skills you think are necessary, say for a woman who is an executive in a tech company? What does she need to learn, or what does she need to enhance so that she's even more prepared for that AI when it finally comes?
I'm going to say I'm actually talking slightly beyond soft skills, but I'll say yes, that collaborative aspect, that ability to listen, to hear, to contemplate, to reflect, to be able to pause. Because AI and technology is making us really go really fast. I mean, it's really taking us really fast, and we don't have time to actually stop and think. And there has been research that in the world, only 30% of people actually think. So what is the rest of us doing? Following. So how do you get to think? You need to stop. You need to be able to create an environment for yourself in your day that you just stop and reflect and pause and think and see what's going on within yourself. I'm going to keep on going saying that. We never talk about self-awareness. It's almost like a taboo. We're always extending ourselves out there. We're always going out there, but we're never going inwards. And that's a very important part we need to start doing, because the world out there is moving too fast. And we need to stop and pause. So what I would say is, if you're an executive, and like I said, I was a DVC at some point, I had to teach myself to stop and pause. I love to dance, so I also went and danced and did things that actually removed me from the world and brought me to myself. And from that space, I was then able to see how to move forward.
Okay, and just to finalize, who is doing their skilling right, and why do you think they're doing it right? Is there anybody in the industry you think, even it could be in academia, it could be a personal initiative, who is making all the right moves in the skilling space?
I know it's not a good example, but I'll use it because they're doing it right. So at some point, Google, Facebook, DeepMind all came together because they realized waiting for the universities to create curriculums for AI will never catch up with where the technology is. So they came together and created all these curriculums on deep learning, machine learning, all the AI technology. And this is from industry. So I think that is really important for us as people in industry, even as journalists. If you create your own AI curriculums, it's going to be very different from if other people do it for you. So I think industry coming together to create learning, yeah.
All right, that's true actually, because I know MIT, Microsoft, AWS, they all have courses, and they have free courses that you can use to learn anything from cloud to AI to prompt engineering. What about you, Professor? Is anyone doing it right?
I think that's a tough question to ask me, but what I'm seeing is I saw some wonderful initiatives that are being done here. And what I would say is to partner with those various initiatives that I saw here and develop a curriculum that way. I don't want to put this on myself, but one thing I do see is in doing that curriculum, can we also be physical? Can we also be expressive? Because AI takes us into this virtual world that has us sitting. And they're finding the next worst disease coming besides cigarettes is actually sitting.
Sitting is the new smoking.
Yes. So I'm just seeing that if the creative arts and the technical people could come together and create a curriculum that allowed movement, allowed expression, allowed the sitting, allowed the technology, allowed the holisticness of the human being to express themselves, both intellectually, virtually, but also still physically. I think that would be a way we may need to go.
I love that. That makes a good case for STEAM. Yes. All right, thank you so much, ladies. Thank you for showing up, and thank you for listening, and thank you for being here. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Please appreciate the three ladies. Madam Caro, come to the middle for the photo, man. Please take the photo in the middle like that. Yes. Don't put me in the photo. Don't put me in the photo. Good. As they leave the stage, this is the last one. Panel discussion roundtable that will be coordinated by my brother Hugh. Hugh, please come in front to introduce your two panelists in the roundtable. But as they come, allow me to make one announcement. Please don't leave without registering to have something like this, so then we can keep our records. At least I know we were 100, but only about 60, 70 have something like this. You please come. I'm going to combine the two, the roundtable and the panel discussion. Then 1 or 2, 3 questions from the audience. Then we usher in my brother Harry to talk to you and close. And please don't leave. There's coffee, and I'm told if everything goes well, could be Monday, maybe a public holiday. So you have 3 days. There will be Eid al-Fitr. I assume, and I can see my Muslim brothers and sisters within the room. Kindly introduce your panel.
Thank you very
much. Then we'll
much.
see how it goes. And there will be coffee out there after this, after closing.
Yeah, it has been a very long day. Hey, good evening or good, yeah, it's already dark. Ngandengata Ug is my name from UNESCO. Maybe without further ado, calling the panel as you know it on the document has totally changed. I will call Mickey, Stella, and Diana. Please join me. Sharp, sharp, because we are late. As they come, we are discussing beating bias with fair, inclusive, and ethical AI. And you will have listened to the presentation of Dr. Chico. I found that there were a lot in that already resonate with our conversation. And it will be more or less a continuation of it. So feel all very welcome. And let's have a very quick discussion around the thematic. And maybe on the go, I would like just for you to introduce yourself. And maybe you give a first shot on what does it mean to you, this thematic, when we speak about fair, inclusive, bias. Starting putting the finger on the issue, what are they? Just you introduce yourself and you just drop something about that.
Thank you. Am I audible? Okay. Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Stella Geshohe Karau. I'm a project and partner relations consultant, and I was part of the National AI Strategy Working Group with my colleagues here. So you're asking about what we think about fair, inclusive, and biases. When you think about fairness around AI, first things first, we're consumers at the moment. So when we're using your ChatGPT, your Copilot, when you prompt these models, the responses are not necessarily tailored to us in the Kenyan context. So it's very easy to say that's unfair. And then there's now biases around us as African, as women, women in AI. When you look at Dr. Shiko's presentation, there are a lot of biases in this domain as a woman in AI, a woman in tech. So top layer, fairness, biases, it's not working for me, with me. Was it developed with me in mind? That's all I can say, yeah.
Thank you. Michael?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Meshe, co-founder of Viverse Technology. We hope to use AI as a service to enable more businesses to harness the power of AI. For me, my perspective is quite different around this topic. I usually blame Harry and Carol for this. Why am I always... I am very biased about this topic of ethics and bias. I think when we look at this topic, one, we shouldn't approach it from... I love that this issue is there, that we have bias and we have ethical challenges with the technology. Obviously, it does show a sense of unfairness, but it sheds more light on issues. The fact that we're having more conversations about women and technology and their role, and we are seeing that AI, which is mirroring what our data, what we've produced as outcomes, is even showing that we have biases, we have certain inequalities. And I think that's a good thing that the technology has shown us. And we shouldn't try to take it away from the technology. We should look at it and figure out what are the biases, what are the ethical issues do we find in this technology, because that's just a mirror into what we have in society. And then address them at that stage. Otherwise, address them at the society level, not so much on the technology level. Because otherwise, we'll end up building a perfect tool for an imperfect system, and then we'll say AI doesn't work for us, but we haven't changed, but we built something perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Diana?
Hello, everyone, again.
I'm Diana Nyakundi, AI consultant with UNESCO and a researcher with Research ICT Africa. I think the conversation on fairness, bias, inclusivity, ethics, I think I have a differing opinion because you said it's not about the technology, but I think, again, we have these siloed conversations without actually the people who are developing these technologies. I've had conversations with AI developers on what they think about ethics, bias, and all of that. And more often than not, it's usually not a consideration. It's not something they really think about when they're building these technologies, but not because they don't want to, but just because it's really not a factor within our context. And so then raises a question for why are we developing this ethical principles? Why are we leaning towards fairness, transparency, and all of that? The reason why these principles are there in the West is because they have this, our cultural values really differ. And so I think we really need to think about what our cultural contexts are when we're developing these principles and these ethical principles, when we think about what safety would look like for us. I think we can get more into that as we continue the conversation.
Thank you. There are very different perspectives vis-à-vis the question, and I'm tempted to ask what, for instance, from the perspective of regulation and the ethical principle, including when they really mirror the context we are in. What would be the situation if there was no regulation at all? Will it be better for the technology to thrive? Or yeah, because we need to have that conversation to make sure that we take the right decisions. Who want to start?
Can I take that one?
Yes, please.
I would want to separate regulation and ethics, right? Because right now, around AI ethics, so I'm not an ethicist myself, I'm an implementer. So when I was doing my research, I find out that if emerging global standards around AI are largely built around a Western perspective, right, is that really ethical? Regulations, when they're being developed, they're in our, it's according to our context, right? So when we were coming up with the AI strategy, for instance, it was for Kenya, by Kenyans, with Kenyans. It was very inclusive. It touched upon ethics. But then on a global scale, what will work for Kenya will not work for, Cameroon, right? So I want to start from separate what is, regulatory and what is ethical. Yeah. I don't know what my panel has to say.
Michael?
Yeah, now we do agree. I think it's important to separate ethical use and ethical development. I'm not a big fan of ethical development. I know even when we're developing the strategy, I said we shouldn't focus on ethical development. First thing I was told, but there's the sourcing, there's inclusivity in design and all of that. I'm like, we're building a tool currently. AI is a tool. I don't know how much noise there was when we were building tractors, hammers, and other tools. Maybe it's the potential of the outcome, but the use matters, ethical use. And I think when it comes to ethical use, it's then not what guardrails you may put on that. You can put some guardrails on the technology, but more importantly, are people empowered to use the tools ethically? Do people want to use the tools ethically? What can you do to give people that opportunity to use the tools ethically, as opposed to trying to figure out a solution to a very big problem? Like, philosophy asks a lot of questions. Ethics is a branch of philosophy. We've been asking questions for hundreds of years. We don't have an answer. Why are we trying to force AI to give us an answer? Why are we trying to do work, the answers that haven't come in hundreds of years? We expect to have them as soon as possible. And once you go down the route of ethics, you go down the unfair route of regulation. And especially think in Africa, it's very unfair that there's a lot of conversation around a race for Africa to, we're the first ones with a strategy, we're the first ones with a policy, the first ones with regulation. For what? For consumption. You all have consumer protection acts. Edit that. How do you regulate something that you're not building? You're just consuming. I don't think that's fair. So we definitely have to separate the conversation on ethics and the conversation on regulation. And there probably shouldn't be a conversation around regulation yet. But on ethics, let's focus on the ethical use. I think the development is still pretty much in the lab. And when you try to stifle that innovation, then maybe we won't see the true benefit of this technology.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think to answer your question as to what would happen if there was no regulation, I think just to go back to what I had raised earlier, why different regions are developing ethical AI principles. So the West are really, like Michael has mentioned, really advanced in the development and the use. And so they are developing these technologies and these ethical AI principles because they have seen the risks. The risks that we are talking about here that I think we have been talking about the entire day, hallucination and all of that, are still not evidenced within our region. So what then are our ethical AI principles based on? Question mark, I think, for all of us. There's the lack of evidence of it, and truly for us, as we are trying to integrate AI into our societies and economies, is to solve the problems that we have, hunger, access to education, healthcare, etc. So when we're building for that, then our priorities are really different from what is out there. So when we're thinking about ethics, there's, I think, a different way to think about it that we have not yet unlocked. That's one. Then two, there's the history of us as a continent and us as a people as to, how technology has come into being and all of that we need to integrate as we think about ethics as well. There's a use of technologies. I think Ambassador mentioned earlier in the morning how we're using technology, who has access to it, who's using it more than the other. So these are some of the things that we should be thinking about when we're talking about ethics, just what is technology being used for, then how do we think about ethics rather than giving blank and blunt statements on transparency, fairness based on what is just being done across the globe.
Thank you very much. If we can move maybe or focus a bit more on the aspect of inclusivity and vis-a-vis the conversation we have had the whole day, thinking more about the inclusion of women and girls in the whole process of AI development. And maybe starting from you, Michael, you are in the industry. And when you are setting up a team to develop an AI model or application, does inclusivity, does it play a role, or is there any interest for you to have a team that is diverse and that has women, men, persons of different categories? How does it come into play? Or is more the competence that matters and nothing else?
Inclusivity matters heavily, and wearing my other hat, I participate in the Action Lab, which is as a group of organizations under the Tech Envoy that's working on various use cases around AI. It's a very inclusive group. We get a lot done, sometimes a bit more than I get done at my startup. And there's a lot of brilliant women who participate in that, in the design work, the UI UX, in building the models, data scientists, and you can see the value in that. I can look at other projects where I've built where there's a lack of inclusivity, and it's always a good idea, and it's an idea that stays in rotation, and we perfect the idea and nothing gets done. So there's obviously a good space for inclusivity because it brings in obviously that there are more perspectives. I think, especially if I can bring it back to fairness, because you may want inclusivity as a form of fairness, but I don't think fairness exists. Everyone has an unfair advantage. And the more diversity you have, the more inclusive you are, the more unfair advantages you have, the more you're likely to build something very unique.
Sorry, let me be maybe a bit pushy, because I really wanted to know if there is a kind of consideration vis-à-vis the option of garbage in, garbage out. Yeah, you are recruiting for developing an application that is AI powered. What will you think about when you are putting together the team?
Zeros and ones, so I focus on competency first. But you do find that there's, fortunately right now, we do have a very strong pool of growing women in technology. Most of my key mentors are women, and we are finding a lot of data scientists that we are bringing on board are mostly ladies. So I think over time, the question of inclusivity, so it's sort of fixing itself. I'm finding myself just looking at competency. Yeah.
You want to go in? And maybe also, I would like, all of them, they were a member of the technical team for the development of the national AI strategy for Kenya. Maybe something I should have mentioned from the beginning. And maybe connecting also the inclusivity process vis-à-vis the development of the strategy. Maybe in your reaction, if you can touch on that as well.
Technology is one of the spaces that we all have to be competent. We have, because the work speaks for itself. And as a woman in this space, my mentors will always say, let your work speak for itself, right? So the competency has to be there, right? And then having that voice from a woman or a girl is equally important, especially, now in this AI space, a lot of the biases, remember, AI is developed by people, so if you don't have a woman who's challenging that development process, how do you access that data? Is that inclusive data? The individuals who are around digital infrastructure, around talent and skills, the fundamental foundational frameworks, we have to be there, and we also have to be competent. You can't be in a room just because you're a woman, because you'll be the first one that's picked out of the bunch and kicked out. So you really have to be competent at the end of it. And to answer your second question around how we came to choosing the individuals in the strategy working group, it was deliberately inclusive. Yes, the GPSDD team, GIZ, they had that at the back of their mind, but we also have to be inclusive, but everybody has to be competent.
Thank you very much. And I'm trying to watch the time, and I see Joel will soon jump on us. Maybe a last question, because we are getting to the end. When we think about the conversation of fairness, inclusion, and the whole dimension of technology facilitated gender-based violence, Diana, I would like to check what would be some of the consideration we need to pay more attention to moving forward.
I think awareness, because we're seated here talking about bias, fairness, inclusivity, but who's checking? Who's checking to verify? And the person checking, if any, do they have the knowledge, competence to be able to monitor and evaluate whether indeed there was fairness that was taken into consideration, there was inclusivity, and what then does inclusivity look like? Does it look like having everybody in the room? Is it just a checklist of making sure women are represented, or other considerations really, other perspectives really taken into consideration, So I think we're still at the, let me not be very pessimistic and say still at the lower level, but I think there needs to be a great level of awareness at the very onset, just so that we understand what we are checking for and verifying when we're talking about fairness, inclusivity, bias. Even when somebody is affected by these technologies, do they have the understanding to report or seek redress, and from where also, but report and seek redress because they were biased or they were harmed by these technologies. There's also the factor of unintentionality when it comes to the development of these technologies. There's the unintentional bias that comes into play unintentional fairness that I don't think we talk about much. So it's not usually just because these things have not been taken into consideration. Like I said in the beginning, I think developers do have this in mind, but then there's an unintentionality just comes with the process of the development of these technologies. So there needs to be some sort of balance between what is intended and what is not intended.
Thank you very much. Our time is up. I want to check with the moderator if we can check with the audience if there will be any question from the audience to our panel.
Yeah, just a comment could be
Comment,
a
question.
burning one.
Or you
And
are all
I say
tired
like
and
the
you want
room
to-
is almost at 50%. People fear the traffic, but unless the notice is AI generated, I think I've found something on my mobile saying that on Monday is a public holiday, you know, signed by the Honorable Minister for Interior, subject to confirmation. So then, is there a question? Comment, quick one, yeah. Could be combined with the earlier one which Madam Caro moderated? And yours, please go straight to the point, so then
Okay.
we can usher in our brother Hari to close. I
Okay,
don't want
hi
him
guys.
to close an empty room, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Carolyn Maberi from Kala. Dr. Shiko, my CEO from Kala, she's the one who's presenting. So quick question. As we talk about like regulating and stuff, I don't know if you have any plans in terms of how we're going to engage with the policymakers in Kenya. I don't know if you can comment on that.
I hope you got the question.
Yeah.
How to engage policymakers. right?
Policymakers, yeah.
I think that there are a lot of campaigns, I think, that are being taken, especially around artificial intelligence, to bring awareness and education to policymakers. I believe there's one Kala is driving. I think the other initiatives that are being driven.
Yeah.
I try to do the same, hold workshops for public sector, just to get them to understand, because you want to give them the knowledge so that they, when it comes to policymakers, they can do better with their policies, and also then encouraging public participation. I think that's always an important part that we have, that before these policies are taken, before they are signed off or they are launched, I think it's always also important to educate people, let them know that this has an impact in their lives and they should participate in public participation.
Okay, thank you. And then like a shameless plug, we're hosting AI 101 Masterclass for policymakers on the 10th of April. So if you're interested to join, please reach out. That's how I stood down.
Kindly pass on the mic there.
10th of April.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
For those who may have forgotten my name, I'm Mercy. My background is policy advocacy and my interest youth representation. And I think my takeaway is both the inclusivity and the panel before on looking inward, because I did an app with UNESCO. It's now a sub-Saharan program. We've been focusing on mental health, reproductive health, but then also now matter safety and gender equality. And I think the aspect of looking inward is so important, because I don't know how many of you have watched the Netflix movie Social Dilemma. How many have watched it? If you're a parent especially, I think you should watch it, because these devices versus how those who grew up, personally I'm those who grew up without cable TV. So we learned to play, we learned to socialize, we learned to, sit with your thoughts rather than perpetual distraction, so we're having effects of shorter attention spans. If you're always clicking and referring, what is that doing to your memory, And for certain classes, I'm seeing in America, some educationists are now saying that it's now becoming a struggle to even write, because you're so used to typing that even handwriting and literacy, because you're just so used to consulting the device that now when you're seated with a paper, no referrals, no nothing, you can think, you can process, garbage in, garbage out is how devices, what you click is what comes back, there's no input and critical thinking. So I think that's really something as educationists and for those who are in the space of human rights, it's really something to watch, even as we also have increasing mental health risks, like increase in sociopath behaviors and all that amongst kids, but even adults, and even in the workspace. I don't know how everyone fared. You know, COVID at least passed away, but how did people fare? And as remote working becomes more intense, even the summer source case, those effects of being in front of a screen, I'm even wondering for insurance. So, you know, those who deal a lot with the screen versus those who don't, you know, does insurance ensure there's an eye check for the techies in the house? You know, do you ensure your employees have an eye insurance as part of the package? Yeah, so I think those are things to think about on the human aspect. And because this is UNESCO, yeah, the future of education. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there's a comment. It'll be a quick one, 1 minute, and then...
It was
just a comment.
Yeah.
I think, Madam Caro, your panel, anything you would pick from the audience? No? Oh,
yes.
Is the one holding us? Yes. Could be, give him the mic, he has not spoken. You know, men are now speaking.
No.
Oh, sorry.
You
Look
want
at
to
me.
put yourself in trouble.
Is it the... Oh, it is Dr. Otich. Look at me. I think my glasses.
You'll pay a fine for that. Okay.
Yes.
Now, I think the moderator mentioned that the team participated in the development of the national strategy in terms of AI. I just want to pick their view or maybe their thoughts as they look at AI. As they look at AI and military, are they agile? Where are we in terms of, especially the military or the special for the police, the military? What does it mean for them? Are they agile enough or security still remain for them static? I don't know, what does it mean for them given that there is a bit of rigidity, but the environment is changing. What's your take on that?
Yeah, it was like...
Interesting that we actually had somebody from the Ministry of Defense as part of the technical working team, just to bring in the perspective of the AI use in the military. And this person is also part of the AU, African Union Working Group on AI and military something. So there really is a consideration of the use of AI in military, which is also one of the key sectors that are being looked into or being considered in the AI strategies, one of the pillars. So there's the consideration of what it can do and what the potential risks are, you know, when you talk about autonomous weapons and just the misuse of AI when it comes to the military use. So it was a key consideration in the strategy and throughout the entire process by just bringing the Ministry of Defense.
Thank you.
Yeah. Just allow me to add to that. During some of the workshops, we had a public sector convening workshop, and Ministry of Interior, a stakeholder responsible for policing was also present, and also, in addition to the member in the sector working group from the military, he also assigned a few of his colleagues to come and join those workshops. So it was end to end, you know, from the police to the military, what would they like to see in the strategy? And during the during the draft strategy validation process, we also had feedback from key organs, including security agencies, so that was also captured. So again, end to end stakeholder engagement was considered.
And maybe just to add that this is very much consistent with the recommendation of UNESCO in terms of how to develop some of these processes, and the inclusive approach, the multi-stakeholders approach that should guide the whole process. So it's, when we speak about AI, it's not only a matter for the Ministry of ICT, for instance. It's a whole government approach, it's a whole stakeholders approach. Civil society organization, religious organization, the common Wanjiku should be around the table when we are discussing that. And because it matters for everyone. Whether you are mere consumer or on the production side, you need to be around the table for that discussion.
Yeah, thank you very much. Please, can we close? Yes. Please, group photo with this panel. Let the ladies be in the middle, men on the side. I think this is the only panel with men yeah, since morning. And the men are coming at the opening and closing. Yeah, this is good. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Let's appreciate them a second time. And the other panel led by Madam Caro Odero.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before we go for coffee, and as I said, let me take this opportunity now to welcome our partner from DX5, the co-founder, Hari Hare. In the morning, I was reading the profiles of quite a number of panelists, and many of them had 15 years, 10 years, 5 years. Others said they are Gen Z. Ladies and gentlemen, the one who is going to close, Hari Hare, has a long CV. He has over 30 years of experience. Oh, so he's my contemporary. He has a long CV, but I will take very few minutes to introduce him. Don't read it. Yeah, please. let me just give two sentences about you, please, if you allow me, so then they may know, because I know you are not going to say it here. Hari Hare is a renowned technology professional with over 30 years of experience shaping IT sector in Africa. He is the chairman and co-founder, CIO Africa by DX5. He drives innovation through tech, publishing, events, and research. Let me stop there. Oh, it's a long one. Karibu sana, my brother, and thank you for working with us. Dr. Njogu is away in Mount Elgon. He could have wished to be here, but thank you for this partnership.
Thank you very
Because we
much.
are the men who are working with women to drive this tech space. Thank you. We must support them to succeed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good evening.
Oh, it's evening already. You see, he talked about 30 years of experience. You know, I'm trying to be a Gen Z here. I'm trying to be a Gen Z, and then okay. And umechoma. Anyway, really cool conversations, good conversations, important conversations. Because when we don't talk about these things, then things don't happen. But when we keep talking and bringing them to fore, is when action actually takes place. So when you come to these conferences, don't think I'm just coming to listen, I'm coming to see who's here, but you're actually adding to the discourse, which brings change. So that's important. Now, I wanted to, how many of you have Google Translate in your phones? I want you to open it. Just open Google Translate. You know, we've been talking about biases and all this stuff. I want you to open Google Translate, then you tell me when you're there. Just confirm you're in Google Translate. You're there? Okay, I want you to type. I want you to translate from Kiswahili to English. Swahili to English. Hii nchi. Nchi is double N. Hii nchi imejaa warabai. Warabai. I am a Mrabai. I come from Rabai. You know where Rabai is? You know, when you're told about biases, when you theorize about biases, you don't expect this, do you? Anyway, I'll leave you with that. Talking about AI, you know, I've been in this field for a long time. Is Ali still here? Oh, she left. it is said, and I believe it, that the impact of AI is going to be bigger than the impact of the internet. I believe. If you look at the introduction of the internet, or when the internet came, it was novel. People didn't really understand it. And at some point, it looked like something that is used by techies and geeks, people with thick glasses and behind big screens. And so the uptake was very slow, very, very slow, until when we started seeing applications by Google and Facebook, and that's when now you saw the surge. But that was after so many years, really many years. AI seems to have hit a different trajectory, so to speak. Because the moment Gen AI became what it is, you know, the surge was just like when ChatGPT became commonplace and everybody was on ChatGPT, you know, the graph just went into a hockey stick. So why, you know, when you look at those two technologies and those two trends, you can almost plot where these things go by. But that's not what I want to talk about. What I want to talk about is I feel we missed the internet opportunity as Africa. We missed it. The guys who jumped onto it and built stuff around the internet made a lot of money. Yeah? We became consumers of the internet. We have an opportunity now to actually jump onto the AI bandwagon. The bus is just about to leave. It hasn't left. What we're seeing is nothing. So we need to be builders, guys. We need to start building. You know, Mike talked about trying to regulate AI and regulating the build or the development of AI. I think we should not try to do that. We need to build AI. We need to have to develop skills that will help us to build applications on AI, not to become users, like we missed the internet business. You know, I was listening to Dr. Shiko, and she talked about $15.7 trillion as the opportunity that is available this year. 2025. Yeah, this year, 2025. And for Africa, $1.2 trillion that is available within the AI space. We need to tap into that. And the only way we can tap into that is when we start thinking differently about AI. Now, I'm not talking about AI and women here. I'm talking about AI. Because I believe women can build AI and should build AI. So we need to figure out how do we do it, and how do we partner with different people who have, of the same thinking, to start thinking about how do we bring compute into our continent, how do we build skills that will be able to help us build this ecosystem that we require to do that AI. So I want to leave you with that challenge. At CIO Africa and DX5, so I know it's confusing to everyone. So it's CIO Africa by DX5. So DX5 is a bigger company, CIO Africa is our product. Okay? Are we clear? So at CIO Africa, we truly believe in bringing this conversation forward. And we actually have and I'm surprised Caro didn't talk about it, but we have something called DX Nova, which is a program that brings women within the tech space to have this conversation. So I want to encourage you to all talk to Caro and get involved in DX Nova, but more importantly, I want to challenge you to start thinking about how do we build our own AI applications. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, at least it's not yet 6. So you can have your coffee. It's at 40 minutes past 5. Oh, we have tried. We lost almost 1.5 hours in the morning. So you can have your coffee. But we started in the morning with a prayer. I know even the guys who left could be 1 hour ago. We deliberately brought this meeting to Westlands. It's all traffic around here. They could be just out here. So don't worry, even if they left early. If they were the CBD, they could still, they could be at home now. So, but at least you have a free Monday, and we pray for our brothers and sisters from the Muslim community. Eid Mubarak. I think who will close with a word of prayer? This time it is volunteer. It can be Muslim, can be Christian. I know. Welcome, this young lady. Oh, thank you. Please appreciate the young girl. Oh, this was serious panelists in the morning. Oh, it was in the afternoon. Good. Yeah, we are tired. She's closing, and then have a happy weekend. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being patient. So let's close our eyes for a word of prayer. Our dear Heavenly Father, we come before your presence this evening. We thank you so much for everything that you have done to us today. Thank you for this meeting, Lord. We pray that everything that we have learned or discussed, Lord, may we represent each and every voice out there, Lord, and everything that we've learned, Lord, let us implement it out there, my Father. We pray, Jehovah, that may you guide our steps, oh God. Even the beautiful women here, my God, bless their steps as they continue changing this country, God, with better representation, God, in leadership and in different aspects, my Father. As we go home, we pray for journey mercies, and as you do that, all the glory and honor shall be unto you. In Jesus' name I pray.
Amen.
Amen.
Asante sana. Oh, thank you. Musiende bila kunywa chai or coffee. Itaharibika. Oh, yes, madam. Oh, thank you. Oh, it was. I hope you've learned something. Oh, thank you.